jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán sí iná. Orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdà àgbà o. Àgbà ẹ foríjì ni. Ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́. Torí oníkọ́ tó yọlá ni. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹ̀ràn nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹ̀yin forí wórí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Ṣókótó. Wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o. Àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo. Wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Mórí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó. Ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó. Ohun rẹ̀ lápò Ṣókótó mo sọ. Àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé. Kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Mo lórí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí mi gbé mi níjà o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àní nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè. Ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé. Dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè. Mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má.
When you go to major parks, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Okay now. Okay.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́ba lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́ba lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fúnà sọ.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. There it is right there. Oloma pada lẹ́yìn, may God never depart from you. So Ami Ekpo, a plenty of amens to that. Oloma pada lẹ́yìn and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and how are you? So good day to you. Yes, good evening to you, Gladys. Good evening to you, Kabiru. As you are coming in, say hello so I can say hello back. So good day to you and all that. I'm not even going to apologize for the skittish nature of the streams over the last few weeks or thereabout. Good evening to you, AB. So I'm not going to apologize for the skittish nature. That is just I guess I'm in somewhat of a skittish phase at the moment. I'm overwhelmed in my own personal space, so it's really whenever the time opens that I come out. So, and there will be instances where I don't. So that's just the nature of it. Contrary to the popularly held belief, I do have a life outside of this. So life takes over sometimes. So that says, there it is. I even tried to come out yesterday earlier on, and the system failed and all that, But here we are, nevertheless. We just try to keep it going until we get into a better phase, a smoother phase, and then we just carry on, just to maintain the momentum. Good day to you and all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as at the invitation to do so, at the sound of my voice. You should have already done it. If you have not already done it, then do it. Click on like. If you are not already subscribed, we need 10 new subscribers today just to get us over a particular threshold. So if you are not already subscribed, then subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink says StreamYard. Come into the studio. Super chats towards the stream. We always say to do that. So all those things that we call, we're calling them today as well. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come into the studio and super chat towards the stream. So that's what we're doing. The story still very much wraps around. Pardon me. I think I've got to clear my. I've got to clear my throat. Let me just play you a little something. I've got to have a bit of a cough and a sneeze. Oh, all right. So pardon me. So yes, the story pretty much still remains the same. We're still circling around the very dark man space. a bit of other news here and there, but the central news that still holds the news cycle siege is the Very Dark Man storyline. So we'll still be spending time on that until it phases out or something more impactful, something more robust comes out in the news cycle. So we're still very much within that space. And the arrest of that guy now, the EFCC have actually come out to tell us what they've done and why they have done it. But let me just let me show you two contrasting headlines towards that Very Dark Man storyline. So I'll show you how the news cycle are reporting it, and then I'll show you what the official EFCC stance is. So this is how it's coming out in the news cycle. The comic book that moonlights as a news platform, Sahara Reporters. So this is how they're reporting it. The comic book that moonlights as somewhat of a news platform is you know, all these sort of spaces, Sahara Reporters, people, if you're not reading the Tribune, then you're not really reading any news from Nigeria. That's the only real news platform in Nigeria. That's the only media outlet. And if you're not listening to either Channels Television or if you want propaganda NTA, then really you're not listening to anything. Everything else is vested and invested and are just prejudiced and biased. So this one now, pretty much speaking, the Aluta tonality of their founding father. EFCC grills Very Dark Man for second day over corruption allegation against anti-graft agency. Bail still unsure. So all of that a lie. So the whole of that headline is a lie, but we'll see the body of it. So what they're telling us here is that they are grilling him, Very Dark Man, over that allegation that he made that EFCC is 80-90% corrupt. That was what he said. And what Sahara Reporters is leading us to believe here is that is the genesis of his arrest. Exclusive, EFCC grills Very Dark Man for second day over corruption allegation against anti-graft agency, bail still uncertain. So we read that. The popular social media activist Martins Vincent Otse, popularly known as Very Dark Man, underwent a second day of interrogation on Tuesday at the headquarters of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in connection with his recent public criticism of the agency. So this is what Sahara Reporters is putting out as the basis of his arrest and his interrogation. So this is what they're claiming he was arrested for. So I'll read it again. Popular social media activist Martins Vincent Otse, widely known as Very Dark Man, underwent a second day of interrogation on Tuesday at the headquarters of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in connection with his recent criticism of the agency. So that's why they are saying he was arrested and is now being interrogated. Our correspondence learns that VDM, known for his outspoken views on national issue, is being questioned over comments he made, accusing the EFCC of corruption. The interrogation session, which lasted several hours, was attended by his legal representative, Barrister Martins Omorige, from Deji Adeyanju's law firm. According to sources familiar with the matter, the session focused primarily on Otse's social media posts and videos in which he alleged deep-rooted corruption within the Anti-Graft Commission. Barrister Omorogbe arrived at the EFCC office at 10 a.m. and remained there until 3 p.m., a source told correspondents. However, to secure bail for his client, efforts to secure bail for his clients were unsuccessful by the time the lawyer left the EFCC premises. One of his lawyers, Adeyanju, confirmed to correspondents around 5:40 p.m. on Tuesday that VDM had yet to be released on bail. noting that they were working on it. VDM's continued detention has sparked conversations online with supporters calling for his immediate release and critics of the EFCC questioning the agency's tolerance for dissent. In a statement issued earlier on Tuesday, EFCC confirmed VDM's arrest. According to the commission, VDM had been offered administrative bail and will be allowed to leave when he fulfills his bail conditions. So already there's an inherent contradiction there. So it says bail still unsecured. So that bail still unsecured, it indicates towards a frustration that attempts to bail him is being frustrated by the EFCC, but that runs contrary to the official stance of the EFCC, the official output of the EFCC that they have granted him bail. All it needs now do is to perfect the bail. According to the commission, VDM had been offered administrative bail and will be allowed to leave when he fulfills the bail conditions. EFCC added that VDM repeatedly ignored several So now listen to this bit now. EFCC added that VDM report, it's the rinse and repeat of the Dele Farotimi something. When the courts were inviting Dele Farotimi, but he felt it was above the law until they sent the police to pick him up. Adito, rinse and repeat VDM. He's been invited by the EFCC to come and attend and answer questions. He feels it's above the law, and the law attacks itself to show its dominion. EFCC added that VDM repeatedly ignored several invitations sent to his known addresses and communications channel, prompting law enforcement action. The EFCC stated that the petition actually, let's read it from the EFCC. Let's read it from the EFCC official Twitter handle. So that is what Shore is saying, that the reasons why VDM was arrested is to do with his criticism of the EFCC. But this is the official EFCC Twitter handle now, telling us officially then the reasons why they arrested him. So this is the official EFCC handle on our X. EFCC's case against Martins Vincent Otse. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in the exercise of its mandate of tackling economic and financial crimes, invited Martin Vincent Otse, owing to a series of petitions bordering on sundry issues of alleged financial crimes raised against him. He refused to show up in spite of several invitations sent to him through his known addresses and medium of communication. The petition pertains to grave allegations of financial malfeasance, which cannot be ignored by the commission. So the EFCC are telling us here that they are arresting him and interrogating him, investigating him for reasons of financial malfeasance, that people have petitioned financial impropriety towards Very Dark Man. They've invited him to come and answer questions regarding those petitions. He's refused to attend, and they've effected his arrest, and the investigation is ongoing. So that runs completely contrary to what Shore is saying, that they arrested him because he criticized the agency. So if he criticized the agency, but there are pending matters that the agency wants him to come and shed light on, are they then to ignore and abandon all those petitions leveled against him because he has criticized them and they don't want the optics to look in a certain way, in the way Shore is painting it? So do you see, this is the fake news type of thing that we're seeing at the moment, the vuvuzela noise and all that. EFCC's case against Martins Vincent Otse, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in the exercise of its mandate of tackling economic and financial crimes, invited Martin Vincent Otse, owing to a series of petitions bordering on sundry issues of alleged financial crimes raised against him. He refused to show up in spite of several invitations sent to him through his known addresses and medium of communication. The petitions pertain to grave allegations. So it's not just casual allegations. So they're conveying the weight of the allegations right here that is serious enough, a serious matter for them to move to arrest him. The petition pertains to grave allegations of financial malfeasance, which cannot be ignored by the commission. And we know that we saw how he tried to whatever I claim it was a joking around the 100 million and naira that people had donated towards him towards good causes, and he was trying to tell us that it's been stolen. So we know that he's somewhat of a shady character at best. Let me take it one more time and we go all the way through. It's just a short read. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Efcc, in the exercise of its mandate of tackling economic and financial crimes, invited Martins Vincent Otse, owing to a series of petitions bordering on sundry issues of alleged financial crimes raised against him. He refused to show up in spite of several invitations sent to him through his known addresses and mediums of communication. The petitions pertain to grave allegations of financial malfeasance, which cannot be ignored by the commission. It is needful to admit that the commission is aware of several unguarded attacks of the suspect against its operations. So this is the commission now. So this is the commission now telling us that they are aware that this guy is heavily critical against the Efcc, and they are aware of his latest outburst, calling them 90% corrupt and all that. So they are going into that space now to acknowledge it and then to address it. It is needful to admit that the commission is aware of several unguarded attacks of the suspect against its operations. While such conduct is condemnable, his arrest was not informed by such attacks. So that is the EFCC now telling us frontally then that it is nothing to do with whatever noise Very Dark Man is making about the commission on social media. So nothing to do with that. It's to do with financial impropriety, which they are inviting him to address. It is needful to admit that the commission is aware of several unguarded attacks of the suspect against its operations. While such conduct is condemnable, his arrest was not informed by such attacks. The relevant law enforcement agency will be allowed to look into them. The EFCC has a lawful right to hold Otse in custody like any other suspect being investigated by the commission. The appropriate remand order was obtained in this regard. So an arrest warrant was procured. I think they usually get that off a magistrate court, isn't it? The EFCC has a lawful right to hold Otse in custody like any other suspect being investigated by the commission. The appropriate remand order was obtained in this regard. He has been offered an administrative bail. So this is runs contrary again to how Shore is headlining his commentaries on this. The EFCC has a lawful right to hold Otse in custody like any other suspect being investigated by the commission. The appropriate remand order was obtained in this regard. He has been offered an administrative bail and will be released after fulfilling all the bail conditions. The commission appreciates the interest of Nigerians in its operations. The passion, enthusiasm, and torrential reactions to all of its activities are welcome. However, insinuations about its motives in carrying out its assignment should no longer continue. The EFCC should be allowed to do its job without fear or favor. As soon as investigations are concluded, charges will be filed. So nothing to do with cyberbullying as I was asking, who was I asking? I was asking, who was with me just the last session we had? Was it Enigmatic? I was asking Enigmatic that should we really regard the Jadenyonjo as a lawyer? I'm a bit reticent to concede that. It's just a charge and bill nonsense. So there it is. That's the official stance of the EFCC. Are quite contrary then to how Chore and the rest of the vuvuzelas, the headless mobs, as Zita calls them, quite contrary to how they will have it. You have poor recollection of history. Tinubu's aide tells additional. So I saw this in passing, and I did know that there was squabbles going on between the chairman of the African Development Bank and the Tinubu administration, but apparently, allegedly, you have poor recollection of history. Tinubu's aide tells additional. So what's going on here? The senior special assistant to President Bola Tinubu on media and publicity, Temitope Ajayi, has said Nigerians' standard of living under the current administration is better than in 1960. So I think additional would have been saying something along those lines. I didn't catch that in the news cycle. The senior special assistant to President Bola Tinubu on media and publicity, Temitope Ajayi, has said Nigerian standard of living under the current administration is better than in 1960. Correspondents reported that the president of the African Development Bank, Akinwumi Adesina, faulted the current government's economic policies, stating that Nigerians are poorer under the current government than they were in 1960. It's just an impossibility for Nigerians to. What Nigerians have now, as instrumentalities of life, for want of a better phrase, is a lot more. Most Nigerians, they enjoy more electricity than they've ever done. Every home has a television virtually. Everybody carries a phone. So I'm not quite sure how the standard of living was better then than it is now. They live longer, they are healthier, they have more infrastructure to cushion and civilize life. So I'm not quite sure what Adesina is saying there. And I'm not even saying Tinubu's administration, but just broadly, life is significantly better now than it was in the 1960s. The senior special assistant to President Bola Tinubu on media and publicity, Temitope Ajayi, has said Nigerians' standard of living under the current administration is better than 1960. Correspondents reported that the president of the African Development Bank, Akinwumi Adesina, faulted the current government's economic policies, stating that Nigerians are poorer under the current government than they were in 1960. According to Ajayi, Adesina's statement showed a poor recollection of history. In a statement on his X handle, he accused the African Development Bank president of raising false alarm. Ajayi said Nigerians live better and have more access to social services than in the 1960s. He listed eating rice as a staple, more cars, exactly what I was just saying, more cars on the road, and more television sets at homes to prove his position. He said, data can be tricky and can serve any purpose anyone wants it to serve. So that is statistics. Who said that thing actually? Statistics, and damned lies. Let me see. Let me just check. Statistics, and damned lies. Yes, statistics, and damned lies. That's what he's saying there. Who is that attributable to? Who said that? Just hold on. I'm now determined to lies, damned lies, and statistics. Who said that? Yes. Benjamin Disraeli. I think, was he an American president? I wonder. Benjamin Disraeli. It was attributable to Benjamin Disraeli and was popularized by Mark Twain. So statistics, and damned lies. Data can be tricky and can serve any purpose anyone wants it to serve, depending on how it is played and interpreted. I think some of our development experts and public figures outside government, especially those who once served in government and now hold positions in multilateral institutions, should be more measured and nuanced in their interventions on public policy. Viewed differently, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, as African Development Bank president, could have made his point on the economic trajectory of Nigeria from 1960 to date without sounding alarmist and populist as he did. I don't think we need to overstate and exaggerate claims to make a point in public fora. It beggars belief that anyone would suggest that Nigeria of 1960 is better than Nigeria of today in terms of standard of living and quality of life. The economy is bigger today 100 times over than it was in 1960. Our population has quadrupled today from what it was in 1960. We have better access to social services and better infrastructure now than we had in 1960s. Just look at old pictures of our cities, towns, and villages of 1960 and today. It shows a wide gap in levels of development and progress we have made. By 1960, most of the houses in our towns and villages were mud and thatched roof houses. Disease that killed people in the 1960s can no longer kill people today as a result of better healthcare. So it's just exactly the point. It's a plural point that Femi Adesina, Akinwumi Adesina is making. I think he's just trying to tap a little bit into this populist alarmist something that is going on at the moment. So it's just tapping into that. Let's go on from that to the next one. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come in. The link is there anyway. Afenifere once against labeling Tinubu's administration as Yoruba government. So even his own ethnic stock, they're distancing from him now. Afenifere, a pan-Yoruba social political organization, has warned those labeling the present administration of President Bola Tinubu as Yoruba government to stop such profiling, stating that such an act is tantamount to playing Russian roulette with our national destiny. Afenifere, in a statement signed on Friday by its National Organizing Secretary Abagun Kole Omololu, said, we have taken due note of the recent expose by Dr. Sandra Duru, detailing her conversation with the suspended Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, particularly her shocking admission of a clandestine plot to sabotage the administration of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which the conspirators have stereotyped as a Yoruba government and thereby stirred the embers of division to deny him a second term. So it looks as though this may well be a pro-Tinubu piece. I thought the Afenifere space was anti-Tinubu, but this may well be a pro-Tinubu piece. Let me send the link again. If any of you roughnecks wants to come in, roughnecks needed. If any of you dizzy rascals, if any of you dizzy rascals want to come in. Did you know that that's the name of an artist actually of grime music, Dizzy Rascal? So yes, I didn't actually know that the Afenifere space leaned towards Tinubu. I thought they leaned against him, not towards him, but this piece certainly leans towards him. Afenifere once against labeling Tinubu's administration as a Yoruba government. Afenifere, a pan-Yoruba social political organization, has warned those labeling the present administration of President Bola Tinubu as Yoruba government to stop such profiling, stating that such act is tantamount to playing Russian roulette with our national destiny. Afenifere, in a statement signed on Friday by its National Organizing Secretary Abagunkole Omololu said, we have taken due note of the recent expose by Dr. Sandra Duru detailing her conversation with the suspended Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, particularly her shocking admission of a clandestine plot to sabotage the administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, which the conspirators have stereotyped as the Yoruba government, and thereby stir the embers of division to deny him a second term. This is no light accusation. It is a revelation that demands reflection from patriots and repudiation from all who still hold Nigeria dear. The group added that, let it be said plainly and without ambiguity, that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government is not a Yoruba government. It is a Nigerian government. It did not ascend to the presidency by tribal inheritance, but by democratic choice, the result of votes cast in faith by Nigerians of every tongue, creed, or religion. Well, not every tongue, go. I don't think anybody casted a single vote for him in the Southeast. To label this administration as Yoruba and weaponize that label as grounds for sabotage is not only dishonest, but a vile act of tribal opportunism and sedition. We reject it utterly. We remind the nation when President Muhammadu Buhari held office for 8 years, no one branded his leadership as a Fulani government. Well, I think everybody did. They called him a Fulani government. No tribal coalition was formed Apologies, I was rabbiting on. I didn't know by I'm going to have to get rid of I pay a lot of money for this stream. Yeah, I pay quite a lot of money for it. And if it's as useless as it is, I'm not quite sure how much of the Afenifere bit you got. But essentially what we saw there was Afenifere somewhat declaring for Tinubu. So hopefully you got sufficient enough of it. So let's go on from there to another one. Yes, Jeje Laye, it appears so. That's what it appears to. I'm not quite sure if it's this stream yard that is acting a bit funky, or it's my system that is it can't be my system. It's a relatively new computer. Let's see. Yes, So yeah, finally VDM granted bail as CFCC shares reasons for its arrest. Nigerians react. So yes, we've done that. Let's go on from that to the next. Yes, the next one is still VDM. So like I said, a lot of the storyline wraps around VDM because he seems to be the recurring decimal in the news. The people sending me news, they didn't send much today. They only send VDM related matters. Yeah, let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. Revealed the secret of very dark man's extraordinary power. So it's from a Edoism, so it'll be some sort of voodoo, I'm sure, because they do a lot of voodoo in that Edo, don't they? So it'll be some voodoo that is relying on. Do we want to get do we want to get into this? This looks like a biography. Do we want to get into this? This guy now, as much as we try to ignore him, I'm not quite sure that he can't be ignored anymore. Very dark man. So there it is. I think they'll tell us that it was born Martin Vincent Osei, but it's better known as Very Dark Man, a name he gave himself, which has not only stock but also connotes mystery, horror, and gloom. And indeed, the man with very distinct facial and muscular features, as well as a peculiar hairstyle, known locally as Suku, as his brand, as the slang goes, is not smiling at all. Yet his distinct physical features, notwithstanding, Very Dark Man has become a brand name associated with activism, whistleblowing, radicalism, revolution, and uncommon courage and boldness. The type that is ironically and sadly in short supply on these shores, etc., etc. As a result of the uncommon boldness and courage he has displayed over the years, even at the cost of his life and serving some time in detention, Very Dark Man has become the darling of the masses. They believe he is a defender of their rights and their voice. As a result, any attempt by Nigerian security agents to arrest him is always met with stiff resistance, public disapproval, angst, agitation, and protest. Ever since Very Dark Man shot to the limelight, he has not wavered, nor has his revolutionary spirit dimmed or dipped. He has been in and out of detention 4 times, yet he has fueled his mystique with his loquaciousness that is in sharp contrast with his silence about his ethnic origin. We know his ethnic origin. We know he's an Edo guy. I thought he was a Mala, but I've been informed now that he's an Edo man. This perhaps has to do with the fact that he is a pan-Nigerian. He does not identify with any ethnic group in Nigeria. He is anti-Yoruba though, because he's always accusing the Yoruba. He's always dog whistling tribalism towards the Yoruba. So we know it's a Yoruba hater, that Very Dark Man. This perhaps has to do with the fact that he's a pan-Nigerian. He does not identify with any ethnic group in Nigeria. While many believe he's a Benin man from Edo State, others equally say he's from Cross River. Still, Very Dark Man was born in Kaduna and has been silent about his ethnic origin. Very Dark Man has had several brushes with many prominent Nigerians and even institutions. Nigerians will never forget easily his expose on Bobrisky and the ripples it generated, which made Nigerian distinguished lawyer and human rights activist Mr. Femi Falana SAN describe his kind of radicalism as infantile radicalism. What with his libelous accusations and is not being able to prove them. Yet, despite the furore that it generated, Very Dark Man has not deterred. It seems the more time he spends in detention, the more his appetite for exposing corruption and speaking truth to power is whetted. And he himself once said he knows security agents are always on his watch and trail, looking for evidence with which to nail him. His latest arrest by officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, at a branch of the Guarantee Trust Bank in Abuja, following his revelation that he would be at one of the banks to sort out some financial issues concerning his mother, whose salary has constantly been deducted by the bank, has generated ripples. Many prominent Nigerians who condemned his arrest and detention include former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former presidential candidate Peter Obi, Afrobeat superstar Davido, Cubana chief priest, and his lawyer Adeyanju, to mention a few. Nigerians youth also took to the streets in Abuja on Monday, May the 5th, protesting his arrest and continual detention as they laid siege to GTB's headquarters in the Federal Capital Territory. This form of protest and condemnation, both on the streets and on social media, has always greeted his arrest. Still, the question many are asking is, what is the source of Very Dark Man's uncommon courage and boldness? Street gossips attribute that to some extraordinary power in his possession. He don't chop a zen. So what is a zen? E-Z-E-N. If anybody of Edo Talk is listening, tell us what a zen is. E-Z-E-N. He don't chop a zen. He no be Benin man. In mama don't cook am. Nothing fit do am. Many say in pidgin, meaning he has fortified himself with witchcraft powers, and the fact that his mother had prepared some charms for him explains his invincibility. This is the stuff of legend. Oh, okay. So anyway, as along those lines, I did say it was voodoo for reasons that is from Edo. They do a lot of voodoo in Edo. It's a voodoo headquarters. Nnamdi Kanu admits inciting public to attack police officers, witness tell court. So he doesn't even need to admit. He said it he broadcast it on the internet. He broadcast it globally that his followers should be attacking police and killing them. He said it severally as well. So it's an open and short case, this Nnamdi Kanu matter, as far as I'm concerned. And it's a capital offense, by the way. So the fullness of the law will take his life. If they want to follow it strictly by law, the guy will face capital punishment. There is no escaping that. But I think they'll play him politically. Nnamdi Kanu admitted inciting public to attack police officers, witness tell court. A witness in the trial of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on Monday, said the IPOB leader admitted inciting members. A witness in the trial of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, on Tuesday, said the IPOB leader admitted inciting members of the public to attack police officers during interrogation. The witness, a DSS operative identified as BBB for security reasons, told Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court in Abuja was being led in evidence by the federal government's lawyer, Chief Adegboyega Awomolo SAN. BBB, who was the second prosecution witness, gave his testimony behind a screen provided by the court. The witness said, beside being the leader of the IPOB, Kanu is also the founder of Eastern Security Network, the armed wing of IPOB. Is that Kanu also operated an illegal radio station which broadcast on frequencies 102.1 FM, etc., etc. BBB told the court that the radio was illegal because it was not licensed by the National Broadcasting Commission. Whenever lawyer asked if the PW2 had encounter with Kanu, the witness said he got to know Kanu when he was assigned the duty of taking his statement on July the 17th, 2021, followed a letter from the Attorney General of the Federation requesting that the IPOB leader be investigated in respect of his alleged terrorism activities. The DSS operative said the AGS letter was addressed to the Director General of the service. He said they carried out the assignment in the company of 4 others, including a director. He said he handed Kanu the letter from the AGF, which the defendant read and also gave his lawyers to read, following which he requested that Kanu respond to issues raised in the letter. He said after reading the letter, Kanu volunteered to make a statement in the presence of 2 of his lawyers, including Aloy Ejimako. The witness said he played some of the broadcast made by the defendant on his radio station known as Radio Biafra, including where he called for the attack on police officers and other inciting comments. BBB said Kanu admitted that the broadcast, which he played to his hearing, were his own. When Awomolo asked what Kanu was agitated about, the witness said Kanu wanted the secession of 5 southeastern states, part of Kogi and part of Benue, from the rest of Nigeria. He said the statement-taking session was also recorded on video, so he cannot deny it, essentially what he's saying. When Awomolo sought to tender the AGF's letter and a copy of the video disc, the defendant's lawyer, Chief Kanu Agabi, SAN, objected. Agabi argued that the letter and the disc were not included in the evidence served on them. Agabi said it was part. So there it is. So then they go the back and forth of legal whatnot ensues. I'll send the link again if you want to come in. So that's the readout. I'll play you the clips we have. Nobody turns up. We call it a night. Let's see what we have in terms of clips. Oh, let me play you this one. This is there's every chance that Charles Soludo is going to campaign for Tinubu come 2027. And by the way, by the time 2027 comes, so Charles Soludo will no longer be in play because he's an off-cycle governor, and his play comes November this year. So by November this year, Charles Soludo should have gotten his second term and should be well into his second term by 2027. But I will see then how he plays. Charles Soludo is not going to play to ethnicity, not because he's not a proud Igbo man, because he holds no truck with Peter Obi. It doesn't rate him in the slightest. So he's not going to play to that space. But which space is Charles Soludo going to play to? So this clip that I'm about to play you now, it will give you an indication somewhat of how Charles Soludo might lean in 2027, almost certainly lean towards Tinubu. Watch this.
I was governor of Central Bank, and I met the exchange rate at about 138 naira. I am the governor that presided over having seen the rate move down from 138 to 120 to 118, and actually came down to 112 naira to the dollar before the global financial crisis of 2008-2009. And I met $10 billion as external reserves and built it to the all-time almost 63 billion that we had. And even in spite of payment of the 12 billion in external debt, and then going through the worst financial crisis in history, I still left behind about 45 billion the day I left office. Now, I've seen this myself. I've seen it up, I've seen it down, and I know quite a few things. But there's something, a note I will leave with you, and that is that we must realize where we're coming from. That we sat here in this country and saw the monetary authorities literally printing money, literally illegally, and I must say, printing money. Because I superintended the development or the drafting of the 2007 Central Bank Act. And to prevent us from getting where we are today, that's why we had an explicit clause there that prevents central bank from lending, recklessly, granting ways and means advances to the federal government. And we explicitly put in the law that you cannot grant more than to federal government more than 5% of the previous year's actual revenue as ways and means advances to the federal government. And that so granted must be retired by the end of the year in which it is granted. And where the federal government fails to retire that, the central bank is forbidden by that law from further advancing ways and means to it. That's the law. 2007 Act of the Central Bank. By that law, I don't think there was any time that the ways and means advances would have been more than 250 billion at any point in time. We were very stringent in doing this. And as governor, I was very bullish in insisting that we remain within the ambit of the law. But we sat there, all of us, Nigerians, we're all guilty of this. We all sat, saw the central bank, brazenly, illegally violating that act year on year and kept printing money, literally. Because when you advance money that is backed by nothing, you just credit the federal government, but continue to credit the account of government with trillions. 1 trillion, people shouted, 2 trillion, 10 trillion, 15 trillion, 20 trillion. And we kept going. My dear friend Sheung, I did say it before, that this particular government inherited a dead economy. From a macroeconomic point of view, this government inherited a dead economy standing, almost a dead horse, but was still standing. But people didn't know it was dead. Because you cannot pour drums of water on a rug and expect that the rug will not be wet. There is humongous challenges. And I think it is important that Nigerians understand this. And that it's not a tea party. Cardoso and the Minister of Finance, when I spoke with them, each one of them I spoke to, on the appointment, I said, meaning have my congratulations and also my commiserations. Because I know what faces them. And Nigerians need our support collectively, intellectually, and in whatever way that we can. But I want to believe that, we'll lock ourselves in a room for a day or two. We must be able to get through this. Nigeria, I'm an incurable optimist in the greatness of this country. That's why I offered. That's why I applied for this job. If I don't believe in the future, in the incredible, the future of this country, then I wouldn't be, taking myself through this, what I call the executive imprisonment, as it were.
So that's Charles Soludo right there, just walking us through the details of how we got here. And by the way, we don't even need Charles Soludo to walk us through the details of how we got here. We all know how we got here. So quite how people are having amnesia is a convenient and a politically led amnesia. Do you remember when Emefiele, you must remember, when they was printing money like confetti, Charles Soludo explained it right there. We all knew it anyway, that if the government was to borrow from the CBN, they cannot borrow in excess I think I used to think it was even 7%. 7% of the revenues of the previous financial cycle. But this guy was just printing money and printing money. So money that wasn't backed with anything. So that either hemorrhages, and by the way, the devaluation of the Naira that we're seeing now, a lot of it wraps around what Emefiele did. In fact, a good 60% of it is what Emefiele did. All that are just the crazed printing of money, just like confetti, as though it was Uganda. So that's Soludo right there. I think I'm going to actually dig out this interaction with the media that he had, and then we'll do a reaction session on it maybe tomorrow. So we do that. Let me take you to other spaces. So let's go to the NEL fund. So the NEL funds now, there was this fake news being circulated from the usual quarters that 70 billion naira was missing from the NEL funds. NEL funds has now come out to say that no such thing happened. And here is one of their lead figures speaking to Seun Okebaloye around the finances of NEL funds. So watch this.
Has there been a disbursement of 100 billion?
No.
How much has been disbursed?
Okay, so first of all, let me tell you, we've received not even 100 billion. The Nigeria Education Loan Fund has received about 203 billion naira.
203.
Okay. 203 billion naira. I'll break it down for you. 10 billion from appropriation from the Office of the Minister of Finance through the Office of the Accountant General. 50 billion from the EFCC, proceeds of crime. 143 billion from TET Fund. So you can see already the actual amount received is actually in excess of what's even been said to have been received. Of that, 54 billion has been disbursed to date. 30 billion of that has gone to institutions. 24 billion has gone to upkeep. So there's a pocket money side to this. So that's 54 billion disbursed.
Already in the space of about a year.
In the space of about 11 and a half months.
Okay. So 54 billion out of 243.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
So we have left...
Sorry, not 243.
You said two...
So no, I broke it down.
Yeah, 10 billion,
10 billion
50 billion,
143 billion.
143.
Yeah. That doesn't come to 243.
No, so it's 60 plus 143, that's 203 thereabout.
Correct.
All right. 203 billion,
yes.
That is the total amount that has been given to NEL Fund.
Absolutely.
Out of which 54 billion has been disbursed. So you have in excess of about 140 billion.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Now, in that 140 billion, where is the controversy? I suppose that it is in the, because the 140 billion or thereabout is in the bank at the moment.
Correct.
Right?
It's in the
your
central
account.
bank. It's in the central bank. It's in NEL Fund account in the Central Bank of Nigeria.
So there it is right there. So that's a leading figure within the NEL Fund space, giving an account of just how the money is being handled. But of course, like I always say, these people, they don't let facts get in the way of their noise making. So they don't let facts get in the way of their noise making. But if you really want to know what corruption looks like, this is what corruption looks like.
In 2009, around June, there was an issue that has to do with the police in Lagos State at number 7 Aerodrome Street, Apapa, where certain vehicles of government were arrested by the then CP, Marvel Akpoyibo, on a tip-off that these vehicles were carrying arms. And the police decided to accostom this vehicle, and it was discovered that 250 million naira were found cash in briefcases in that vehicle. Then what happened? The IGP was alerted, and they discovered that the money was coming from Anambra State. Okay. And Peter Obi was the one that was taking that money to the headquarters where the companies are for London.
I need to stop this conversation here. We're trying to look at issues raised by Peter Obi.
Bad leadership, corruption.
Yes, and then you're bringing him. This is a whole lot of accusations that I do not think you have any ready evidence.
I have. I can quote Vanguard newspapers. Just go and check.
Okay, what date of Vanguard?
June 1st, 2009.
Okay, and the issue of the best cash and carry. What you said the procurement process was not for you. It wasn't discussed at the executive arm of government.
And yes.
Yeah, Yes, where's the evidence to that?
See, my sister, we are in digital era.
That's what I'm saying.
What you need to do now, see, there is one thing with the Nigerian people. I'm coming.
About the 250 million you talked about.
Serious investigation. In fact, the money were taken to the bank, according to the IGP, who insisted that you can't take this whole lot of money. Take it there to work.
So there it is right there. How many times have we told you that? It's just the way they try to cover up Peter Obi. It's a known looter now. When I come here and tell you the guy is a thief, it's not to besmirch or to disparage. It's just to tell you factually what the case is. You know, out of the leading figures in that 2023 electoral cycle, Peter Obi is the most indictable in terms of corruption. Is the one that is the easiest to establish corruption against, because the trail is just so there. You know, there is no. Oh, there was something somebody sent me actually. Maybe I'll play that to you. You know, there's nothing that redeems. Hold on. There is something somebody sent me. I think you may need to see this. You know, but as I was saying, there's nothing that redeems that. It's beyond redemption. I hope this is it. Somebody sent me. Oh no, maybe I don't want to play that. Maybe it's too ethnic. Maybe it's too tribalistic. But no, Peter Obi is a criminal. Everybody knows he's a criminal. You know. Oh yes, this is it. So do I want to play you this? Do I want to play you this? Let me just play it anyway. I think we must never be cowed by public response. Let me just download something and play it to you. I'll just wait for it to download quickly. Let's just pick it up from there, send it there, and then we pick it up in the studio and then play it to you. So whilst we're waiting, all right, I think that's done. So whilst we're waiting for that to pick up, so this clip that I'm about to this clip that I'm about to play you now, this is me at a party, not me personally, but this is how I manifest at a party. What this is Fashola. This is the average Yoruba person of a certain breeding. This is how they are at a party. Contrary to the Owambe reputation, this is how Yoruba people are often at a party. What this? So that's Fashola. That's me right there, isn't it? He would rather be anywhere else than where he is at that moment. He would rather be at some seminar giving a lecture than where he is right there. So who wrote that 48 laws of power or whatever it is? And he told us never outshine the master. I don't think anybody needs to read that book to know you should never outshine the master. Here is Governor Umba. I'm not quite sure which state he is, Imo State or wherever. So here is Governor Umba in a sports day activity with his staff. This just amused me when I saw it. Watch this. So look very closely. You'll spot what amuses me in this clip, but you have to watch it very closely. There it is right there. Never outshine the master. Look at that. His security details virtually wrestling people to the ground, not to breast the tape before him. So there it is right there. Never outshine the master. And never outshine the master, but should you be shining the master's shoe? That's the bigger question. That's the wider question. Never outshine the master, but should you be shining the master's shoe? This next clip that I'm about to play you now is nothing short of disgraceful. That's the only thing. That's the only adjective that qualifies this next clip that I'm about to play you. This is just disgraceful.
Tell your papa, she, tell your papa, country hard. Tell your papa, she, tell your papa, people to die. Tell your papa, she, this one don't pass jaga, yama.
So there it is right there. So that's a Nigerian police officer shining Ganduje's shoes. I've never seen such a thing. So that's a Nigerian police officer shining Ganduje's shoes right there. It's nothing short of disgraceful. Nothing short of disgraceful. So now this next clip that I'm about to play you now, this is on a lighter note sort of a clip. But what this guy has to say here, I concur. This is an Indian man that's just come into the UK and is telling us then about the immediate impact of that country on him. And I have to say that I concur with the sentiments. Watch this.
Hello friends, I've been in London for the last 4 or 5 days and I finally figured out why India is the best. India is the best because things don't work. A place like London, things work. If they say that the hot water is coming in this tap, it comes in that tap. If they say that the bus is coming here at 9:10, it comes at 9:10. There is no surprise. Life is so boring here. That is why white people are depressed and they come to India to find themselves. Things shouldn't work. Let us appreciate our government for working on our mental health every single day by making sure things don't work.
I'm not quite sure if that was sarcasm, but I'm sort of broadly in the broad park of an understanding of what it means. Sometimes you just want things to be rough around the edges. You don't like things to be too sanguine and sanitized. Too sanguine and sanitized is what he's saying there. So too sanguine and sanitized. I think I've got one more for you. This one somewhat controversial, but one of the top circulating clips on Twitter today. This guy is an Aboki from the north, and this is the message that he has for you.
You see, the Igbo communities, please, I learned to understand one thing. When somebody asks you a question, you cannot answer the question. The next thing you reply with insult. You reply with insult because you don't have anything to say. I only ask you, go and give me 7 projects that Peter Obi did compared to what Bola Ahmed Tinubu did when he was a governor. You couldn't bring it. You started insulting me, not even my own self. You insult my religion, not even my religion, my prophet. Why? Why? Because I said you people lack that Western wiseness. You need it. The England people need to come back and colonize only the Igbos. They need to come back and colonize you people. I can accept all insult, but I cannot accept insulting my prophet. Are you more educated than us? You are not more educated than us. In Nigeria today, when they're saying we are the rich people, they cannot call Igbo. Educated people, they cannot call Igbo.
All right. I agree with what that guy is saying, apart from him saying Igbo. So people often conflate the obedience with the Igbos. The obedience had nothing to do with the Igbos any more than the IPOBs are anything to do with the Igbos. But if his commentaries are pointed towards the obedience, then I agree with it in total. But I cannot agree to broad brush all ethnic stock, because the more cerebral, more thinking Easterners, which is the abundance of the East, they don't align with that sheep mentality of everybody just going in one direction. So that's the presentation for today. The link is in the comment section. If you want the conversation, hop on. We play the Kegite music, see what happens after that. First, the Kegites. Egbe Elemo, have you got your calabash ready?
Water.
sima.
Ó yá ṣe kọ̀kọ̀ mi kíákíá. Jábẹ́ mu.
Water, 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 water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, the elegance, that is Choma right there, the elegant lady from downtown America. The erudite master brain, Uncle Benno. So there's Ben right there, who we've not seen for a while. Always a delight when Ben is here. And an actual royalty, Prince Daddy. So still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. We kick it off, start it off with you, Chioma. So are you following the narrative of this very daft man, or what are you calling him? Or, so the narrative of this very daft man, what are you making of it? It should rot in jail, shouldn't it, really?
Good evening, one man.
Good evening to you.
Contrary to Mike's opinion, I don't think you kiss my ass, do you?
Well, I hope not. I don't think my wife would approve.
See? So Mike is a Fulani, so we all know that. That's why he's throwing jabs. Anywho, yeah,
did you pause in between the two syllables there?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You said Mike is a fool, and then you said Annie. Is he a fool, Annie?
That's your own interpretation, not mine.
All right.
So I'm gonna get to Very Dark Man, but I wanted to talk
Very
about
Dark Man or Very Daft Man? What is that? Is it okay? Sorry, carry on.
Very Dark Black Man. I don't want to speak bad of him. He seems like a nice man, a good man. So don't mind my voice. I have a little cough. So anywho, I wanted to talk about our democratic system, right? That's the type of government we're running in Nigeria. True or false?
Of sorts, yes. We run a democracy of sorts, yes.
Okay. So you remember the time that, like back then, like 2020, 22, 21, even 2020, Trump was campaigning after he lost. He went back on a campaign trail, going from one state to another, just, campaigning, speaking to the people. That's really how he won, right? So don't you find it odd that in our country, instead of our present president campaigning, the government is strategizing on how to rig the election? True or false?
False.
So you don't think there's anything wrong with the Nigerian strategy in winning election these days? We're not. They're not campaigning.
Yeah,
There's
because
no.
we're not in the election season, Chioma, so they shouldn't be. It's even against the law to be campaigning now.
No, it's not against the law. There's
It
ways to
is.
do this.
If
No,
if
I need to
INEC
see
doesn't
that
declare that
law.
the election has
I need to
started,
see
then
that
the law
law.
forbids. Yeah.
I need to see that law because Vito B is doing very well, in promoting himself. And I like that. So instead of the government trying to, you know, reduce people and, destroy political groups, he should just campaign, like do it fair and square. Stop trying to ruin all these parties just so that you can manipulate your way to the election period. You don't. It's not right and it's not fair. So that's one point, right? So P2B, I don't like what you said about P2B. P2B, he's a good man. I don't like, what did you call him again? You said that he stole funds. He never stole any funds. He's never been invited to EFCC like Very Dark Black Man
He
and
has. He
others.
has. That's not true. He has.
The FBI doesn't have any case against P2B, but they have one on the present government and president. So I think you should just
That's
tone
also not
down.
true. That's also not true, Choma. Factually not true.
Factually, it's true.
The FBI has a case against him and is wrapped in the Pandora Papers. But carry
On
on.
P2B.
Yes.
One man, I'm sorry.
You don't know the guy.
You can speak all the British English you want. It doesn't move me. I'm not moved by your vernaculars and all those things. I'm not moved by that. So
That FBI has a file on P2B. Everybody, even the P2B knows that it's been on media to speak on the FBI file on him now. It was exposed now. The Pandora Papers. Do you not remember?
No, there's no such thing. It doesn't exist. Fake news. So yeah, P2B is, a good man. I don't think you should be speaking badly about him because there's such thing as karma. I don't wish that on anyone. But let's just take it easy. Anywho, Very Dark Black Man. So what was the problem with him? What did the EFCC release?
They said financial malfeasance. They said they've received a series of petitions against him alleging financial impropriety. You know that he harvests money from members of the public under one do good cause or the other. And do you remember a few months ago that he tried to pull a fast one with like 100 million naira? So so they've received a series, and they invited him severally as well to come and answer questions, etc., etc. But Dito Dele Farotimi, he felt he was above the law, and the law had to assert its authority.
So, the good thing about Very Dark Black Man, even though he committed these crimes, I believe so. However, he did it for the good of the people. He's actually has a foundation and he's helping people. Unlike our politicians, I think he has done more for the country than our governors, So I just hope that EFCC will have mercy on him. And I hope that he will return any stolen funds. I'm talking about Very Dark Black Man. Anything he stole, I hope he returns it. But he's a good man, and he's really working for the people and the less privileged and women and children. That's most important, is your heart. So I want to talk about Soludo, right? I don't like that man. I don't know. There's just something so evil and like bad about him. I don't know why. I just don't like Soludo. He doesn't seem like an honest person. He said that One man, please move on from trauma. My brain cells are getting, that was why I actually removed that Arogidib. I removed him from the studio. I think I banned him too. Maybe you have to unban him.
Yeah, don't ban him more. That's one of our better voices now. We're running out of voices at the rate you guys are banning them.
I know.
Don't ban him.
Arogidib, he's an idiot, He has this funny accent, but he's really an idiot, Arogidib. Yeah, you're an idiot, sir. So anywho, back to what I was saying. About where was I before this idiot Arogidib?
Don't call him names either. Have you not learned from the Kulata something?
No.
Don't call people
Kulata is
names.
doing
Now.
fine. I spoke to him. He's fine. He just needed a break. So Arogidib is an idiot. So let's continue.
No, don't please.
Soludo. So back to Soludo, right? I don't trust Soludo. I think he lies. Because he said the government inherited a bad economy. But can any of them work for free? Like if they care so much for the country, can any of our governors work for free? I know that Peter Obi even said that when he becomes president, he will not receive any paycheck from the government, or even as a president. Like he's willing to run the country without receiving a paycheck. That's what an honest man is, a man of integrity. But Soludo is speaking in favor of the government, because the election period in Anambra is coming up, and he knows he's going to lose. Anambra people, they're not happy with him. So all these things he's saying, it's just like, he's just trying to make excuses for his failure. So yeah, I really hope that any person other than Soludo will win the election in Anambra State, because he doesn't seem like a good man, an honest man. He seems he's just bad energy. Like everything about him is just bad, So yeah, that's all I want to say. Is there anything else on the news you want me to speak on?
But there's not that much in the news, I have to say, unless anything caught your attention. But still on that, Arogidib coming, by the way. Choma, please don't ban people
like you didn't make any statement. I banned you because I didn't want to hear your voice. I didn't want to see your name.
No, don't please
until you apologize for your behavior.
What behavior?
Well, you don't know, but I know. Trust me.
All right.
I'm not just mean for no reason. One man, I'm not mean to people for no reason. If you try me, I will take it to hell. I will take you to hell and burn you to ashes myself. You don't need a devil to do that. Anywho, what were we going to talk about news?
Yeah. Let me play you this clip, and then you just give us a brief comment on it. So it's still on that very dark man space. So he has no known source of income apart from being a social media something. So that's the first thing. And people are accusing him.
Man, I just banned Arogidib. I think you have to unban him again. I put him on timeout and it's been automatically banned him.
No,
so
don't
yeah,
do that now.
back to what I just wanted just so you can correct it. Once I'm gone, you can fix it. I don't want to look at his comments. So yeah, what were you saying?
No, Choma, please don't do that, because we don't want to upset everybody out of the platform.
How much is Arogidib paying every month?
How do you mean?
Say, because Liz was like, how can paying members be banned? How much is he paying every month?
No, just don't ban. Don't ban people.
No, I put him on timeout.
Yes. Okay.
For
how long?
No, I didn't. It was on your system, so the thing automatically banned him. So.
All right. Because at the rates that we are pissing people off, we might just end up not having anybody here anymore. But
it's bad energy. We have to remove bad energy.
No, we don't.
Good energy, filling with happiness and laughter, not tribalistic piece of shits. Continue.
No, the tribalistic piece of shit is allowed. That we are Nigerians. That's what we do. Tribalistic piece of shit. Let me play you this clip. Give us a brief commentary on it, and then I'll try and see if I can undo whatever it is that you just did. So okay. I was just saying that this very dark man, he has no known source of income apart from social media noise making. But he gets a lot of donations from people. But here, look at this. What are you making of this?
You, John, very dark man. You.
So there he is right there. Somebody with no known source of income driving a 250 million naira supercar.
So one man, how did all those money get into his account? It's from people, right?
Yes.
I'm the kind of person, just like if I donate to your account or your GoFundMe or whatever, whatever you do with it is your business. When I give money, I don't look at what people are doing with it. I wash my hands off of it because I did what was my heart, and that's the most important thing. But another thing for Very Dark Black Man, I think he was very poor.
They are donating the money to his they are donating to his NGO, not to him though. So that's the thing. So they're not actually giving him money. They are entrusting him with the money towards. What was that?
Yeah, but so I was saying that he is giving back. Obviously, you see the good that he does for people, even how he brought those girls back from that country where they were kidnapped. He's helped a lot of women and children, even people in the north. He was dashing them money. I mean, he's a very good man. So, but you work hard, you play harder. It's one life to live. So I don't see anything wrong with him driving a nice car. I don't know why Nigerians, you don't want people to win. You don't want people to be happy. You want him to be local like y'all. No, let him live life. He grew up poor. Let him enjoy life. He worked hard so he can play harder. He has a right to do that. And we need to learn that white people don't do this, only our people. Just because you donate to someone doesn't mean, they're answerable to you.
You're not getting it. They're not donating to him. They are donating to an NGO that he set up, and they're entrusting him with that money to do the good that the NGO was set up for. But he's helping himself to the funds of the NGO to buy supercars and disappear 100 million naira and all that.
So the NGO is, in his name. True or false?
No, it's a registered company. It's a corporate entity.
Who is the managing director of the NGO?
I don't know.
It's Very Dark Black Man. So obviously it's just like if I have a foundation now and you decide to donate to me, it is what it is. I'm not answerable to you. Yeah. The Very Dark Black Man is maybe answerable to EFCC, but he's not answerable to the people. You donate it and just, just forget about it. As long as he's doing what he needs to do for the poor and, the women and children, that's the most important thing. I don't see anything wrong with whatever Very Dark Black Man did. He worked so hard. He deserved to live. He deserved to enjoy life. He deserves to have nice cars. There's nothing wrong with that.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Choma.
I also think the EFCC, they're trying to steal from his NGO. That's just their nature. Typical EFCC. They're looking to where to steal from. And I can vouch for that. I have experience.
They're stealing from you?
My friends told me that the EFCC are trying to steal from them. Yes.
They're trying to steal from them. I don't think that's in their remit. But what
the bail is for. That's why they're trying to get into the bail agreement. They're trying to come up with the amount to settle the issue. That it is what it is. One man, just stop just reading and think and see what's really happening behind, closed doors.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Choma. Let's move the conversation around a little bit.
Is there any other news you want me to speak on? Because I have to go and eat dinner, but I'm gonna come back to moderate and tell your little friend Arrogant about that. I'm gonna moderate if Patulski and them are not here, so he needs to, you know.
No, Choma, we can't be doing that in all seriousness, because it's one of the favorite voices on the platform, and we can't just
Well,
be doing.
he started it first with his comments. He's a very bad man. He doesn't know how to talk to women. He's a misogynist. I don't like
As a misogynist.
Yes.
Have you seen some of the comments that you make, Choma? You are the last person to be talking about
I'm
people
the nicest
making us
person.
stop.
Me and Adam are like the nicest. Me, Adama, AB, Ayo, we're like the nicest people on the platform.
Have you heard of a drink called the Devil's Brew?
No, I don't drink such things. Anything that has to do with devil.
Yes. I think that might have a little bit of the Choma DNA in it. The Devil's Brew. But Choma, let's bring Benno into the conversation. You can stay if you want to, just to for the optics and all that. But let's bring Benno into the conversation, because I know he's a very loss obedient and a champion of the very daft man and all of that. So a case for the defense, Uncle Benno.
My boss, how you did?
Hold on, 1 minute. I want everyone to click the like button and share the broadcast. Click the like button, share the broadcast. That's all.
Brilliant. Always do that. So Benno, it's been a while. Good to see you, my
guy. I always stop by. It's just that, I told you the last time, I'm trying to understand how your platform operates, And I always stop by. It's just that when I stop by, you may not recognize the channel I come in with. I rebranded my channel. So I converted the African podcast to... Sir?
What is it? Trending something? Tell us what it's called.
Yeah. Trends Reality.
Trends Reality. So that's our Benno's platform. It's one of the fastest growing platforms.
So
it gets views in the millions. Even when it's coffee, millions of people are listening.
No, God. So what happened was that I converted the platform to American content. So
yes, I noticed.
Then I use Uncle Benno for my Niger content. So I always stop by. Baba. How have you been, sir?
I've been good though. We're still slugging at it. We're still trying to wrestle Peter Obi to the ground.
I see. It's apparent in your rhetorics. You are just like anti-Obi by fire by force.
By fire by force. I think I'm the number one anti-Obi person out there. I don't think anybody's more anti-Obi than me. Possibly.
Well, it is what it is. Anyway, shout out to everybody, Sister Chioma, Prince Daffy, the star, and every other person on the panel, and those that are watching. Shout out to everybody. I salute to my brothers and sisters. Woman, I don't know which one you want me to start with, but if you allow me, I would just like to appeal to the audience here that please, this is African platform. We can't be doing this fighting all the time, please. Let's just apply some accommodation and maturity, I beg. Because for somebody who might be viewing the channel for the first time, when they see all these kind of, shading, subtle trolling and the likes, they will just go and they won't come back. So please, make una let us dey enjoy our political platform small. We did diaspora. A platform like this is where we get what's going on and get to at least update ourselves. So Baba no vex, I just say that one, sir.
Well said. I concur.
So where do you want me to start, boss?
Well, I know you stream a lot about Very Dark Man as well, and I know that you have a perspective on it, but there are different strands to it. So they arrest this guy, and then without even knowing the reasons for the arrest is a retinue of I don't even want to. What does it call them? Rattels or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or
The Rattels.
to the point that they are actually protesting on the streets without even having an
Yeah.
understanding of why the guy was arrested. So there's that storyline, and then there's Akinwumi Adesina weighing against the Tinubu administration, telling them then that they have regressed the country to pre-1960s level of poverty. So we're looking at that as well. Afenifere leaping to the defense of Tinubu, which catches me off guard somewhat because I thought they were more a secession group than anything else. So and then Peter Obi, not Peter Obi, Nnamdi Kanu, still battling with the state to try and extricate himself from the clutches. So any of those, yeah.
Okay. Please, if you will pardon me, I don't want to speak about the Nnamdi Kanu situation, sir. If that's
Okay, just free flow, or even anything else that we may
okay.
have missed, just
Okay.
free flow.
Yeah, I would like to speak on the very dark man situation first off. I think we're gonna be doing very dark man injustice if we just assume that the arrest was justified, sir. In all honesty, I'm not gonna lie. I like him, even though I criticize his method at times. But everybody knows that I'm my boy, and the reason I like him is just for the outspokenness. Being the voice of the voiceless. Those are the things I like about him. And nobody is perfect. He has his shortcomings. He runs his mouth, step on a couple of toes, and all that. But Nigeria itself, who is not stepping on somebody in Nigeria? Even the government is stepping on the poor masses. So the whole country is in shambles in a nutshell. So when it comes to this very dark man arrest, I think if we have to be honest, EFCC is in the wrong here. And I'm coming from the point of view that everything seems like EFCC decided to grab him with the slightest opportunity they have without having any charges prepared. That's what it looks like. EFCC grabbed him. It took EFCC 72 hours to say something. And the first time they're going to say anything at all, we heard it from BBC. Unless we want to say BBC is no longer a reputable media house, BBC came through and said, okay, what EFCC is saying is that there are several petitions against this guy. And in those petitions, one of the top accusation is that he's doing cyber stalking. And then the moment that got out, the way people were reacting to that, people calling the BS out that EFCC has no jurisdiction when it or that EFCC has no authority when it comes to cyber stalking. That's not the mandate of the EFCC. So I guess they quickly realized that this might go south. And the moment they actually came up with that cyber stalking, people already knew those who have major issue with very dark man. And of course, we all know that the Mesishiwe situation is still right there. Okay, the Mesishiwe situation whereby the husband is in the same WhatsApp group with a lot of redeemed pastors that also work for EFCC. So that one is there. And there's just a couple of people who might have some axe to grind with a very dark man. So if they say they pick him up on the basis of cyber stalking, there's nothing there. And besides that, the fact that the Rattles are coming out to support very dark man, it also poses as a threat to anybody who may file such petition against him. So that's on the one hand, EFCC is wrong, wrong, wrong. They do not, the arrest is completely wrong. Now, is very dark man above the law? No. Should he be arrested if he committed any crime? Yes, of course, 1000%. That's what we are clamoring for in Nigeria, that nobody should be above the law. But should people be whisked away, kidnapped? I don't know. That shouldn't be what it is. So it's wrong, wrong, wrong. Now, in the case of the GTB situation, I think GTB has a lot of shady deals ongoing. People really, even besides VDM, mom issue and the like, people have been reporting GTB for a long time. Me, myself, personally, I have an account with GTB. At a point, I just have to like abandon the account. I think I left like maybe like 500,000 in that account, and that was about 5 years ago. So GTB have some of these shady practices that is not okay. Now, if the narrative is that okay, GTB is kind of culpable in how the EFCC arrested Very Dark Man, all they got to do is to come out and clear the air. That's what EFCC should have done in the first place, if truly they have something against him. And besides, who is Very Dark Man? That if there are petition against him, the EFCC cannot go to his house and show him arrest warrant and arrest him, or better still, invite him over. I'm just gonna put it this way.
According to the FCC, they invited him severally, but he ignored it. That's
Boss,
what they
forget that EFCC. We know EFCC. They fall everybody hand. Make I no lie, bros. I don't expect such an agency to be acting as if they are being led by one Agbero police constable. You know, EFCC is a big organization. Whereas the EFCC is supposed to command a lot of respect, but the way they conduct themselves and the way they actually, even the officers and the likes, the way they conduct themselves, there is nothing to write home about them. Is EFCC is more or less like a political tool. That's just what it looks like right now. So, Very Dark Man is not. I think maybe they underestimated his influence. That's why they just went in and said, you know what, let's just snatch him up. When we
do
snatch
you
him up, we
do
go through
you
his
think
phone and come up with something.
sorry, Uncle Beno. Do you
Yes,
think
sir.
they underestimated his influence, or do you think he overestimated his influence? Because for all of the protests that we saw, we didn't actually see. It's like one of those show rare protests, isn't it? When it's just
Mm.
10 men and a lot of noise. It wasn't anything spectacular. It wasn't anything, and it won't go past today. So maybe he overestimated his influence. Would you think, or?
No. Very Dark Man is not the one who overestimated his influence. I think it's EFCC that underestimated him. Look, even I think we as members of the society, we all don't realize what kind of influence this guy has on a lot of youth in Nigeria. And I think this EFCC arrest are beginning to open people's eyes. The influence Very Dark Man has right now, even politicians will be jealous of him. You know what it means for people to kind of dedicated themselves in following an individual. He's not rich. It's not like he's a rich guy or a politician, or maybe he's bribing them. We all know how our politicians in Nigeria, how they get their crowds. They usually bought their crowd, even political rally, everything, they pay for it. But here is a guy who did not pay a dime, and youth are just coming out and say, you know what, you got to free him, you got to free him. I saw some people protesting in Port Harcourt. I saw a huge big board in Anambra, and in the north, even the guy who says the president of Arewa youth, who had issue with Very Dark Man maybe about 3 weeks ago, the guy himself came out and said, you got to release this guy. So I think everybody, this arrest just opened everybody's eyes to how powerful or what kind of influence Very Dark Man has. So just to close the chapter of Very Dark Man, I think the arrest is necessary if he truly committed a crime, but the way they go about it is so suspicious. And to me personally, I'm suspecting that um, his commentary about Sheyi Tinubu was the reason why they pick him up. I guess maybe the power that being, they don't want um, Very Dark Man to drag Sheyi Tinubu that much. I was gonna ask you anyway. I missed the show you did, or maybe you didn't do the show on Sheyi Tinubu, the case of the NAS president that accused the Sheyi Tinubu. I don't know if you did that show, sir. So I was even gonna
Is it the
ask.
one that was claiming that he was kidnapped, or is it the kidnap storyline?
Yeah, you say he's claiming. Okay, we agree he's claiming, but that is a bold claim. And that guy said that on camera, and it was corroborated by another guy. And then we saw the other Yoruba guy that they claim is the faction of maybe the other side of finance or something. But let's call it what it is. From the moment Sheyi Tinubu opened his mouth and rambled that nonsense that he rambled. I no go lie, I be Yoruba boy. I used to like Sheyi Tinubu. Not like I don't have anything to do with him, but I used to like Sheyi Tinubu when he was quiet, calm, calculative. I thought the guy is so intelligent, like he's a very smart dude. But from the moment he opened his mouth and said, "My father is the best president in Nigeria," I'm like, dude, what kind of school did you went to? And I look at his profile. I think he studied in London and in US. But for him to come out and make such
But is
a
that not
terrible claim,
understandable though? A son backing up his father. I think that's understandable now. That's
that
Omodadi and
what?
all that.
No,
I
no,
I
no, no,
said
no, 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 no. That is so wrong. His dad is not even 2 years in office yet. So for him to have said that, no. Like I said, I used to like him. I used to like him a lot. He's still a young man. I used to like him like, oh, he's calm, even despite everything going on. This guy is calculative and all that. But from the moment I had him utter that statement, they came for my father, they came for my family. My father is the best president in Nigeria. I'm like, oh, godly. This guy didn't know what he had just done to himself right now. So now, when these folks come out now and said he abducted them, he did this, he did that, it's so difficult to say he didn't do it. Of course, your dad, me personally, I like Tinubu. I always said this even on my platform. I said it all the time. I like Tinubu. I admire him. I graduated from Lagos State University. I live and grew up in Lagos, so I like him. The only thing I don't like about him is his political philosophy. I don't like his political his ideas and things. No, I don't buy it because I don't believe that you have to grab everything. Sometimes you need to. You need to get to some places on merit. Now, but be whatever it is our president right now. And we all know that there's not like a perfect election anywhere. So on a serious note, Sheyi Tinubu is so hard to defend him. So I was gonna ask you that did you, because I think the rhetorics mostly here is that people are like pro Tinubu here. So I'm like, oh, they're gonna defend Sheyi Tinubu say this. But anyway, it is what it is. So I think Very Dark Man was picked up the moment he started running commentary on that Nas and Sheyi Tinubu situation. So, and one thing right now among Nigerian bloggers is anything Very Dark Man says, it goes very far because the bloggers, they will amplify it. Like YouTube algorithm favor Very Dark Man very, very well. So if you do anything, any commentary on whatever Very Dark Man says, you're going to have a lot of view, and as a result, a lot of people will be aware of it. So I guess because he started talking about Sheyi Tinubu activities. That's why they whisked him away the next day. And then they were now scrambling to find, oh, what charges can we put on him? So you can imagine, BBC said they charge him for cyber stalking. They now say it's a fake news. And then they come back now and say this guy committed financial fraud. Let's be honest. What fraud is Very Dark Man going to commit? Although one thing I said, and I think I still repeated that on my show today, EFCC lost ample opportunity to arrest Very Dark Man. If they were going to arrest him or even question him at all, when he did that thing he did and said it's a prank or something, that is when they should have moved in. But you know, in Nigeria now, EFCC no get time for where they no go see money thief or collect. If Yaya Bello can be walking free, who is Very Dark Man? So you feel me right now. So that's the situation. That when he was playing that stupid game with the foundation money, that's when they should have grabbed him. But
Do,
they
do
let him
you do
go.
you do you do you consider that to be a game? But because I thought it was fraud. Actually, I thought
No,
when he saw he could when he saw he couldn't get away with it, then he tried to turn it into a joke. But
okay.
I thought that was a fraud. That's when it should have been picked up by the FCC. Actually,
now but I think you get my logic now, sir, because that was the very time they should have moved in. Now we can't prove whether it's a game, whether it is actually an attempt at fraud. You can't prove it, because the only way to prove it is when you go back to the banking record. If you go and check the statement of account, then you see, oh, did they actually pull money out of this account? Okay, which account did they withdraw the money to? Okay, when did they return the money back? You know, but if you don't have the record, there is no case. So now that that is past, gone, and about all of them are rubbish, Gary. And then let me quickly touch up on this Sandra Duru. I came here earlier before. I don't know what happened. You were talking about Dr. Sandra Duru. Um, I wanted to address it because I don't know if you really took your time to watch the entire 1 hour plus live that she did. Did you watch it, sir?
No. I wasn't even. I just saw it. It was embedded in an very story. Bring us up to speed with it. I'm not even sure what's going on in that space.
Right. Okay. Anyway, sir, I heard you say things like, I think you echo some of the rhetorics the Dr. Sandra is saying. Please, sir, for those listening, this is where I stand. As far as I'm concerned, both Akpabio and Natasha, I don't believe any of the two of them. They are both criminal, they are both crook because they are politicians. That's just my own sentiment too. Now, when a woman accuses a man of sexual harassment, I think, like they will say in law, the onus is on the accuser to prove, right?
He
How
who
did they even say
alleges
it in
must.
law?
He who alleges
Yes,
must prove.
right.
Yes.
Okay. But at the same time, for men who might be listening right now, if somebody accused you of sexual harassment and you know deep down in the bottom of your heart that, nah, I ain't do none of this, I think you should also come forward and prove your case. As far as I'm concerned, Akpabio himself, his hands are not clean. And I'm still somehow believing that those two, they don't run street before. Something tells me those two, Natasha is a
Ṣé
politician,
pé
beautiful, beautiful woman.
bàbá ti kọjá lára ẹ̀ àbí?
Ẹ̀gbọ́n àwọn méjì wọn ti ṣáná fúnra wọn jàre, ẹ má dá àwọn wèrè méjì lóhùn. Wọ́n ti ṣáná fúnra. That's why the thing is so freaking difficult for Akpabio to come out. But all I want to say about this Dr. Sandra Duru is that please do not buy whatever that woman said. Today during my show, I had one of my um, panelists actually brought my attention to what happened when the Dr. Duru was live. You know, the Dr. Duru claimed that she doesn't know anybody, that Natasha is the one who reached out to her, and Natasha confessed to her. Somebody that she claims she just know that Tumoto. Natasha confessed that there is no sexual harassment. You know, this man, let's just bring him down. You know, this Yoruba government. And I'm like, what is this woman saying? And then, boom, the woman that said she don't know any of them or anything. Did you know that from that live show, at one time she was showing her phone, trying to prove to the people who are watching that Natasha was the one who actually reached out to her. Egbon, Akpabio phone number was all over her contact, her call log. That very
But
day
did she
that she
not
was doing
also
the
play
show.
an audio that had Natasha's voice on it?
Egbon, have you checked that woman Instagram page? That woman has AI generated images all over her profile.
All right.
Honestly speaking, if you listen, if we don't want to be biased, if you just listen to everything she's saying with an open mind, you will know that there is a lot of BS in what she's saying. Now, I do believe that somehow, when Natasha was trying to bring media attention to what was going on, when she was trying to reach out to CNN and many other international media houses, she might have worked with that lady. But I don't think somebody who is as smart as Senator Natasha, we meet you just 2 months ago, and then now tell you like as if she's confessing to Reverend Father. Say, hey, there is no sexual harassment. We are just trying to do this. And then again, the same Natasha will now tell you, I pay Okwesilieze, I pay this one, I pay that one. And more baffling is the fact that the lady went on this rant mentioning the names of everybody who has kind of raised their voice in support of Natasha one way or the other. And yet, she did not say anything about Akpabio. It almost seems like she took over the fight, like she's willing to fight Natasha on behalf of Akpabio. And Nigeria now, these politicians, they have access to bastard money. Someone was saying on my show today, like, maybe Akpabio has paid up her mortgage. Because when I saw the screenshot, if you send me message, I will send the screenshot to you, sir. The call log on her phone. Akpabio called her at 8:31. Akpabio called her at 9:45, then called her again at 1:42. Say what happened? Is there Senator Akpabio SP? It's so crazy. So please, I'm just saying that people should take their time. Don't go by what any one of them is saying right now. Let them go to the court of law and present their evidence. And to those who usually say that, okay, if Natasha accused Akpabio, why is she not showing us the evidence? We are not the judge. We are not in court. I think it would be stupid of anybody to have a lawsuit or a case going on in the court of law, and then you bring your evidence out on social media and you are sharing it. It doesn't work like that. I'm still believe in the bottom of my heart that Akpabio and Natasha, they do. It maybe before she got married though. Okay. But for a beautiful woman like that with political ambition, that's just my opinion anyway. So those are the things I want to touch upon.
Where,
And then
where,
for
where,
the
where, where are you weighted? Because it sounds as though you weight more towards Natasha than Akpabio. Okay, how exactly is this meant to be tackled? So this woman comes out, she makes this series of allegations, and then people are saying, no, the man has to defend himself. So the man said, I didn't do it. He said, all the tissue are lies. So if you say, he who alleges must prove. So she makes these allegations and then she runs around all these media houses, locally, internationally, expanding those allegations, telling us that they came to shoot up her house, there's a plot to us, all of these wild things. So she's saying all of these things, but then she's not backing it up with anything substantial. So it's essentially dead. I think it is the dislike that people have for Akpabio that she's leveraging to do all of these things, because what's meant to happen next? So you said you accuse me of doing something. I say I didn't do it. So then what's now the next step? Other than you then saying this is the proof that you did do it. So she's not presented anything. There is nothing that has happened beyond an allegation. But what is Akpabio meant to do? You know what I mean? You allege, you don't prove, and then you are running around media houses, keeping up sentiment.
Woman, can I come in?
Yes, you can interject. Yeah.
Yeah, my brother, you are very brilliant, and with highly intellectual capacity. With the way, I think today is the first day that I heard you speaking.
Oh, okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, but nevertheless, I could also see that because of the level of your intelligence, you are a little bit biased towards Natasha. Let me tell you, Natasha is very beautiful, but she's not smart. If you won, there is a possibility that
Hello?
Are you there? Did we lose him or have we lost
among them.
Okay.
And she did not expect she was not expecting that the punishment that was meted to her. She must have had this entitlement of no, Akpabio is supposed to defend me. But if Natasha were to be a smart person, she would have waited as a patient fortune and set Akpabio up. But she didn't do that. You will realize that the same error that she committed against Reno, that she was so daft that she could not even, of course, there might be a little bit like a little of truth, but the Reno, it was when she was not, it was not even in the country that the sexual harassment, and he couldn't do her own work. And at the end of the day, she paid her husband paid $10,000 to settle that case. And up to now, of course, you could see that Reno went on live and did see on several shows, even interview. And like Natasha knew that he messed up. Now, everybody that are a little bit in support of Natasha, I will tell you that it is more or less 99% was hatred for Akpabio. And you, Akpabio and this lady, they have Akpabio had plenty opportunity because they are in the same red chamber. They are working in the same place. If whatever advances that Akpabio had wanted to, why would he now waited in his house, where his family is, where Natasha's husband is? Come on. And even after that show, after that birthday, you still went on social media to praise this guy. And you see where, so that is why I said the same error that he committed in the Reno case was the same thing that he committed here too. So for Sandra, of course, there's no doubt
Sir,
about it. Akpabio
sir,
must
I
have.
think you are speculating
No,
with
no,
the
no.
Natasha
Wait,
case.
okay. Speculating. Which one is speculating? Is it a Reno that he
No,
came up?
with the see, sir, there's no two case that is the same, okay? So I think everything you said so far, you are speculating in the case of Natasha and Akpabio. None of us are there. We don't know what went down. The only thing that me, I'm kind of like accepting in my own mind is that those two, they've done something together before. Their body
Yes.
language, I've gone back to check their pictures together, the things they do, blah 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 blah. I don't trust both of them. Allegedly, I know they there, but I think they've done something before. Bros, okay, sir, let me ask you this question because you said I'm biased towards
Yes.
Natasha, but let me ask you this question, sir. If your daughter come back home and said her boss have sexually harassed her, and what are you gonna ask her, sir? Would you ask her the proof, right? Or you won't?
I will ask. I will ask.
Okay. Now, if she show you the proof that she was sexually harassed, that is if she is lucky enough to have proof. Oh, because sometimes when sexual harassment cases happen, the woman won't have enough time to even say she's gonna record or do anything to show as evidence. That's why I think the case of Akpabio and Natasha is unique. Remember, they used to be friends, family friends, and everything, and they have been in the same WhatsApp group for a very long time. So you can't tell. Natasha is a very smart woman. She might have seen how Akpabio is moving and she started gathering her evidence. But coming back to the question that I asked you, sir, if your daughter says, okay, daddy, this is my proof, this is what my boss did today. Oh, when he touched me, this shirt, he grabbed my breast, he hold me. So my shirt, his DNA is right there at the spot where my breast is. Will you now, once you bring lawsuit against that boss or something, will you now ask your daughter to go and post that evidence on social media and say, hey, he when my boss grabbed me, I'm sure his DNA is on my shirt. This is the shirt. Will you reveal that, sir?
My brother, do you listen to the first interview in is it a Channels TV or Rise TV?
Yes.
Natasha.
Yes.
She said her husband that she asked that what was Akpabio was telling her, and that she said she claimed not to have told inform her husband.
Hey,
But
sir, let's forget about all that. One thing I do
so
tell people, sir, what I do
now,
advise men.
wait a minute. The day that I think 4 days ago, was it 4 days ago that interview with one lady in respect of that Natasha and Sandra. Sheung Channels TV said he contacted Natasha for him to bring him on her on live, that she declined. So suddenly Natasha that has moving from one place to another, now
Sir, you did
somebody
not answer my question, sir. You know
what
I was speaking, you interjected,
Can
and
I
I
can I
asked you a
answer that
question.
question? Can I answer a question? This
Yeah,
star,
answer
please
the
forgive
question,
me.
sir.
Forgive me. Natasha, to the best of my knowledge, is yet to formally go to the police to make a formal report. She's also yet to institute a civil case against Fabio to the
And
effect that she has
what stop
been.
Akpabio from instituting against Natasha? Anything
Aquabio's
stop
wife,
Akpabio?
Aquabio's wife has already instituted a civil case against
Akpabio's wife
Natasha.
case is not the same thing as Akpabio
She has
himself,
done it. She
please.
has done it. No. You know that under the law, partners, civil, what your wife and yourself, your wife cannot be made to uh, to uh, to give witness against you in court, for instance. So I think the rationale behind that is that the interest of her husband and her interests are co-joined, and any personal assault against the character of her husband does affect her. So I believe she's instituted a civil case against Natasha on behalf of our family. Okay. So I think that's the rationale behind that. And to the best of my knowledge, I think
What is the
that's
case
supported under
she
the law.
brought against Natasha?
What do I put it? Defamation. Defamation. Oh, sorry, who's
Okay,
laughing?
defamation, right?
Yeah,
I'm the
defamation.
one laughing, sir.
What's
Okay.
so humorous about it?
It's just funny how people tend to kind of shade Akpabio.
So
I
you
just
you
don't
you
get
you,
it.
you think I'm speaking for Aquabio? But I mean,
No. It's just the I'm looking at the rationale. Like I said when I started, I don't give an F about Akpabio and Natasha. I made that clear here. And I said, even for me, I think both of them are liars. Both of them are covering
oh,
up
evidently
nonsense.
they are
So
liars.
Sorry, hold on, Aro. Uncle Beno, but what about what Aro said? He said Natasha still till today she's not yet reported the matter to the police, which will be the first step, and she's not even instituted a civil suit in court. You know, so why has she not done so if she still feels so aggrieved? It's a police matter, sexual harassment. So why has she not lodged the complaint with the police?
thank you very much. That's a very good question. The same question can be thrown to Akpabio. You can ask Akpabio the same question.
he
I'm
said
not
the
defending
wife
Natasha.
has
I
done
don't.
that.
Akpabio, wait. His wife
Cut that
has
wife
already.
out of it. That wife
No,
thing is politics. That is politics. Let's be honest. That is politics. The wife jumping, they accuse your husband today. You call press conference tomorrow. Blah blah blah. Have you even
Uncle
dig into the
Beno,
wife?
BT.
Do
Did you
you
see
know the
BT's
wife
comment?
story?
Did you see BT's super chat there? I think Akpabio has actually written to the IGP. He says to make a complaint about their sexual harassment claims and assassination plot claims that
When was
Natasha.
that? Did that happen today?
Actually, I think I
No, that,
remember
that was
one of the
about a
posts
week
about this is
ago.
about 3-4 weeks ago now. This is gone. This
Yes,
was when she
we
said that
addressed it.
Ododo. This was when they were trying to do the recall, which is about 3-4 weeks ago now. So I guess he's written to the IGP, and I think
Okay.
also the president tried to put together a committee to to do some reconciliation. I think Akpabio is
He
refused to show up for
recused
that.
himself.
Yeah, of course,
Okay, now we
I
are
will. I mean,
talking.
if
Yes.
someone if I feel some conviction about a claim that's been made for against me falsely, why should I go to some peace committee, some peace meeting? I don't want to sit down in peace. Okay, I know. If I, now I'm not speaking for Fabio, but I'm thinking if I was in that situation as well, I wouldn't show up for such a peace accord. Why should I? Let the person come out and let us slug it out. So I don't support Akpabio. I don't support Natasha, and I think as Nigerians we should be very careful. What I see is operators. Natasha is an
Exactly.
operator. Akpabio is an
Then
operator. That
God
lady,
bless you.
Sandra Duru, she's an operator. These are all operators, and all these
But
NGOs,
why
this
is
is social commentators. They are all
sorry,
operators.
sorry, Aro, why is this Sandra Duru? Why is she trying to insert us? And by the way, I don't believe anything that she has to say. I think she's wanting to insert herself into that storyline just for the
No,
publicity or whatever it is.
one man I believe everything she's saying. And do you know what I believe? I believe she's an operator. She's willing to be bought. Okay. And I think Natasha played into her hands. I think she suckered Natasha in. Natasha revealed a lot of things to her. And she's holding that over Natasha
100%.
now. She's holding that over Natasha because Natasha is in her net. And she's able to give that information to the Akpabio camp. At the same time, she's able to blackmail Natasha with what she knows. So I think he believe everything she says because I believe everything she says. She has proof. She has. Natasha seems to have played herself into her hands. I think Natasha was hoping she would be some kind of like a champion for her. And I think she pulled Natasha in. Natasha divulged a lot of information to her, and then she flipped the script. So I think that's really what happened.
I'm so
All
sorry,
right,
sir.
all
To
right.
have
Let's
heard
get
that
back
you
to
believe her, I'm
Uncle
kind of
Beno, and then
sorry.
we.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm just so
we get
sorry
back to you. Yeah.
yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that you actually believe that woman, Duru. Just for whatever it might count for, I think with with how crucial that case is, anybody who is happy to hop on social media and say this person told me this person told me that, that is the last person to believe. I somehow believe that she and Natasha did some things together. I think they actually spoke or something, but the story she's telling is all BS. So, but one man, thank you very much for giving me that opportunity. And as for Afeni Ferry, because I guess you mentioned Afeni Ferry earlier, sir. As
Yes.
for Afeni Ferry, I'm sorry to say, that Afenifere thing sef, they are shame, they shame me at times. They no stay one place. But to be candid, if somebody said the presidency is Yoruba presidency, I will boldly thump myself chest and say yes, it's Yoruba presidency. If it vex you, maybe you go need to go jump inside lagoon. I'm sorry to say the reason is this. When Aboki dey there, what do we say? Don't we say, oh, this is outside president, outside president? What are my Igbo brothers and sisters clamoring for? Are they not clamoring that let us have an Igbo man to be president? So it doesn't matter. Any tribe that becomes the president so far, people, even no matter even what you do, if Tinubu actually appoint his ministers and say, you know what, I need a formula whereby I can appoint all ministers equally, people will still accuse him of being biased. I'm obedient anyway, but I'm just saying it the way I say it. If anybody occupies that post, they will, one tribe will still feel like we are being marginalized or we are being left out. So if somebody said the presidency is Yoruba presidency, yes, it is Yoruba presidency. Whether we like it or not, we have to embrace it. We have to ensure that it works for us. And if it doesn't work for us, we call it out. That's just my take as far as that is concerned. Thank you, woman. Thank you for having me, everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So that's
Thank
Uncle.
you, Uncle Benlo. Please be punctual here. We really want you to be participating. Yeah,
So
we
that's
trust you.
so that's Uncle Bedo. So thank you. Do you want to shout your platform out, especially the Nigerian one? I'm sure because the audience are more likely to come and join you in the Nigerian one than the American one. So where can they find you?
It's just Uncle Bello. If you just type Uncle Bello, you'll see me there, Baba.
All right. So go give him a follow. It's Uncle Beno. It's Beno and then
yes.
Uncle.
Uncle Beno.
So that's Uncle Beno. So stay with us, Ben.
All right,
So
sir.
we go from you. We go to Prince Daddy, who is also with us. But Prince Daddy is not especially taken with all this frivolous sort of gossipy whatnot. But Prince Daddy, we're still with the with the very dark man space. Who now the details of his
Can you hear me?
Yeah, well, I can.
Yeah, if you don't, go to the
You want me
next
to
person, if you don't mind.
skip you for a moment? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and then we go on to the star. So the star, floor is yours. This star.
Yeah, where do I even start from now? Yeah, still on the Sandra and Natasha. Woman, you can imagine that as bold as Madam due process, Obi, as bold as she is, for a couple of days, she kept quiet. She could not even engage or come out the way she normally hoped from one TV stations to another, especially they can arise. For you to know that that Sandra really caught them red-handed. Just like Aro said, she played, Natasha played into her hand. And she believed that there's nothing money cannot buy. Of course, Sandra could not have been said to be upright, or maybe she has a strong principle. But Akpabio must have also reached out to her and give her higher money. But that Natasha really owned up to her, and that she was believing that by the time she tell her that after all she paid this, she paid that the Sandra will say, so this lady is loaded like this, 200k, that's big money. So that was why the Sandra to play along, getting all these critical information from her. So that is for that. Then concerning Shema, is she still there?
She's here.
Okay. Yeah. You see, whenever we come to this platform, I will have prepared that we'll exchange notes, we exchange idea, we open up where we but I discovered that some people that are obedient to the core, and despite the fact that they're highly intelligent, but when it's come to the area Obi can be found one equal wanted. That is when they play the ignorance. You of course you raise the issue of Pandora's scandal the other time. I was surprised as exposed journalist. She was saying that she never heard of that. It was a pride, it was a this, it was that. When it was Obi was interview live in NTA, and in fact, the answer he gave was very, very embarrassing. He did not only own up, he owned up, and they asked him, the lady asked him that how many million? Is it 500 million, 200 million? All what Obi was saying, embarrassing answer. That if that was the man that is there, that he wouldn't have even bothered to contest for presidency. It is the one man you can fact check it and play it here. It is NTA. It was even NTA open interview. So when we come to the platform, let us we are both Nigerians. Let us let us come with the open mind and exchange our views. That is for that. Then on this guy that was arrested, and of course the way and manner EFCC went about these operations, I don't really like it. Who is this guy? Very dark man. That they cannot tell him even to his house. Even if they will have to leave station, EFCC operatives to spend days in that place, in his house, and arrest him. But for them to have even gone to, then what I also see that the energy at which they pop into all these smaller offenses, they could have use the same forces on all our politicians that are looters. So, but taking this one today, taking the
but they are doing the two now at the start. They are going after, you don't get bigger than military now. They are going after military, but they must still sweep up the street criminals like a very daft man.
Then on NGO, that is another thing that I want to correct Shioma for. I established NGO, a community NGO that we are paying millions in donations with our money, and we are soliciting money from outside. NGO, once it is a registered NGO, it does not belong to anyone. Despite the fact that I created it, and we are donating our money, we are soliciting money. If tomorrow that we decided that there was issue that we are not going to look, we are pulling out, we will disband the NGO, and all the properties did not belong to us. If it belong, if we donated to the charity organization. So once you open, don't say that you don't say that because it's an NGO, it was the one that can register it. You can do whatever. No, it cannot do whatever that purpose that the money is meant for. In fact, one penny cannot go into very dark market purse, except on transportation on runnings that we have to account for 1 kobo of it. So take that to the bank. What else do you want me to also talk about?
Do you want to speak on Afenifere a little bit? Somewhat backing up Tinubu.
I am not surprised about Afenifere. you will have noticed that that's the way Afenifere they operate. If you go back to the memory lane of both Abiola was never Afenifere person because of his antecedent, particularly his antecedent with the with Awolowo family. But when he got to a state that they believe that the IBB, the Abashal of this world, the North, they didn't want their own to be president, punish him unjustly. You see the way Afenifere did. They rose up to the location and fought for him. Go back to the OBJ eras too. You see that OBJ they did not vote for OBJ. It was Falai. But when they discovered that this guy was fighting him, they wanted to impeach OBJ. Then you could see that Afenifere they rose up. Then 2007, when they see that the way OBJ was fighting, was crucifying Atiku, you could see that the same Afenifere, the progressive, they rose in support of Atiku, and in fact they ensured that Obasanjo failed woefully in the Southwest in 2007, including his daughter. So that is the way Afenifere they operate. You see what is going on now? That the North are now harassing. They were harassing King Tinubu and asking that he's the one, he's King one-time president, president. And you see, it's like indirectly what they didn't do during PMB, former President Buhari. That is what they are now doing now. So now it is now that okay, they are fighting against this game, this their song. So indirectly the North are playing to the hands of Afenifere. You wouldn't expect them to stay without doing anything. So I think that is what must have prompted, and I could see that that is what the way they normally do. So injustice in any form is what Afenifere didn't like.
All right, brilliant.
No, Woman, good evenings to all the panel. I didn't quite understand the last part he was speaking now about Afenifere. So could you please elaborate on that, please?
Give it a little. There's somebody new.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a new voice. I know your game, by the way, Adama. You don't fool me. I know your game.
Is that Adama?
That's Adama. Yes,
this thank you for recognizing me. Could you please elaborate on what you were talking about, sir? Please?
No, don't elaborate.
I guess they are very.
No, it's clear on what you're saying. She's up to mischief.
Hello.
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 Yeah,
I think we lost voice of a woman.
Yeah.
One man.
There is a co-host, so I guess the co-host can take charge.
Is that you you two on the platform?
Sorry, I am here.
Aaron Gidigba, is that you, the
I
professor?
am here. Well, I'm not a
Oh, okay.
professor.
Welcome to the show. No, 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 no. You know, that's why I'm the only one that can call you professor. You know, we understand. So who
I'm
is
far from a
supposed to speak
professor.
next? So who wants to speak next? Who is supposed to speak next before one man left? Uncle Beno, is that you?
I think one man was gonna come back to Prince Daddy after.
Yes, it's me or my sister.
No. Okay, Prince Daddy, you have the floor. You can go ahead next. Prince Daddy, are you there? They should have left the start to start talking.
I think one man was
Sorry,
speaking about. I think one man
you can
noticed
go
the
on.
new guest as well.
Dr.
Yeah, go
Adama, how
ahead.
you doing?
I'm doing good, sir. And you?
I'm fine, my sister.
That's good. So, to speak next, you know, you've been here longer than I am. So, over to
Oh,
you.
so one man said that his system dropped. So I think who's supposed to go
Yeah.
next?
I think one man was saying the Michael, the new. I don't know if Michael is a new like a new contributor. So I think one man was going to give him a chance to have a go.
Michael, are you there? Michael? Michael, you can go ahead and speak if you're there. We can't hear you, Michael. Okay. He just dropped. I think he will come back in.
Oh, yes, I'm back. I was going to say, I'm not quite sure how much you heard, but I was going to say that with the permission of Larry Arugidigba and Adam, I think Michael may be joining us for the first time. So I thought we could hear from him, get to know what his politics is. Michael, are you there? Michael, am I here? Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. It's just that he's on mute.
Yeah. Michael, Michael, are you ready for us, or shall we just carry on? Michael, Baronis, but Michael. All right. I'm not sure if it's all right. Let's just go on to Larry then. Let's go to Larry or Aro. So either of you can pick it up.
Yeah, hello, man. No, I just like sometimes I like enjoying that comment session.
Yes, actually, the comment section is like Twitter space where all gloves are off, but the screen is a more sanitized. Yes.
Yes. How
You
are you,
see
sir?
why Larry is a good man? One man, you see? He knows how to be decent and have fun at the same time. But continue, sir.
Job, man. Okay, oh man. Let me say something about this Natasha issue. I think this is the first time I will be saying something on that. I think Natasha miscalculated. She miscalculated. If you follow the whole thing, the whole scenario, how it started, and when she started raising this sexual harassment allegation against Alapabio, it wasn't immediate. The first day when the whole issue happened, everything was there. Nothing like sexual harassment, nothing like allegation, nothing like anything. But I think it was when it was done on her when she was suspended. And I think she went to Berekete. And that was when the whole, she needed something to hang on to. And that was when this thing happened. This issue of sexual harassment. And along the line, I think she just threw it. She wanted to test it. And some politicians saw that, they keyed into it. They thought it was a good political strategy to use, particularly those who were against Akpabio in the Senate. You know, they pump some things on it and see how that can actually go. But Akpabio actually survived it. So for me, you know, because if you look at Natasha in the Senate, when she got to the Senate, everything was just too fast, right? From giving her chairman Senate Committee on Local Content to making her that the Senate. In terms of bill, she was, you know, she had a lot of bills that she was able to pass, you know, and it's a whole lot of things. And to the point that a lot of senators were not even happy with Akpabio with the way he was actually treating Natasha, because they felt, you know, there are some committees that are key committees in the Senate, and for somebody to have just come, you gave her a key committee in the Senate, it was good. And when did the problem happen?
Sorry, Larry, just 1 second. Michael, can you try and say something now? Let's to test your mic. Michael. It's dropped again. I think it's sorry, carry on, Larry. Sorry, my bad.
So giving her that committee, and when exactly did the problem start? They changed that committee. Obviously, that was a very juicy committee. She had access to do a lot of things, right? There was a lot of resources within that committee, because local content was basically one of those committees that deal majorly with the oil companies, you know, all the expatriates and a lot of things, right? And she started this whole thing. Oh, why would they give her that committee? Or they took her from a juicy committee to another committee and everything, you know, and which was when she started having issue with Akpabio, right? Because she felt, you know, her case is like those days when we were in school, where you see some people that were so close to, you know, probably some girls that were so close to the male teacher, right? They pamper them, they do all sorts of things. And when they do not see favor, then they become something else. And I think that's exactly what happened. Because I don't see any issue. Like, okay, fine, you said something happened, like, okay, like over a year, you know, you never spoke about it with anybody, you never thought about it, nothing actually happened, you know, and at the end of the day, you know, you just brought it up, and even where she said it happened, right, it's not a closed place, right? It's a public place, you know. Oh, Akpabio, you know, she was going in front, the husband was coming, and all those things were not really hard enough. But the problem with Nigeria is, you know, we tend to run with a whole lot of things without thinking, right? Because obviously, if somebody brings that to you, it's you can quickly query that, because it's not hard enough, and everybody knows that it's not hard enough. I was actually expecting something, you know, something that is a little bit huge, or probably, you know, they were in a closed place, something happened or something, because everything she said, as far as I'm concerned, it's not really hard enough. Because she said you were in Akpabio's house, it's not like you were in a private place with Akpabio, right? It's a party. Everybody were there. Your husband was going, or Akpabio said something. And all those things in natural sense, they are not really hard enough, right? And it's always easy, because the easiest thing for anybody to do is to put some of these allegations. That's the easiest thing. Because Nigeria is a place where when such allegations are pulled out, right, the male, in most cases, you know, people hardly listen to them, right? It happened severally. There has been instances that people have been accused of one or two things, and people will always run with it without really thinking deep to really understand what's actually happened. For me, I believe Itagiwa said something. There is a level at which you get to in life, right, that you can not be sexually harassed. Being a senator is not really, it's not a joke, right? It's not a
But
joke.
Larry, while I understand Itagewa's position, I don't think that statement is factually true.
Okay, so why I said it's factually true, because I've been in that corridor. At least I've been in that corridor. I know so many
Yeah, but
things.
you're not a hot female now. Natasha is a hot
You
female
know
now.
what no, this is what I mean. What Itagiwa meant is this. For you to be a senator, you see, there are some positions that when you are in those positions, right, people respect you. You can, this issue of sexual harassment of a thing, it's different from a teacher a student scenario, right? Where there is gap. This is not gap. These are mates. Forget about the fact that Akpabio is Senate president. If you're a senator, you are a senator. These are basically
It's not quite the same, Larry. Akpabio is a
See,
two-term senator.
wait,
a former minister of the Niger Delta of the. I think politically is superior to herself.
No.
I and her husband are benefactors of Akpabio, so I mean it's not quite the same.
See, benefactor or no benefactor, right? If
So
there's
beneficiaries, I meant to say, sorry.
Yeah, beneficiaries, right? As far as that lady is in the Senate, I'm telling you, she has, what exactly is it, right? Because the whole thing, okay, look at the whole allegation. The other one, she said, oh, she was with some senators, and Akpabio said, oh, you didn't put your ring, and you're not putting your ring. Are you trying to invite? All those things. For me, they are not things that are really huge, right? Except she comes out tomorrow and tells us that, oh, there is one key thing, because you've seen that she's just been buying time. Let's just be candid with ourselves. She's been buying time. And I think people are beginning to get tired of some of all those things. Because this is somebody that left Nigeria, went to UN, started crying, oh, this and that. And I was actually expecting that, oh, bring something and let's hold on to something. Till today, nobody can hold on to anything. And I'm very sure if Natasha has concrete evidence, Natasha that I know, if Natasha has concrete evidence against Akpabio, I'm telling you, Natasha can hold on to it now. And I think she doesn't have any evidence against Akpabio. All she needs yeah, if Natasha has evidence, Natasha is not a gentle lady. Natasha is not a gentle lady. Look at when Natasha was having issue with Bello. It was tough. So Natasha is not that gentle lady that Natasha will have concrete evidence against Akpabio that Natasha will not use it. And particularly in a situation where there are other people that are ready to fund anything if she has. But I think some of those people, even probably when they saw that there was no evidence, so that was why they had to back off. When the whole thing started, you started seeing, the likes of Bukola Saraki and some other people that had one or two issues with Akpabio. They were trying to see if she has evidence so that they could rally around her. And probably when they saw that there was no evidence, all of them had to go back. So at the end of the day, what's just going to happen is she's going to, spend her 6 months, go back to Senate and, find her way back. That's what's going to happen. Because I don't really see anything coming out of this. She will just keep buying time. Because if anybody's actually expecting that probably Natasha will come out tomorrow and bring one solid evidence, it's a lie. Natasha does not have any evidence, and she knows it. And people around her know that she doesn't have any evidence. So the easiest thing to do is basically just, keep buying time, bring this allegation and re-echoing it and re-echoing it and re-echoing it. Even people, all these Arise TV and all of them.
I'm not sure how she works her way back into the Senate. So her 6 months will be when her 6 months is up, then what happens next? She will just go back in there.
Yeah.
And then carry on like nothing happened. Or
yeah, that's what's gonna happen, right? It's 6 months. Once her 6 month lapse, she will go back to plenary, go back to her normal seat, the allocated seat, sit down there like any senator, and life goes on. That's what's just going to happen. That's what's just going to happen. I don't really.
But what is our relationship going to be like with the rest of them? Because I think the whole Senate was they're not pleased with how she handled herself.
No. It doesn't affect anything now. She's just going to be. What you just see is just that she'll go back to Senate and do her normal thing. It's not like she's a senator. So she's there to represent our people, right? You might be a senator, you might be a senator and not be active. There are several senators that are not active, or they go there, sit down, But I think what will happen is she will still try to do one or two, create one or two drama, and but at the end of the day, I don't really see anything coming out of all those things. It's just gonna die down like that, and that's what I just think. The only person I pity is actually the husband, because
Do
these
you,
are
do you, do you, do you see that marriage lasting? I'm not sure that their
no,
marriage can. Yeah.
even the marriage itself, the marriage is more of it's
Business arrangement,
yes,
Abby.
yes, and the husband, because what actually the husband I think the husband is from Delta.
Yes.
And the political calculation in Delta has changed. And the husband is going to lose big. Because, the husband is a politician. And the old Delta now is as the old Delta political architecture has moved to APC. So
Did you see the clip of Tinubu welcoming?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it. I saw it. So that's for me. Natasha is not really a Natasha thing, right? I think it's more the husband is the one I actually pity. The man was kind of like forced to support the whole thing. I think the first day, the second day, the man was not saying anything, and people on the internet, they start calling the man out. So the man does not have any choice than to come out and say, "Oh, I support everything," as she said, because they asked her at that point that is the husband aware, and she was like, "Yeah, the man is not even aware." For me, that's something, right? If you have an allegation against someone else, and at that point when that thing happened, your husband was actually there. You didn't tell your husband anything. Your husband didn't know anything for over a year, and you're just bringing it up, right? I think ordinarily, if I'm actually the husband, I would definitely query that, right? What actually happened? I want to know more, But if you don't tell the husband, you don't tell your husband does not even know about it. Probably the husband is just head, just like every one of us. But the man does not have any choice. He just has to support the wife. But at the end of the day, it's the man that is, most of all these people, they do a lot of contracts, they do a lot of things, and they are all politicians and they have friends. And the problem with politicians is if you have a problem with somebody, everybody would run away from you. So it's the enemy of my enemy is my enemy. That's what politicians do. So immediately they see that it's not in the clique of the APC guys. Even people that are closer to the husband wouldn't want to get close to him because they don't want they don't want to be seen with him. So that's exactly what's going to happen. And at the end of the day, and Natasha, it's also going to be difficult for Natasha to come back. Because coming back, not coming back, as in coming back in 2027 is what I'm saying. Because Yaya Bello will be contesting in 2027. And I'm not sure if Natasha can beat Yaya Bello in that particular senatorial zone. So it's going to be a little bit difficult. Probably what she just needs to do, come back, use the remaining time, and test again in 2027. And if she doesn't win, that's just the end of Natasha.
Yeah, all right, Bilan. Give us a little flavor on a very daft man. What do you think? What do you think is going on there? For all of the noise, it's actually financial malfeasance that they're charging him with.
Yeah, so for a very dark man, like I said in the comment section, I think I'm actually waiting on the charges. I think there are a lot of things that the EFCC is digging. I think they are digging a lot. And I'm actually waiting for, all these things you've heard people say, oh, cyber stalking, all these unnecessary things. Those are not really the things. What I suspect is there were some transactions that went through that NGO. At the point when it was say, oh, this person, somebody just dropped 50 million, somebody just dropped 100 million. I suspect that there are some transactions. And that was why immediately they said,
are we looking at money laundering? Is that what we're
no,
looking at?
that's where it's getting to. That's what is where it's getting to. And I think what they are trying to do, that's why they don't want to rush. They are. I know they collected his phone. They probably trying to scrutinize some transactions because they know that they can't just taking very dark man to court and start talking about cyber stalking and all those things. It's waste of time for them. But there are things, right? So that's for me. I think that's where the issue is. It's not all those things that people are, that people are saying, right? They will gonna that is on the long thing because they're gonna come in hard on him. That's what I see.
What is it that is always saying? You are going to learn, and you will learn the hard way. I think those words now coming back to bite him. He's going to learn, and he will learn the hard way.
Yeah, that's what I think. And a lot of people don't even know that it's not really just a EFCC thing. So the whole thing, I think it was kind of like collaboration, DSS, police, and EFCC. But I think EFCC has something against him. Probably they've been telling him, a lot of people felt, oh, they should have. I think somebody said they should have come for him, when the NGO thing happened and all those things. If they had come for him that time, it's so easy now. Oh, it's better if you want to get at somebody with evidence, transactions. And I think right, there are probably transactions that are linked to him. Particularly although somebody dropped 50 million, I don't know. Somebody dropped 100 million, I don't know who the person is. And I think that's because NGO, it's easy for you to have an NGO, right? But in a country like Nigeria, the easiest thing for people to do money laundering is all this NGO thing, right? They send you money, they wire you money, and there are a lot of dirty money in Nigeria that people just want to take out. Some of them push it into real estate. They see another thing, just push it here and there. So I am actually expecting the FCC. They said they are putting up their charges against him. Probably on Thursday, they might bring up all those charges. So let's see all those charges and see how how it's gonna go. I think it's gonna.
Did they not say they were going to charge him today?
No.
They said Monday, didn't they, or something? Did they say
I think it was just
charge...
people. All those EFCC never said anything until today. Now it was just people that were just normal thing. Oh, EFCC.
And what did you make of Deji Adeyanju calling Femi Falana out? What has it got to do with Femi Falana?
Deji Adeyanju is an hypocrite.
Is an idiot, you mean?
No, it's because on the good day, why will you call? What do you expect Femi Falana to do? This is a boy that rubbished the man. This is a boy that insulted the man. And when he was insulting this man, the likes of Deji, Showore, and all of them that could have called him, they were just looking at him, right? They felt, for Deji, I don't blame Deji though, because Very Dark Man has really helped Deji's career. He's really helped Deji's career. So, if Deji has to worship somebody, he has to worship Very Dark Man. Because I remember the first time when Very Dark Man was arrested by the police, when Deji went there, that was the genesis of him and Deji, and the likes of Showore were able to really push him close to Very Dark Man. So I don't expect anything else from Deji. What exactly do you want Falana to say? Because even if Falana says anything, the mob, they would attack him now. There's nothing he can say. So I think it's good that the man just go and do your thing and go and run with it. So what's Femi Falana? I beg, leave Femi Falana. And so there's one other thing I want to bring up. One man, local government election in Lagos. Have you been following?
Yeah. So, sorry, Michael. I'll send the link again. Try and comment. I'm keen to hear Michael's voice. No, I've not been. I should be paying attention to local government elections, but I don't. What's going on there?
So, politics in Nigeria now, everybody's pushing their children. Now, in Lagos now, I was reading it this evening. Three powerful people are basically pushing their children to be chairmen in Lagos. And the one that I didn't even know was Fashola. I never knew Fashola was pushing his son. So basically,
local government chairman for Fashola's son.
exactly, local government chairman, and you know, this guy tried. Obasa tried it. I think you know, the leaders had to tell Obasa to tell the son to step down. I'm just hearing of Fashola's
Did
zone.
somebody not actually step down for Obasa's son? I thought I saw somebody step
Yeah,
down.
somebody stepped down, but I think the leaders, probably the leaders, and they had to tell Obasa to tell his son to I think to step down and not go forward. But Fashola's zone is kind of like funny to me. But it's what it is. You know.
You think it's too lowly a position to be a starting point for?
I don't really think you should push the boy. You know, you should. You know, everybody wants to. You know how it is now. You know, push your son. Let them start from somewhere. And but Fashola, I don't really think that's the best for Fashola. He should just take himself out and not really expose his family to all those things. Because what is going to happen at the end of the day is they might not give the son the ticket, because there has to be a lot of things that has to go in. And a lot of people didn't know that Fashola was actually pushing his son, not until this GAC chairman, their GHC chairman actually said it, that it's you know, three powerful people are basically pushing their children. And I think probably they are talking to them to tell their children to stay off. So which they, you know, probably they are still saying they still want their children to go ahead. So Fashola is
It'll be Etiosa local government, isn't it? Because I think the budget of that Etiosa local government is probably more than the average Nigerian state.
I don't know. It's just, well,
Oh,
it's
local
what
and
it is.
Etiosa local government. Is that not Ikoyi, Lekki, Victoria
Mm-hmm.
Island?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes, now there's that's more than the budget of Yobe now.
So it's actually what it is, you know. Everybody wants to push their. Everybody is. Have you noticed that even Wike now everybody's bringing their children out now?
Yeah, I saw Wike's son. His name is China. Can you imagine? Look at that.
I think that's the new trend in Nigeria now. Kind of like everybody bring your child, and you know, Sheyi, at least Sheyi opened the door now. You know, they are saying Sheyi, okay, Sheyi. Everybody now
Unfortunately,
kind of,
Peter Obi cannot bring his own son for reasons that he's a batty boy. You know?
hey, oh man, now you sabi, yo. It's not his son now.
Can you imagine Peter Obi's son running for Anambra State? Call me Sheila. Yeah, no. Oh God.
No, his son is a son. You can't. Why? You can bring him now.
You think Nigeria is ready for the cross-dressing state governor?
No. You can bring him. Worst case scenario, they will look for something. At least Bobrisky is somebody now, so you can join Bobrisky's clique.
Bobrisky for president.
It's okay. Oh, let's let another person go.
All right. So, Aro, you're up next. And Michael, come back. I'm keen to hear Michael's voice, but his system is not logging into the thing fully. But Aro, if you are there, the floor is yours. We're talking very dark man. Natasha seems to have wiggled her way into the conversation. Afenifere seems to be backing. And people are lampooning Seyi Tinubu as well. Do you think Seyi Tinubu is too out there? Do you think he's too vocal? He's probably yet the most vocal president's son that we've ever had. So all of that or anything that interests you, Aro? Look at that. After all that build up. All right. I don't think please. Okay, let's see if Michael. All right. Okay, try and say something now, Michael. Click on mute and unmute 3 times. Let's see if it works. All right, then say something. We can see you unmuted, but you know your voice is not coming through. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's a system issue where you are. All right, keep trying. Let's bring Dewale in there, or let's please that is ready. So let's just open it up and free flow it. So we free flow. Dewale to you, Peter Obi's son for governor of Anambra State. Can you imagine?
He will be doing Bobrisky. No, not Bobrisky,
Look
but
at that.
James Brown thing.
Oh, you know, even that James Brown, he's starting to tone it down a bit. Oh, all this, all that lifestyle now. What him pull it. As Bobrisky even left Nigeria, I thought they said she's oh, I said he.
I think she's in
As
UK. He's
in
in
the
You know,
UK.
she actually
UK.
released the video. She was the most happiest person now seeing very dark man in ELCC cell.
Oh, yeah, he or she has been responding to
It's
him.
a payback time to Bobrisky now.
One man, Bobrisky Day in UK now.
Yes, now you can fit them now. That
Courtesy of his is it he or she godfather,
sugar daddy, you mean?
sugar daddy or
Yeah.
grandfather, or sugar daddy. He's
What
the most
a
happiest
life.
person. When did we stoop this low
I don't know, man.
to
You
now
know,
discussing I know we've avoided discussing this guy on this show for a very, very long time. To be honest, this is the lowest of the lowest. Even Larry will agree with me. Hardly will we see somebody that wanted to touch this, discussion around this guy. We now have social influencer the political discussion in Nigeria. We're now seeing people going out in the street protesting on his behalf. That is the lowest of the lowest, to be honest with you.
that was what stunned me. You know, the turnout was bigger than a Showore protest for Very Dark Man. You know,
I didn't pay attention to the circumstances surrounding his issue with EFCC. But what I noticed is the fact that EFCC don't just pick people up. They must have been building up a cases, against him for a very long time. But given that what is beginning to come online, or what the rumor people are now peddling around, it seems his problem is starting from that foundation that he established. And he was receiving money left and right. You remember when he declared that there's some money missing from his account or something like that? I think that was the first time I actually discussed him on this show.
Yeah, that was the beginning of his downfall. There is no way that, and then he tried to palm it off as a joke, and people seem to want to let him get away with it.
There's a possibility that his problem started from that the fund, from the foundation stuff. It's possibility,
Mr. Adewale,
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. Don't you think anybody else, right, would have taken the position of Very Dark Man? The problem, I think, in Nigeria is they just need somebody that is against the government, somebody that can, that is bold, that can talk to people anyhow, and you see everybody, particularly this generation of social media, they start championing that person, they start praising that person. Because in actual sense, right, the whole Very Dark Man of a thing, I think it became so much popular when it started this, talk to government, talk to people, disrespect people. And, those are things that people in Nigeria, appreciate, Even if that's why you see that even if you do contents that are positive, it hardly flow in Nigeria. But the negative ones, they praise those negative ones. And I think it's a problem, right? It's a problem, and that's why I don't know. It's a problem that dwells more on productivity. I think there are a lot of people in Nigeria presently, particularly the youth, that are not really focused on things that you want them to be focused on. That's what I just think.
Those who were supposed to be tagged as informed.
Like it or not, these people will impact 2027. All those Very Dark
I doubt
men,
it, woman.
they will impact
I
2027.
doubt it. I doubt it. If you recall, 2023, a lot of phrases were built around, maybe not individuals, but certain characters and circumstances, towards the election. And a lot of people come online saying all sort of things. But because thing is woven around individuals, it makes it a little bit different. But I don't see any impact Great Dark Man would make towards the election.
I think 2023 is already 2027 is already gone. I think 2031 is the key issue, is the key deal. With what I'm seeing, though, 2027, I think.
But Larry, if EFCC is able to establish a financial misappropriation against this guy, they will nail him.
No, that was what I was saying, right? It's not this noise and all these shouts that people are shouting. I think they are cooking something for that guy. They are cooking something for him. Because I think he was kind of like, he was too careless. You see all this, he was careless that NGO.
Any lawyer that has paid his due that is established in Nigeria would not take his case. That's the reason why you see the likes of Dijiade Yoju taking a brief for him, because they could detect the naiveness in him and some of the things that he does online, getting into people's business unnecessarily, and some of his content are more of assumption instead of fact. The way he was rubbishing, what is it called, Falanas and Co. You guys remember the Bobrisky saga?
Who has he not rubbish? The Yabo Joe, he's rubbish so many people. Just
yeah. So it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Unfortunately, we have the likes of Arise News also more or less in cahoot or silently support.
Shebi Very Dark Man watched the Abati, watched the abused hell out of that man.
Yeah. And I watched an episode of the gossiping.
Sorry, Dewale. Michael, click on mute and unmute 3 times. Your device is not. Oh, it's dropped again. All right, keep trying. Everyone wants to hear from you. Sorry, carry on, Dewale.
Yeah, I watched one of the Arise gossip segment where they always discuss what is trending on their space. And to my dismay, I was shocked to see the people that are supposed to be an intellectual discussing, issues about Very Dark Man, how he was arrested. But you're not even. I listened to Ufai saying his source in EFCC that is a fact. So his source is more factual than the agency itself, and you've not even heard from the agency, and you're authenticating the rumor that you heard from someone.
They don't have
I found it very appalling.
They don't have any source. I think it was for EFCC, I think EFCC kind of like called his tweet out and basically just wrote fake on his tweet. The easiest thing for any of all these people to do is, our source in so told us. Our source that want to keep anonymous. No source from anywhere. Because what I expect is, as a media agency, reach out and get official statement from EFCC. And if there is no official statement, wait till there is an official statement and stop all this thing. Arise TV, just like Arise TV, like Sahara Reporter now. So what's the difference? There's no difference between Arise TV and Sahara Reporter now.
Sahara Reporters is really disappointed. I thought he had some credibility, but increasingly I'm finding that it's just an incredulous. It's almost as bad as People's Gazette, which is quite disappointing. I thought you would have carried more integrity.
No. They are all the same.
When you have a media that is not money-making enterprise oriented, it's just sponsored by certain interests, then you know that they will be always biased or have interest to agenda to pursue. That is the reason why Sahara Reporter, it is what it is. So some of the things that they push out on their platforms are merely propaganda. And I asked on this show one time, I said, the last time Shawore worked, like earning a salary, was when he was lecturing in, I think, University of New York or something. So since then, how has he been surviving? Who is bankrolling and who is paying him? Nobody give me concrete answer on this show. Because that's to tell you that some of these so-called social crusader or whatever, or freedom fighters or whatever, it's just about interest, about the agenda, and people don't have patience to ask them, okay, what about this? What about that? So at the end of it, all people just follow them blindly, and that is why this frenzy built around that a very dark man. How did this guy even come to be in existence? He was attacking more of celebrities and I wonder why they didn't even sue him at that time, especially during that Iyabo Ojo saga. EFCC actually invited Iyabo Ojo. She posted it on her own page, reported by Punch. Because I know was it Punch that I read it from? And EFCC, invited her. They asked her questions, and she went on her page and tried to, sensitize Nigerians about the importance of, uh, naira and foreign currency mutilations and all that, which is very good because that's what I expected somebody of our status as a celebrity to do by sensitizing people. Even I also read from the comment section on that she was a little bit more careful during the festivity, and but that is the way it should be. Now we have someone who collected money from people. I don't even know who is he going to be accounting all those funds to. I heard that Don Jazzy gave him money.
Don't tell me 100 million.
100 million, my brother. 100 million for non-profit organization, and he was building borehole. Hmm. I recently I formed a social kind of club within my friend circle. And we're trying to register the company. And we'll make some. I know what it takes, what is involved to even register, non-profit organization like that. With the hope that we maybe in the future we can go into some business enterprises stuff. But for now, it's going to remain non-profit. And we have an individual that is just 100 million naira, him being, I don't know if he's the only trustee of that non-profit organization. It's baffling, but that's where we are. I think
Dewale, that question you
Yeah.
were asking about Shore, I've often asked that question myself. That how does it fund his lifestyle? It's certainly not from advertising on
It doesn't. It doesn't. Does it even advertise?
how does it carries a bit of advertising the platform, but how does it fund his lifestyle? That's where my question is. How
It's
does it
worth
fund his
asking.
lifestyle?
It's worth asking because people need to know you're in the public space, and every now and then you talk against government. So if people can't know the source of your income or what you do for a living, how should they trust you with their lives and sources and everything within in the country? It just doesn't add up. Let's just call it what it is. Doesn't add up. I'm not saying that it's doing something shady, but it's worth asking. It's worth asking. And
Woman, can I ask Mr. Adewale one question, please?
yeah, go ahead.
Of course.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adewale, for your submission. But I just wanted to ask, can you tell us at least two good things you think Very Dark Man has done in Nigeria?
I have no idea what the heck that guy is because all I know about around him is more of causing chaos and social media and attacking individuals, and that's what I heard about him. I haven't really seen except those borehole that was sinking, in some remote places. I don't know nothing about him.
Okay, so
You
in
you
other
you know that
words,
borehole
you
was
don't.
even in Ghana. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so I just want to say, like, in other words, Mr. Adewale, you don't know any good thing he done except the Baba thing you presume that he did, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. The other question I would like to ask is if I may ask you like to give me two credible TV stations in Nigeria, what TV station would that be?
Don't expect me to mention Arise televisions because I've never been their fan.
No. It's just a question. You don't have to be a fan of Arise News. Personally, for me, I watch just two TV stations in Nigeria, Channels and Arise, and there are still others that some people might consider credible. It's just because of your rhetorics. That's why I'm just asking, so that at least I can know where you stand. So,
Well, sir, the point is that let me answer it this way. I watch uh, those major television channels in Nigeria. Those one that you mentioned, the Arise, the channels, even NTA, even AIT as well. But I will tell you this: I don't find any of them credible because, first and foremost, they are for-profit organization. So they push an agenda, even the print. So for me to ascertain that this particular media is for people or this is, what they say on their platform is authentic, I would tell you this. I do not trust any of them, but I listen and I watch some of the content that the programming that they bring out on their platform, and I make my own sound judgment about them. But to say they're credible, I take that with a pinch of salt.
okay, and that include TVC, right?
Everybody.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, sir. That just I wanted to ask.
So, I just felt, when you have an individual all of a sudden now come up with a foundation, a nonprofit, as a crusader. And look, if you have an individual that is derive his popularity or his relevance through um, some form of, social fightings and all that. To me, such people have they are like a flower. They grow up in the morning and they wither out in the evening time. You must be somebody that is engaging, not attacking. We've seen social activists in the past, and their relevance was based on the content of that, that they support or what they actually stand for. I mean, during the military eras, a lot of those who that we now making reference today, they actually rose up and gained popularity, during that period. But they were more of intellectual, not just social media noisemakers. They're engaging, not just going and organizing protests, but you see them having a robust, strong, conversation. The grand interview where you'll be able to see that you can gain things from what they. I'm not saying that when I heard it from Arise News, I cringed. I mean, you call these people activists? Come to think of it, do they even know they're left to their right? Other than the overnight popularity that they are now, enjoying. And you have some, blind followers that actually they derive or they learn things from their favorite bloggers and online headline bloggers. I think it's dangerous. The trend that is we now having, where those who are supposed to be, a thinker, a future thinker, and now some don't even. There was a question somebody asked in the comment section of one of the blogger one time, and I was surprised that there's individual went to school, and yet you don't know what this. I'm trying to remember what that was. They don't even read newspapers. They trust what the likes of Tony had now pushed out in like cages and all that. And that is troubling, to be honest with you. It's very troubling. And if you have such people that are pushing agenda or they are the one fighting for the
Did we lose Mr. Diwali?
Do we have to? I think we lost him. Yes, I was wondering. I thought maybe my system dropped. Yes. So that's the Wale he dropped. Who have we not heard from? I think Prince Daddy. We've not heard from him. Arokidigba is there as well. But are you following this Afenifere? Are you following this Afenifere space?
Yeah. But we are not even sure which of the fashion now. But
It's certainly not the Dele Farutimi one, you know.
So probably it's that Baba's fashion now.
Who is the leader now? Actually, has it reverted back to Power Fashion Naughty?
No, I think they still kept this their fashion thing. I think the Daily Farutimi's faction. I think they appointed someone, I think a monarch or something, as their own head, and it's still the same thing. It's still factionized. So it's well, that thing they should just scrap that Afenifere. Nothing like Afenifere anything. They should just scrap it and let everybody go back to their tents. Because
they still don't know what purpose they serve anyway. One day they are political, the next day they are not, you know.
No. They should just scrap the whole Afenifere because nobody actually respects them again, right? Because no one respects them. So unlike how it was in those days of what is Abraham Adesoya, where a lot of people respect them within the Southwest. But now I'm not even sure anybody even respects Afenifere. Afenifere is just like I'm not even sure Afenifere can, do a meeting. Those days they were so powerful that even the state governors, a lot of people actually respect Afenifere, but I'm not even sure anybody actually respects them again. So if I were people within that circle, they should just scrap that thing. We don't even need any Afenifere.
But we need because the Northerners have our consultative elders forum, and the Southeast has on Ohanese. So there has to be an umbrella voice for the Southwest, surely.
Well, okay, probably because of that, probably just one figurehead association that can back when other people are back, when Arewa and other people are back. Because for me, if you ask me what exactly is the function of the Afenifere thing, it's not like it has one key function like that. Personally, I used to respect them those days. So Afenifere, and they have a say within the Southwest because a lot of people respect them. A lot of politicians respect them. But nowadays, if you talk about Afenifere, nobody even cares, right? Nobody cares. The politicians don't care. Even people from Southwest don't really care. They just see them as
it's because of the ambiguity. Their purpose is not clearly defined. So so nobody, like you said, nobody knows what they stand for. So how can you stand behind them?
Yeah. And I think that late Baba did a lot of damage to that association. Baba Adebanjo, he did a lot of damage to that association. Because, Afenifere, the moment that Baba said, Afenifere is like a political party, that was when they lost it. Right? Because Afenifere is supposed to be, that group of old people that are reserved, that a lot of people respect, that if probably one or two things happening in Southwest that they can make a statement that people will respect. But immediately they start bringing, everybody, they start functioning. Everybody wants to hold a position in Afenifere so as to promote something. So that was when they lost it. I'm not even sure if you ask people in Southwest about Afenifere, nobody even care again. Nobody even care. Everybody just see it as it's just one association that is just there to just shout. Probably if Arewa is shouting, they will also shout it for Southwest. Not really like they have one key thing that people know that this is Afenifere. Probably when there is a particular time for us to talk in Southwest, they have a say, they have a strong position that people will respect. It's not like that now. So what's the essence of keeping those associations just for the name? For me, If you ask me, I don't even see what they do. So probably they should just disband it and everybody just go. If we don't have a single association, what's the essence of the whole Afenifere of the thing? For me, it's
Did you see this Nigeria First policy that Tinubu came out with? Did you see that?
I saw it, but the thing is, until implementation is the key, right? Now in Nigeria, policies are no problem. You can bring out the best
I
policy.
think it's a bit silly actually, because Nigeria doesn't have the base for that sort of policy. What do we produce?
No,
And to what quality? You
No,
know?
I think it's not. It's not. So I think it was misrepresented, right? I think the whole thing was just for government spending, parastatals and ministries. So but a lot of people reported it as more of a blank thing. Oh, we are banning. No, it's not like that. So it was today when I was I was reading somewhere. That was when I got the whole thing. So it's just more of every public expenditure, like probably the ministries, the parastatals. They can anything they can actually get internally, they can import it. I think that's the whole thing. But Nigeria, people will just carry things because you can't just wake up and say, "Oh, you are banning all imported." You know how we've not gotten to that point now. Even China, when China started their own industrialization, they didn't just wake up and say they ban everything because the implication of that is because with what they are even doing with the US, with what they are even sorting out with the US, they won't even do that. So for
All
me,
right, we're just gisting, by the way. So anyone that wants to chime in can chime
Larry,
in. But
Larry, I wouldn't use the word ban. I wouldn't consider what they've done, you know, as bad. I think what they were like, it's actually nothing new. To the best of my knowledge, in one way or the other, a lot of the presidents before him have always tried to do this. They've all kind of tried to do something similar. But I think what he's trying to do, I think, is quite not, is because the problem in Nigeria is we always try to find new laws and this and that. But we already have laws, we have regulations in place. In some places we have established bodies in place to do things. I think it's really just to promote local content.
well,
And to also make sure that procurement,
see
where we can do, because I think someone made mention of sugar. I think someone used sugar as an example. We have a sugar board in Nigeria. We are self-sufficient in sugar production, but there's still importation of sugar.
The problem in Nigeria, it's always easy to say some of all those things, right? For me, if you ask me, what is the best way to do this thing, right? Set a team, right? Let them outline things. Okay, these are things that we don't have. These are things that we have. And then come out and bring something. Okay, it's just like when Trump wanted to do his own tariff. Trump didn't just wake up and say, "Oh, this is it." He has a team. They came up with one or two things, right? Oh, tariff on this, no tariff on this on this, this on that. So that's the best way to do it.
But his team are poor example, really. I mean, even the mathematics behind the tariff was quite poor.
But still, it's not like we just say, "Oh, we are banning what Okay, now if you ask me now, right? It's just like a general statement, right?
They've not banned anything. They have not banned. But I do agree with you. I think what they should have done is to look at the competitive, what's locally available, what's the competitive advantage, and put importation taxes and levies on things that we want to discourage.
Because for me, let me not deceive you. It's just normal political statement.
Yeah, I think I do think I agree with that as well. I think it's
just a normal political statement. Now, when it comes to implementation, they are not ready to implement. It's just like this local government autonomy. if they want to implement that local government autonomy, they can implement it. But
They are still begging the governors, you know. They are still kind of begging them to
They
comply.
are not ready to implement.
Essentially begging the governors to comply. Why you can force them? You can force them to get in line.
Politics now. That is why you see all the governors, they prefer to.
May I come in, please?
Hey, Baba.
Yeah, how are you guys doing? It's just this policy thing that made me to come in because you're not putting it in the right perspective. It's a policy. It's for the MDAs and those governors who can buy into it if they so wishes, if they so wish, rather. It's tied to Bureau of Public Procurement. Is that anything you want to purchase as an MDA, be it a polo shirt, a branded polo shirt, or a cap, all you have to do first is to take your requests to Bureau of Public Procurement, so that if that particular item is not available in the country, locally manufactured in the country, then they can give you certificate of no objection. Because you cannot procure anything foreign without BPP giving you certificate of no objection. So it is on that basis that you can import. Because a lot of things we look that are eating deep into our foreign reserve are just very funny stuff. Branded teacups, branded sun visor cap, polo shirt branded, this mat, that mat, this carpet, that carpet, and all of those. Those are just way of stopping it. But some people are just maybe misinterpreting it, that it's all about if the government should start helping the car assembly plants also, and encouraging them also to buy and stuff like that. No, we don't have that capacity yet. Ordinarily, the National Assembly the other day wanting to buy about 300 or more so of Lexus, about 400 and something. And people are saying, why did they buy Lexus? Why not Innocent? Innocent cannot manufacture all of that. Even in 1 year, they don't have the capacity, neither Nord. So it is for those kind of things that they are making this policy. It's not a law, it's just a policy for the MDAs. Thank you. And don't forget also, it's not just only that one. The cocoa board is coming on board because cocoa is now about 11,000 a ton. So it has to be regulated and helping the farmers also to sell to the government board, and the government board will do the exports. So we can be able to compete with Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, who are the two countries supplying about more than 50% of the world requirement for cocoa at the moment. So those are two policies that I think I support wholeheartedly, and I think it's going to work.
No, Baba, I agree with you, right? For me, I think Tinubu has the capacity to make some decisions about Nigeria. And in terms of people that have that capacity, I think Tinubu is one of those people that, for me, if Tinubu wants to change Nigeria for good, he has the capacity to do it. There are a lot of things that he has, a lot of very good policies, right? Very good policies. But for me, my problem is implementation of those policies. I think they've not really been doing well, implementing some of those policies. They've not really been doing well. They have very solid, robust policies. And all he just needs to do is to ensure that those policies are implemented well. At least if you can have people that are actually, that are ready to help Tinubu to succeed. 60-70% of adequate implementation of those policies would definitely help Tinubu's government. Take, for instance, this student loan of a thing, right? if they had done their due diligence, did the proper thing, it should be seamless, right? I understand money is not missing, right? ICPC that is saying money is missing is because they are, the flow, the flow is not seamless. Oh, some money are still held somewhere in the bank. Some bank are not releasing. Some schools are holding on to it. Some schools are charging some things, charging extra. Some schools are collecting commission, because all those things for me, it's more like you have very good policy, but you don't have people that are ready to work on those policies with you for it to be successful. And that's the problem I see in Tinubu's government. If you look at
I think it's problem of compliance. And when you talk about compliance, we should talk about the Nigerian factor too.
Baba.
Anything you understand? Because for instance,
Baba, this is not Nigerian factor.
Why is it not? A government made a policy for NEL fund, for instance, and a whole university structure is sabotaging that same thing.
University structure would not sabotage if you made the whole value chain seamless.
Tell me how.
No, see, you have money is coming from here to here, right? But the moment you trust the universities that, probably the universities will do the right thing, the universities will do what they want to do now. Because
what's wrong with universities doing the right thing? They are academicians, ivory tower, they were told, and they were supposed to be an embodiment of all virtues.
That is when you don't. This is your own policy, right? This is your own policy. And what CBN actually told us that time is they have a financial architecture that can withstand that can make it seamless. It's no rocket science now. One school is holding on to it, and then probably because of interest, they want to collect interest on it. A school is charging on it, and you are telling me that you don't know. You are releasing the money.
No, Larry, you are not. The only place I'll fault them is when you send the money, pay on behalf of a student, give that student also through the portal he or she applied from a receipt. So when the bursar or registrar come calling, knocking at his hostel door, or putting notice out that so and so people have not paid their tuition and things like that, all that students needs to is slap that treasurer or that register with the receipt on the face.
Baba, that is what I'm saying now, because there are two sides to a coin, right? There are two sides to a coin. There are two parties to a particular money, and basically you are trusting one party.
Sorry, Larry. Let me bail out. I'll be in the background. You guys can just coordinate the conversations amongst yourself. Try and bring Michael in as soon as his connection allows him to be able to speak. Super Tatas are your Choma, Liz, and Choma again. So thank you to those. Other stands can still keep super chatting. I think everyone see you tomorrow. I'll be in the background until another host comes in. So yeah, carry on. Sorry.
Okay. Baba, there are two sides to a coin, right? There is a party, the school is a party, the student is a party. And what you basically did was you cut the student out of it. You trusted the school to be able to do the right thing, right? And at the end of the day, the students that are supposed to be party that you actually cut off is now crying. What some of those schools basically did was they held on all to that money. Some schools, they said some schools were based, some were charging 5,000, some were charging 3,000, and this is money that is not supposed to, even the commercial banks, because schools don't just charge. Commercial banks will charge for them. And CBN is the money, the whole money is in CBN. So that's why for me, if they want this man to succeed, I don't really think, I think everybody is just doing their own thing. They have good policies, yes, but everybody is just doing their own thing. They are not really interested in making the man succeed. That's what I just think. Because this student loan of a thing, right? This age that we had, there are a lot of things. If you can't manage it, outsource it to people. Outsource it. Let private people manage it and sack all those people that you appointed. There are people that can manage this thing that it will be seamless without all these. I don't know.
Nigerian.
One money.
I wish I share your faith.
No,
When
Baba. See, Baba. Because some of those things are not adding up. Let's not deceive ourselves. That man, that professor that came, there's one money stolen somewhere. It's not adding up now. It's not adding up. Baba, I'm telling you that in terms of implementation, this student loan of a thing, if they have done well, at least 60%, I'm telling you, it's going to spread across. Okay, another problem some students are saying, some of them have graduated, they've paid, they applied for student loan. The school did not drop the student loan. They've even graduated. They now saw alert that the school have collected the money. They went back to this NEL fund. NEL fund said, go and meet school for refund. Does it work like that? It doesn't work like that. So it's just majorly, you have the money, you are just pushing the money. It's more of a push factor. Push the money here, push the money here, push the money here. So the people you push the money to, you are trusting them to do the right thing.
But in the first place, why should somebody with just a semester left apply for it, where you know that
Baba,
that thing may not get through? Then
Baba,
after you've left, they pay the money in the university sat on it. Yeah.
People can apply, right? There is nothing that says if I have one session. Most schools in Nigeria pay per session now. It's not per semester.
Yeah, that's true.
So if I have one session and I think that, okay, this last session, I have a whole lot of things, I have projects, the cost is too much on me. Okay, if the government is giving me it's a loan. So there should be, it's a loan, which it's not like a grant, it's a loan. So I can wake up and say, okay, fine, I want to apply for this loan, and I get it. And I know that, okay, fine, that's going to cover my tuition for the last year while I focus on project and some other things.
Doing it directly from the federal government is not a nice thing. They shouldn't have done it directly from the federal government. Federal government is kind of too far from the schools.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you are just trust the federal government. Oh, federal government, we have pushed so billion. Now we are not. The school are saying
no. We are talking of NEL Fund, an agency of government, not federal government directly. It's an agency of government.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I know it's an agency. Let him continue.
No, Madam Zita, you can continue now. We are saying the same thing. Let's hear your perspective.
What you can do is, in such a case, if you have that agency is supposed to have an office in every higher institution that is qualified to have that loan. They will be given access into students' admissions. They can see which student is in the school, how many courses he has registered, number of years he wants to graduate, and the number of years remaining for him to graduate. If they can track it that way, it's very easy. This is the world of tech. You just put all the algorithms. The moment the student apply, it's not on his destiny. The thing will kick it out. You don't need to do it. I don't even know why Nigeria is finding it difficult handling issues like this.
Exactly.
Issues like this is not supposed to be a difficult thing in today's world. All you need to do is to do the program. Let the agency be in school. They will be the one having some kind of workshop from time to time to talk to students about the scholarship, when the scholarship will be ready, the do's and don'ts in the scholarship, giving them flyers and directing them to their website to look at it and apply. But the algorithm will still be at the back end. The moment you are a student, you put in your information with the data already in their system, it will tell you whether you're qualified or how much you are going to get. And immediately the thing will be in your student account in the school. The school cannot take it unless you register for those courses.
Exactly.
And until you take those courses, the moment you register, you finish those courses, the results show that you have done this course, you finished this course, you made a C in this course, that is passed, the money will just vanish. It will disappear.
No, I think you are mistaken there, because that is what obtains in the West. But this scholarship fund it's a different thing entirely. It's about your tuition. So they just pay the tuition.
Baba.
You are not understanding what I'm
Let me
saying.
finish. Let me finish my point. They paid your tuition, and whatever you need, particularly your stipend, they pay directly to you. This tuition, in Nigeria's lingo, the tuition is all encompassing. Is the totality of your school bill they've paid. So it behoves on you, the student, to monitor it. Let's take, for instance, the COVID, at the height of the COVID pandemic. All manners of money were extracted from the federal government in the US. People were living large, thinking that it's free money. But 4 years down the line, the hen has come home to roost for all of them. Those that got the money dubiously, that were undeservedly got the money, they are going to jail today. They are going to jail today. I know the system is not perfect. It's just a year old.
What do you think that is the reason why they are able to find them?
Because they now go back and started now reviewing all payments made. Because it was an emergency thing. This Nelfon thing is new, not an emergency, but it's new. Like everything new, they will be torturing. It's going to be.
You are not understanding, Baba. You didn't understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
The essence of technology is actually to curb fraud. It's not that fraud doesn't happen in tech. Of course it does, but the important thing is that, number one, it is easy to trace where the fraud is coming from. Very easy. Secondly, the number of fraudulent activities will reduce. So it's not going to be a page-like fraud where you open the first page, before you go down, the money reduces. Before you go down, the money reduces. At the end of the day, the person who is supposed to get the money will not get it. That is what tech controls. Now, what am I saying in this student loan? Because my niece had it. I am saying student loan is for tuition. Is that not so? Hello?
Yes, now.
Good.
Sorry, what did you say?
Student loan is for tuition.
You said?
It's for tuition now, for school fees.
Correct. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
So now, how are you going to, a student that have 1 semester left in a whole year of 3 semesters, in his last semester, he applied for the loan, and then he did not get it on time, which is lapses. Then, by the time he graduates, you are paying the school the whole year instead of that semester. Are you getting the point? That's why I said the easiest way to handle finances for students in colleges and universities is for you to have that body situated in that college.
Of course.
Then we have access to whatever called admission of those students in that college.
That's the Nelfon office.
Yes.
In every university.
Yes.
And they will be having workshop. From time to time, they have a workshop, display who they are in the school. Students will be passing, students will be talking to them. They will make biros, they will make flyers, handband, face cap, t-shirt. It's kind of communication.
I think you have a point, yeah.
And every student will somehow know what this is and how it functions. And then the rest is left for the tech. Then we make the algorithm in a way that if you are a student in that school, first of all, you have to register. This is the algorithm will identify you as a student. Now, how many courses are you taking for this year or this semester? The algorithm will determine that you have registered for those courses. It's not supposed to be a whole year something. Then the moment you take those courses and you have passed that stage, you pass that semester, that 8 subjects you took, you have passed it. The money, look at it, is even if the stipend is added to it, you might not get a particular amount of stipend. Let's assume that you are doing 8 courses, subjects, while somebody else is doing 7. Of course, the person who is doing 7 courses that semester, his stipend will be higher than you that is doing 8 courses. That's how it works. So the moment you people finish that semester, the money for the tuition will go direct immediately wired to the school.
Of course. So
I think they will get there
In
eventually.
the Western
Because
culture,
it's just
you don't get your stipend until you.
You see
Let me
this
finish.
usual of
In the
this
Western
usual of
culture,
they
can I
will
say
get there.
this, please? In the Western culture, you don't get your stipend until your school fees is paid. That's why they call it refund. When they pay your school fees, the balance, whatever is left, that's what they give to you. But Nigeria as a country can turn their own, do their own the other way around. The moment you register the courses, the system will say this term, you register for 7 subjects. So 7 minus the amount for you for this term is, the balance is 20,000 naira. So immediately they will load the 20,000 in your account and the rest will wait. The moment the school ascertain that you have passed that course, they take their money. It's simple. Those things are not supposed to be touching anybody's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Direct to the student account, direct to the school account. And when a student in his final year, last semester, the school should not be having the whole, I don't know, look, let me be honest with you people. Most times I notice that our leaders in Nigeria, they put up policies and things to embezzle money. Student loan, no, some politicians are going to be very rich from it.
Of course now.
This for women with children with disability is to embezzle money. Project 5 for graduates from the university is to embezzle money. Because in this present day of technology, you can't tell me that fraud cannot be curbed to the minimum bearable. Of course it can. So what is all this story of, they should be ashamed of themselves.
Of course.
Honestly.
No, but we are forgetting actually that this is just a barely 15. Listen, let me finish.
Money is missing, Baba. Money is missing. Billions. We are talking about
Let me finish my point now. There is nothing, those system we are talking about today, they are not just something of 1 year old. With that, we're talking about 50 years ago. In fact, they came from analog to digital. They transited. So the system is almost perfect, not 100% perfect. So what we are saying here, some people somewhere will also be saying it. And I'm sure with time, they will hone their skill and perfect it. But what I love mostly about this is the NEL fund itself in every university, about 300 of them now in Nigeria, they should have a liaison officer in every university, where even when a student
No, I'm
grads,
not talking about a liaison officer. No,
let me finish my point. I'm just making my own suggestion because I'm looking at costs also. It's about an officer in one office in the university with his computer. Everything is inside. Even a student that is leaving will be given a discharge certificate and all his record expunged or put into another tray in the computer, so that they will not start still collecting money for and on his behalf. Fraud happens everywhere. It will continue to happen, but the thing is the ability to fine-tune the system. That is what it is, because we are discussing it here now because we care. It's not about flaky. Folake said that I'm biased because I'm Tinubu's man. My love for Tinubu is not blind. It's neither dumb nor deaf too. So it's all good. I like that aspect of Nelfund having office in universities. I think that will help, though it will add to the costs in terms of billions.
Okay, Baba, you said cost effectiveness. They should have a liaison officer, one woman, that the day he has diarrhea, the student will not
No,
be
when
able
we say
to
liaison
access
officer,
it.
he is going to have some staff of his own now.
Hold on. First of all, I don't even know why execution in Nigeria is difficult. As I said earlier, execution in Nigeria is difficult because some people want to steal. When you have a project, you start by conception. You do what they call front end, then you do detailed, then you go into fabrication, then you go into execution. Now, the main project starts with the conception. Everybody will put heads together and said, we want to do this. How are we going to do it? What is supposed to be the outcome? That is the paperwork. You write on this, on this, including date, time, execution, how it's going to be, areas it's going to be. You conception that you're thinking about it. Like you are burning the project. You want to burn the project like a baby. In that place, the number, as you said, whatever agent you call that is handling the loan, that means that's the contractor. That's the right word for him. The contractor, how many staff is he going to have? How many universities do we have? How many universities that are qualified to have this loan? What is the projection of the number of students at the first instance that is supposed to have this loan? Then if the contractor is quoting, how many staff? How much is he going to pay his staff? How many in a school? What is their leave like? The contractor have to bring all those things to them. So when those things are put together, you'll be able to know the amount this your so-called policy or project or loan is going to cost you. And when you know that, you can put a little overhead because of the value of currency and things like that. You can work about Nigeria don't do their project in Naira anyway. It's always quoted in dollars. So currency devaluation will even favor the contractor. So you start. Whosoever is the contractor that won that contract knows what is in the conception. So then we go to those universities, then we ask them for a building, then we ask them for an office. Then it will be like a department of finance. And this thing is supposed to be controlled by the Ministry of Finance. I don't understand that country. Where they will have an office, put the name there, student, whatever they will call it, I don't care. Then continue the awareness by doing several workshops in that school. Make sure that every student in that school understand what that loan is for, how they can repay it, how they're going to get it, what is the essence of getting it, what is the do's and don'ts, what crime are you going to commit that will make you not even have a job in Nigeria if you abuse that loan. That's the awareness they're supposed to do. Then another awareness is with the school. The school have to open a lot of their IPs for them. The computers in that school are supposed to be talking with the computer of that contractor to an extent, at least for student registration, the admission, after I'm talking about student result, but the admission. So what is all this stealing money, stealing billions and all whatnot? I don't get it. But just as I said before, most of these things are done to embezzle money. We know that. We know that. So it's not that they don't know what to do. They know what to do, but they don't want to do it, because if they do it, they're not going to make big money. The stealing will be very small, so they won't do it like that. They will do it in a way that when they want to cut the money, it will sound in billions. I don't blame them. It's not their fault.
Yeah, you can carry on here. I just came in to interject on the issue of the.
I don't even know what you people are discussing. I just overheard
policy.
you people
I
as
just
I
came in
came
too,
in.
but I think they discussed the Natasha issue, the very dark man,
Again?
the very dark man issue also. I
Again?
think, yeah.
Is that all you people have today? Natasha and the very dark man?
I think those are the two I can readily remember or readily comes to mind.
Who else is here? Which other topic did you people discuss, please?
I think you can free flow.
I don't want to talk about Natasha and the very dark man. I don't know. Natasha, yes, at least I can speak about. I've spoken about Natasha, but that very dark man, I don't know the heck who he is, and I don't care. And I triple down and I double down there. And there is one funny thing Africans do. They have a way of making somebody popular.
Madam Zita, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, before you go on, I just want to quickly tell you about NowFund. And I don't know whether you listened to the managing director of NowFund with Akin Okinbaloye just 3 or 4 days ago. Are you aware of the interview?
Who?
Because, I mean, the NowFund chairman,
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Sawyer.
Tunde Savage.
I don't know who the heck
I mean,
is.
Tunde Sawyer, sorry. Tunde Sawyer.
I think I've listened to you, but I did not listen to you today. But I think on the part of NowFund, they have done a wonderful job. The only thing, because the interface, they are not everything, the process of registration and everything. When the student apply for the loan, they have access to JAM portal, in which they will see that this student has been admitted into this federal university or polytechnic or college of education. They have their matric number. They do their own verification from that angle.
Excuse
and also
me.
with the school. No, let me finish. Sorry. They do their own verification with the school, and the process of asking for the loan, registration, and everything. There is no human-to-human contact with the student. Mr. Sawyer admitted that the only mistake they did is that when they issued the check to their various universities, which the money comes directly from the CBN, NEFON did not have any money in their pool. All the money donated, or maybe from budget allocation or from proceeds of crime, were all domiciled with the CBN. The only thing he says that the only mistake it is that when this money was being dispersed to check issued to these various institutions, they did not notify the student through their portal, which NEFON, that the money had been paid to the institution. That is the only mistake they did. And he said, henceforth, listen, we shouldn't be laughing about it, because this man that is talking is an expert. These people are not so he said that is the only problem. But the money in question is a misappropriation of funds. It's not that they did not disburse the money to the university. It is the university themselves that they deliberately kept the money in commercial bank or the bank of the institution to generate interest. That is one. And then two, Another problem they envisage is this, that the monthly stipend they are giving some students who ask for it through the institution. The university are also trying to change them that they should bring 5,000 or 3,000, they call it processing fee, before they can access that 20,000 monthly stipend. So all these things you have been talking about, I think for me personally, I think NEFON have done a wonderful job. It is when it comes to human, that is where the problems come. And that human to human about the money is about the university and their students.
Okay.
That is clarification I want you to.
Okay. So this thing you explained now is an activity of a marvelous job. You really?
Activities of what do you call it?
You said they have done a marvelous job, and I'm
talking about NEF fund. I'm not
That's
talking
what
about.
I'm saying. This thing you just explained now.
Yes, exactly. I think they have done a wonderful job. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh,
yes.
Really?
Yeah,
As I
because
said before,
every process is digitalized and you can trace it. It's very easy for students to
hold
trace.
on. Okay, fine. As I said before, if everybody is listening, I noticed that most things they do in Nigeria, they do it to embezzle money. And I will double down and triple down on that. Now, university have their own account. I am sure that every university in Nigeria have a bank account where student school fees are being paid into.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, that, I don't know what you people call that contractor. As I said before,
there's no contractor. I don't know where you're talking about contractor.
What they are contractor because they are not government. They are not government. They are not government body. They are the people handling the loan. So they are contractor to the government. That should be the right word for them, not agent. They are contractor. Now,
I think they should form under they are under the Ministry of Education.
It's an agency. It's not a NEF fund. It's not a contracting company.
They are not a
or anything.
contractor.
It's not a
like
PLC,
MTA.
a company.
Yeah.
It's an agency of government.
It's an agency of the government, not a
But
contractor.
they were established by the Constitution. You cannot just call them an
hold
agent.
on. Calm down. Let me understand it. I thought that we are contractors. They are an agency of the federal government. And what is the job of that agency, please? Let me get it.
The job is for them to disburse loans and stipends to universities. So I students that ask for it. Yes, that's their job.
Hold on. They just created it for this purpose.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. That makes it very easy. Now, as I said before, they are supposed to have office in every university in Nigeria that is their students are qualified to apply for this loan. Why?
Can we,
let me finish now.
No. Before you go on, listen to this. The students of the higher institution have a right to ask for the loan for this year, and the next year they might not need it. So it's not that every 4 years throughout their institution they must go for the loan.
I am not saying what they are doing.
And I think if you ask them to have offices,
no. I'm not saying, please, I'm not saying what they are doing. You've already said they did a marvelous job. I am saying what they should do to curb fraud. We are saying two different things. You are saying so far so good, and I am saying so far so terrible.
But
and
I am trying to puncture an hole in what you are trying to say to have offices.
No, you've said all they have done, and to you, it is marvelous. I give
but at
it
the
to
same
you.
time,
I'm
your
not
idea.
arguing.
I'm not arguing with you. Your
I am
idea
not
of
arguing
telling
on
them,
what you said.
Listen,
I'm not trying to debunk what you said.
Madam Zita, let's make it a conversation. Your idea of saying they should have office on all the university, college of educations, and polytechnics, both federal and state, I think that will be a lot of cost on them. It does
Why
not
issues? Excuse me.
Go ahead.
It is if you are doing such a thing and you as a government have the guts to establish a parastatal in the government to handle it, then you should have the guts to establish it in every of the universities.
I don't agree with that because that will put a
I
lot
don't
of
need
Or
you to
better
agree with
still,
me.
Zita, better still, maybe a
I
state
don't
office,
need you
at
to
least
agree with
a
me.
state office to cut
No,
costs.
no. I don't need you to agree with me, but I want to drop my own idea. Whether it's stupid or not, I am saying today how they are supposed to run that thing, curb fraud, curb waste, students will be happy. And they too will save a lot of money. That's just what I want to say. Because these billions that are missing is more than enough. Just 100,000 US dollars. We pay a lot of salaries of these people I'm talking about in Nigeria. They're supposed to be part of the school. For every school. It's not all the schools in Nigeria that their students are qualified to apply for that loan. I'm not too sure. I think it's government universities. So if they should have the guts to establish a different parastatals whose job is to do that thing. So why are the people sitting down there? They should have offices in those universities to bring awareness. And number one, no student should apply for that loan without well, every student in the university is supposed to have what they call financial, what do they call it? Finance, whatever they want to call it. In a place that a student who wants to receive money from the school or from the government will go into that place, put his name, his bank account, and everything. It's supposed to be a small app in the school. That way, the school don't need to interact, the government don't need to interact with students to pay them money. As you said, no human interaction, no human interaction, but you give a check. I don't even know why you should give a check if there is no human interaction.
I think you are not listening to me. And
you said they give the check. You use the word check. You said they give the check to the school.
Let me say something. We are not arguing here. First and foremost, if you are conversant with Nigerian system of today, things have changed in that country, you might not know. In most of the university, they have what we call their student portal. And once you are admitted, even your JAM number and your JAM score will be on your registration, the student registration portal. And when they're about to finish their 4 years, they always send them, JAM will send them a note to prepare for their NYC pre-mobilization. And I'm telling you that NEL Fund, in conjunction with JAM, in conjunction with Ministry of Education, they do their own verification for each student that apply for this loan. And you can apply maybe your year 1, year 2, year 3, or year 4. It does not necessarily mean that you have to apply throughout the year. For NEL Fund, they don't have any interaction with the student. They just followed it digitally from one step to another step.
You have said this several times now.
What I'm trying to tell you is this. We are in the age of digital world. And I'm trying to tell you that with NIN number and everything, they don't need to have offices in all the federal polytechnics, state polytechnics.
Can you allow me to say my own idea?
I think you are repeating it once.
I'm trying to push
okay,
out.
Go ahead, after you.
You see, in Nigeria, you are okay with what they are doing. I get that part. But I am not okay. If somebody says he's not okay, ask the person why. And that's what I am explaining. It's shady. And I don't like it. They should have an office to bring an awareness. It's not supposed to be hanging in the air. That should be a time a student will walk into their office and say, what's your student number? The student will call. What is this? I have not received my refund. I have not received my stipend. They will go into their computer. What is happening? No, you don't have a refund for this semester because you did this, you did this. Chicken. If there is any refund, it will automatically go to your account. You know that. He said, yes, fine. That is what I'm talking about. And again, this idea of paying school to pay students shouldn't be happening. You should separate the two money. If a student is requesting for a stipend and he has to pay his school fees, direct the money for the school fees to the school and the money for the stipend into the student's account. How is that difficult to handle? For crying out loud. Every student who gained admission into a university, normally they will ask you, do you want to receive any financial help of any kind from the state, from the school, or from the federal government? If you say yes, they will tell you, go to the school website, go to mobile or bank transfer or something, put in all your bank information there. So that the school don't need to ask you, where is your bank account? Right or no? The moment it is established there, anytime the money comes, they wire it into your account. You don't need to be a teacher. They put this into the school. The money for the student and the school is supposed to be separated. And again, sitting there means that we have access to the school, whatever, not them. I'm talking about what is going on, because when you get admission, years pass, you still need the loan to continue your school. That you pass JAMB doesn't necessarily mean you have registered as a student. That you pass JAMB, you register as a student, doesn't mean you are continuing your education. I overheard somebody saying that a student have 1 semester to go. The thing did not come on time. By the time he left, he noticed that the school has collected the money. It's not supposed to be like that. If all the computers, the computer of the school and computer of this parastatal are talking to each other, more especially when it comes to student course credit and their what do you call admissions, this wouldn't happen, because the government will know that this particular student have only 1 semester to go. And even if they're going to pay him the loan, they're going to cover the school fees for that 1 semester. Instead of wiring up, okay, now who's going to pay? Is it the student or the school? Who is going to refund the loan? I don't get what I'm saying that is wrong here. I'm just saying how easy it is to run such a thing.
Okay, that is your
fraud.
opinion. Can I come in now? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Remy. Go ahead.
Okay, you brought your own idea, and you are trying to say that probably at the end of the day they should pay the money directly to the student because they have a student app or portal or whatever. But have you forgotten
the stipend that is supposed to go to the student?
Okay, fine. In this kind of system, that is why I like the chairman. They are open, and they also advise students to write them emails or letter for whatever reason their money is not being paid or
no. It shouldn't be that way.
Let me finish.
It shouldn't be that way.
You have your own say. You have your own say, and I deliberately kept quiet.
Finish.
So to me, I don't support the idea of having offices in all the federal and state university, polytechnic, and college of education, because these are the 3 that are collecting the loans now. And I've listened to several students that have already get this stipend, monthly stipend, and I've listened to some of them that have their school fees have been paid. What I see here, the NEFund managing director have made a very good advice and they have seen that this is where they are lacking and they need to improve upon them. There is no money missing now, according to him. It's not that the money they so far disbursed till today is about 50 billion naira. And the money they have in their till with the CBN is about 203. So you remove 50 billion, the rest is still with the CBN. Now,
sorry, Remy. Remy, AI, please wait. MOP, enigmatic. Please make it interactive. Don't wait for anybody to
Yes,
call on you.
that would be
Baba,
good.
Baba,
Yes,
Remy,
yes, Zita.
just a second. Remy, just a second. Baba,
Yeah,
I don't
Zita.
know if you schooled in the US or in a Western culture, a Western country. Do you know what they call financial aid?
Of course, I have children for the
Okay,
US and
good,
I school in
good.
UK
They
in the
have
era of
financial aid
analog.
office in their colleges, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so as I was saying, this platform is for students that come forward to say, I need this loan for my school fees. And then it is not mean generally that they should have the loan for all the 4 years. They will apply every section, not every semester. So some of them, they do apply, but the guy said that maybe sometimes their way of collating and verifying their status with their university and with the Ministry of Education and with JAM and everything, sometimes it takes time because they don't want to pay the money just one by one. They want to pull a lot of students together in one university before they issue that check through the CBN to that university. So to me, I think at the end of the day, what you said to me is a little bit too cumbersome. Do this, do that, do that. The way they do it is simplified. Of course, we all know the country we come from, Nigeria as a country. No matter what you do, some people still want to find a way to change the system. And it's those people that are changing the system. But it's quite embarrassing that those people we're supposed to hold in higher esteem. People like lecturer, professors, university staff, senior staff. So I think at the end of the day, I like what ICPC and the National Orientation Agency in conjunction with Minister of Finance and Education and NAFON. I think I like what they are doing. They pick it up and they have already identified the institution. Not all of them. They say in total about 10 or 20 out of them are the one fund corporate, and they're taking action on them. And before you can say, hey, most of them quickly started disposing this money because they have been caught in the act. But you telling us that your personal opinion, to that, to me, I want a system that is simplified. People can follow it easily. But when you make it enlarged and you give money directly to the student might not necessarily use the money for what it's meant for. How can you give a university student school fees? He might just go and spend it, and he won't pay directly to the university. So I will stop there so that other people can contribute.
Yeah,
Okay, anyone
can I come in?
enigmatic? Okay, MOP, go ahead.
I think that's not correct in my own opinion, because what I see that happen in that area, the government has go and warn them, that you should decide from that money is missing. About 70% of that money is missing. That's the fact. This is what the government does. Like, they capture all sections of the government. That's exactly what they are doing here. The money is actually missing. And what
Well,
is the
so
purpose
which
of this?
money? Do you have
Hold
your
on, hold
fact?
on, hold on, hold on. It's my turn. What is the purpose of this student loan? It's a scam, in my own opinion. You go to school, you can't even find a job. Can anybody? Why not give people grant, financial aid? Even a small country like Botswana, they have financial aid where people go to school free. And you're talking about student loan. I mean, in my own opinion, it's just a scam. There's no benefit from this student loan. Okay, that's how I see it. I mean,
Okay,
you
I'm
can
sorry,
come here
man
and
of
support. You can
prestige.
come here and support.
Man
You
of
know,
prestige, you are totally
Botswana of 3
incorrect.
million people.
You are totally incorrect. You don't know about this system and you don't follow it up very well. If you are following very
I
well,
know, I know that, I know that Nigerian government is not. I know that Nigerian government is not
you
credible.
are
They are not credible. That I know. Even
yeah,
at all, I don't know about the system.
you are generalizing everything. You are not following it up. If you talk to any university that they issue this check to, we have seen both audio
Why
and
would
video.
Remy? Why would they come out and say the money is
Relax,
missing
calm down,
until the government went?
calm down. We have seen
Why do you calm down? That's a fact.
calm down. Let me say, I did not interject you. I will, after 1 minute, you come again. Calm down, please. We have seen several universities that received this check, both audio and visual. And I'm telling you that as we are talking today, they have pinpointed institutions that they deliberately put the money into their school university account with the commercial bank in order to generate interest. And I am telling you, the total money is about 203 billion, out of which they have disbursed only 50 billion. The rest are still with the CBN. And I can also tell you how they arrive at 203 billion for you. If you check it.
When did that revelation come up? I mean,
I'm telling you it's about, so that's why I said
Over
you are
a
not,
week ago, MOP, you are not following.
I'm not conversant with it. So and you are just here castigating unnecessarily. This information came about like 3 or 4 days ago from the chairman or managing director of NEFUND himself, telling us the money they have received, about 203 billion. The appropriation money is about 10 billion. Proceed from crime
From the
from
budget.
EFCC is from 50 billion, and the remaining money is from TAL Fund, Tertiary Institution Fund of Nigeria, about 100 and something billion. And so far, they have disbursed only 50 billion naira. The rest is still with the CBN account
okay.
of.
Do they have a data? Do they have a data?
They
The
have.
students that are
They do.
benefiting
You can
from
go to
that
their
are benefiting
website.
from this loan.
What did you say?
Do they have a data?
They
Students that are
do.
benefiting from this
They
loan.
have a portal.
They have a portal. You can check how many students have benefited. You can go there and check. Sometimes we don't. I understand that there is a lot of division in Nigeria, and I understand that sometimes it is where you find yourself. Then you want to protect your person or your principal or whatever. But sometimes let's give benefit of that. Sometimes.
But do you blame people? The antecedent of the Nigerian politician, Nigerian government give you,
I think the way you are thinking, I think that is why Nigeria as a country, unfortunately, will never develop. So because
MOP, who is the government? You and me
you are
and
too
everybody.
static.
We are the government.
You don't want progress for your country. Everything is about you. Look at
who told you, Oremi, who told you that I personally don't want to progress from Nigeria, but I'm not going to come here and utilize them, when I know nothing is working right. I mean, you may play your part and sing hallelujah for what you're doing, but I'm not going to do that. I'll be objective, and say the way I say it,
No, you are
whether
not being
right or
objective
wrong.
because you are not being objective at all because you don't have the. You said you have fact and figure. You don't have. Now we are giving you the fact. Still, you do not believe. You still stick to your.
And you expect me to believe you? I have to go do my own research because everything that
Go
comes out of
ahead.
that
Who is
Nigeria.
stopping you? That is the beauty of information age. Go ahead, do your own research.
MOP, when you last came on, you said you do your research. What's been stopping you in the last 4 days?
You are APC. Don't forget, an obedient will never take you serious. So if you guys are done back and forth, let me just speak real quick, so that we can speak and then people can understand what is.
Go ahead while I listen. Go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, I've taken time to listen to the conversation about the Nail Fund, and I think I listened to Tunde Sawyer when he was making his case, and I think the cynicism about Nigerians generally to see their country not working good, they pretend that they want a working Nigeria, but in hindsight, they don't really want a working Nigeria when their person is not in charge, and this is a fact. Before I started talking about net fund, I took my time to listen to it, and I did some of my own, findings about what happened. Like Miss Zita said, if you've schooled in the US and if you've gone through the system, you will want to question um, the processes and the procedures, of net fund. But you can't really question it if you are somebody who can be discerning, and who can be reasonable in your thinking, because even if you are very familiar with technology, probably you are within that space, you understand that there's always a room, right, for errors, particularly when you are starting a novel project, or probably at the nascent stages of every project. Even the America FAFSA that we talk about today, right? When we take our lesson from FAFSA, when FAFSA started, there are similar early digital versions which were faced with issues with application complexity and platform outages most of the time. And you can see that user confusion was one of those things that they actually had to deal with at the initial stages of FAFSA. If you go back to their history, you understand. So Nelfund, this is the very first. I think they've just it's a novel thing in Nigeria. It's not even yet at the nascent stage. It's not even yet at that nascent stage, right? We can say our democracy is at the nascent stage at least 20 years old now, but this is just at the it's not even at the toddler stage yet. So this is one of those things.
Let's say it's the period of conception
or
or
conception. God bless
conceptualization.
you.
Yeah.
But people because of their they tend to politicize everything, even when they call themselves professionals. They can't try to relate it to their professional life. In technology, if you are very close to technology very well, you will know that people, technology, and the processes are the major issues. When you are able to get through the issues of the processes completely, 100%, and you are able to get through the issues of the technology 100%, there is always going to be an issue, no matter how well prepared you are about
Even NASA, make mistake.
Yeah, so let me just lay the point. So the people part of it will always cause issues like this. So when I'm trying to relate it to FAFSA that we have in the US, so now even in America here, right? You understand that one thing about security is, particularly cybersecurity, is that you cannot guarantee 100% of security every time. And even when you try to reduce it to CIA triad, right? I believe people understand CIA triad, the transformation of CIA triad. They will understand how it works. It means confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So when you are trying to integrate certain encrypted portals, like you want to secure data exchanges, like Nelfund now, for instance, in the Nelfund issue, Nigeria can protect this sensitive, applicant information from unauthorized access or exposure. That is what they will get to, not what they can achieve now. It is what they will get to gradually. Like the guy said, they learn some lessons now. The lesson they learn now, it will be stupid of them to repeat such a mistake, right? And they can get better at that. So when you are talking about the integrity of the processes and the PII, they actually save their data, and how they protect all this data. They can do that by blockchain back records, which will have this AI fraud detection, and they can use system audit trails to ensure data can be tampered with, regardless of how prevailing the accuracy or the trustworthiness of that loan application and the disbursement history could be, right? And the availability of it now, when you centralize it, then it can be mobile accessible through some certain application platform, right? For within maybe offline or some USDD support, you can do that, which will ensure that all eligible Nigerians who have been taken through some level of scrutiny, phases of scrutiny, and then they are able to, regardless of their location, regardless of course, we are not talking religion or tribal now, they will have this reliable and continuous access to these loan services. But if I have to talk to them, and what I would tell them to do if they really want to, if they really want to significantly introduce technology to reduce the fraud and minimize physical contact, which I believe they are doing already. But once again, the essence of technology in everything is that it gets better with time, right? When you go through the phases of software development process, you understand that when you get to the testing, to the layers of testing, or you understand some challenges, then you can go back and recalibrate and probably have some other meetings with some stakeholders and come back again. So these people, they've gone through the first process of disbursement, and they now understand that at the other layer of that disbursement, which is the institutions now, right? They've been able to identify some fraudulent activities through the schools. We all graduated in Nigeria, right? We know some certain things that are supposed to be free. Like when you're supposed to get your call-up letters, they are supposed to be free. But there are some schools that monetize even call-up letters for you. They will tell you must pay 10,000 naira before you take your call-up letters. They will say before you get your clearance done, right? Before you get your clearance and your final result or your certificate is done, or when you come to the US, you needed some documentation from your school, what should be free or what should cost you less than $1 in America here. Seamlessly within 2 minutes, it's already in your email, and then within a week, it's already in your physical address. Right? In Nigeria, you know what it will take you. Every physical contact in Nigeria is monetized. That is bribery, corruption, and so for you to actually go through that, there should be digital identity verification through for this NEL fund, and I believe they've done that, because from what I found out, they've integrated their processes with NIMC, the National Identity Management Commission. I know that lady who actually is the DG, right? I think Dupe or whatever is her name. So they've been able to capture biometric and facial recognition of some students based on their identity verification, and they've been able to link their BVN and their is it NIN, right? NIN data to confirm applicants' authenticity that okay, you are in this school as claimed. You are not a bricklayer. You are not a you are not somebody who is working in the yard, right? You are claiming to be a student. They've been able to go through that processes. They've been able to eliminate impersonation and duplicate applications. So that's digital identity verification. I confirm it. They've been able to scale through that. And then on the part of the online application and processing portal, right? They've been able to develop a secure, centralized online portal, which gives them the possibility to look into the end-to-end loan application, the approval processes, and the disbursement processes. We can all agree that they've gone through that, because if they've not gone through that, the schools will not have the access of having to charge that, okay, man of prestige, we've been able to identify you as a student of UNN. This is the amount that has been approved for you. But your school now, right? The school authorities, instead of you to just log into your stuff or probably give you your check or pay directly, and then all you need to do is go and get ready for your classes and pass your exam. They will tell you before you have access to these funds, you have to pay 40,000 naira. So those are the things, right? That physical contact, the corruption at the back end from the school. That is what NEL fund. That's what they need to cut out. Why? So, and then when you look at the introduction of blockchain for transparency and their record integrity now, they will need to actually leverage that to use that blockchain technology to create their tamper-proof records, which will actually give this loan disbursement, loan disbursement, beneficiaries now, including the repayment plans and the eligibility to even for the verification. So when you look at what US did, right, at the height of integrating FAFSA, they completely integrated it with the IRS. They don't need to even check you. So if you've gone through the school over here, you will know at the point when you are going through your FAFSA processes, right? They will ask for your tax record. So they will ask for your tax record. If you are an adult, you don't need to go through so. But if you are a minor, probably you are still under your parent will have to sign some documents. So Nigeria will get to that level. America did not get to that level in 6 months of NEL fund, that we are just experiencing some things and people are already politicizing it. Do you know how long FAFSA have been alive? So for FAFSA to have been alive and they are still going through issues like this, even they are still going through some problem at the highest level. Imagine a process that started 6 months ago and you do not expect teething problems, then it means you are not a student of technology at all. It means you don't even know how technology works. So if you want to talk about how technology, if you want to integrate it to NEL fund or the processes of combating fraud in civil service or public space, there are phases to it, and there are ways to do it. You just don't jump into it. It's always a process. Technology is always a process. Yes, it will curb fraud, but technology cannot curb fraud itself. Somebody needs to activate it, right? So is Nigeria ready to invest in this? There are so many. They can invest in the AI-powered fraud detection, right? They can implement AI and the machine learning algorithms that will detect unusual patterns when even the schools will not be able to do anything. Why do you think schools in America cannot tell you, oh, Mr. Baba, you've been approved of $10,000 for this semester, and the school will tell they want to take 1,000 back? There's a reason for that, because they've been able to improve on the technologies over the years, and every year, do not forget that even when you are in the technology space, right, you have to always keep yourself abreast of latest technologies. So as it comes out every 6 months, every 3 months, you have to update your brain, you have to update yourself, and as you are updating that, even that your organization, it means you must invest more. That's why you will see that in America they will say this department, they are investing maybe $200 million, right, to get some software, maybe ServiceNow for their SAP program, or OneTrust for their GRC processes. So that is how it works. You cannot expect something to work within 6 months, and the entire Nigerian student will not have access issues, or we will know corruption is part of our system in Nigeria. How many of us here are not Nigerians? And how many of us do want to pretend that in Nigeria today, when you go to Nigeria today, if you have a brother in an office who can give you a safe pass, right, instead of you to be on the queue for the next 3 hours, you won't take that safe pass. That is corruption. When you jump queue, that is corruption. It is innate, it is embedded in our system. So it's not about a government that comes 2 years ago that you want to be talking about corruption. Corruption has been existing since when Baba has been born, when I wasn't alive at all. Since when a man of prestige have been alive, when I wasn't alive at all. Since when Mama sister was alive, when some of us are not alive. So there's nothing technology will do if you do not invest in technology, and there's nothing technology will not preempt itself. It has to work with integration, and it has to work with national database. And how you do that, you must cross-reference the data with the institutions like WAEC, like JAMB, like all the tertiary institutions, and like the tax authorities, like the Nigeria IRS now. At a point, I will expect them in the next 2-3 years, when there's a seamless distribution of this, and when there's a seamless, seamless integration of this policy, I will expect them to effectively leverage, these tax authorities, the LRS and the state IGR, whatever, so that they could verify eligibility and prevent fraudulent claims going forward. And there should be, where there are consequences to it. When you do certain things as a student over here, even ordinary plagiarism, you know what the consequences will be. Do we even have plagiarism laws in Nigeria? Do we even have follow any policies in Nigeria? And do not forget, NEFOND is not just something out of the blues, right? It is gazetted. It has a framework that backed it up. So it's a process that will actually build itself over the years. So, and Nigeria, I believe, at a point, there will be digital disbursement of this payment, where they are able to digitize the wallets and direct bank transfers, right, which will be tied to these verified identities and ensuring these funds go to the correct beneficiaries. Then the processes of automating the repayment tracking through these integrated systems, right, including your payroll to NYSC records, will be very seamless at that point. So these are the things that we should be discussing over here, not talking about what you do not even dig. There's an essence in being educated, and there's an essence in talking as an educated person. It is not because you hate the government and you just come out as an illiterate and you keep yapping almost every time. This is a technology issue. This is a technology-driven conversation. It's not about how do you expect something to work in 3 months? Are you out of the blues? Do you crawl out from a cave, or you don't know how things work? And what is the essence of you living in a sane society when you don't know how these things work? Does democracy start working in America today, even as far as 200 years ago that America has had their democracy, over 200 years ago? We still have a lunatic now in the White House who is turning everything upside down. But there's an extent, there's a threshold it could go, because there are guardrails that will always stop him, and we never let him even go beyond a certain threshold. That is what it means to have gone through processes of integration of system. The system will reprove itself, and there's error proof for all the system. We don't have it yet in NEFOND because it is a crawling baby. Yeah, it is a crawling baby. It's a baby that was just giving birth to yesterday. So people should temper, to listen to, they before they come to social platform, they need to don't just parrot what you hear from because people, the person that may be parroting it to you may not even be able to lace your shoe academically, and you are parroting what that person gives you. It shows you are an academic Lilliputian. It means you are intellectually, deficient. Not to prove what you. There's a reason why Natasha calls some people gullible. The essence of gullibility is when you cannot ask questions, when you cannot prove, when you cannot scrutinize. Everything they give you, hook, line, and sinker, you are parroting it out. You can't even think and introspect yourself. What is the reason for this? Let me check myself. You can check from Google, from Grok. You can use YouTube. You can use every tools to check these days. Don't be talking as an ignoramus in public spaces. So there will be teething problems that should be expected. When you are dealing with technology, expect the challenges. Expect data quality and integration challenges. Expect digital divide that challenges. Expect even public trust and resistance. When this process started, do not forget that while in the southern part of Nigeria, they were talking about, oh, this is fake. Do not forget the northern part of Nigeria, they were already registering in mass in the mosque, all on the Fridays, the mulamas, the ulamas, the imams, all of them will be preaching. Go and sign up to this. This is free money. This is government project. While in the southern part of Nigeria that we always claim we are educated, they were resisting it until they saw the northerners, leaping us off. And then you have to look at the staff and the institutional capacity as well. When we talk about these government agencies, some of them, they may even lack technical staff that does not even understand how to use these technological infrastructures. Because when you think about digital architecture, how many ministries in Nigeria actually have that capacity? Can they pay can they pay for a correct cybersecurity person that charge them maybe give me $150,000, I'll work from America for you, and I'll get all these seamless processes done? Can they pay for that? Can they pay for almost 10 of those people to work for Nelfund? If they can pay for that, if man of prestige from California, I give them a bill of $20,000, and they say if I have to come to Nigeria 2 times in a month, this is my bill, and then we are like almost 15 of us that are giving them similar bills like that, and we are supposed to actually augment it for students. So when you look at the infrastructural deficit and the high volume of automation that is involved, how many people can do it within the civil service in Nigeria? How many people? So people should understand that this thing take gradual reconciliation, and there should be
Don't forget there is the issue of federal character too.
So I don't even want to talk about that. So in technology, because I'm speaking to that because some people spoke to that, there will always be gradual reconciliation to that, and there will be continuous improvements plan. So just like FAFSA in America here, right? They have a pilot and stabilization process. So they were able to launch the controlled pilot in few states, just few states, not even the entire America, right? Then they were able to partner with some selected universities, and they trained their staffs, just like Mama Sita was saying. But they did not start it in their first year or second year. I think it took them the 5th year before they could actually get to that level. And even before they started the integration of their data clearing and data cloning, right? It took them years. So they were able to build trust in their back end. So the back end now, we must be able to build trust in the back end of the schools, that we can trust the vice chancellors of those schools to do the needful, that whoever is the Nelfund administrator in that school, right? They are not sabotaged, because that is another pattern in Nigeria. So if you invest in harmonizing these data with this database, with JAMB, with WIAC, with NIMSI, with FIRS, and you standardize the records and the interface, how well can you standardize the processes in each of the schools? If ABU, Zaria, OAU, UNIZIK, all those top tier Ivy League set of schools in Nigeria are performing at the optimal level, can you say the same thing of all those state mushroom universities? Can you say the same thing? And when you talk about the multi-channel access, which actually we define, which we address the digital divide, because when you are offering like the USDD now for offline support, and then you are channeling that addition to to their portal, and they partner with some telcos or probably MTN or whatever. In the far north, how would they be able to access that? So these are the things that we have to be taking care of over years, not just 6 months, not just 3 months. And some people are talking. So please, when we are talking like this, you should claim to be intellectually driven. And if you think you are educated, let's speak let's speak to that part and leave politics for a while. Because when we are talking phases of policy and aligning those policies, even there are some legal and strategic updates that needed to be done at the point that we even have to go back to the National Assembly. Don't forget that, right? To reassess their legal framework, to draft and revise maybe NEFON policies to support maybe the automation processes, the data processes, the repayment enforcement. So all those things are involved. In California now, where Man of Prestige is where he lives, right? There are some data processes that will not be applicable in Atlanta, Georgia, or in New York, because they are dynamic. They do not share. America does not have a calendar, a uniform data process, and which is just all over the world. When you are talking about PCI DSS or GDPR or HIPAA standards, they are different by state. It's different by state. So people should talk from position of intellectual authority and not just every time trying to say, okay, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is bad, Nigeria is bad. Come on, man.
Okay. Anybody want to talk? Hello.
You can also go ahead and make your contribution, Olada. So because I don't know, I think I said everything all about
it. Okay. For those of you that know something about this student loan thing, you understand? I just want to have an idea. What infrastructure did they deploy before they start this disbursement?
Infrastructure, as in one sense, it means in building or whatever.
How are they disbursing? How are they the digital footprints?
Okay, I will quickly tell you that the digital footprint is that the student access the loan by themselves when they register on NEFO portal, or through their registration, verification, and disbursement of the money is a true digital interaction, no human to human. So the NEFON will now consult their university, they consult JAM, they consult everybody to verify the status of this student. And if it's been approved, then NEFON will now collate all the students in that university that apply for that loan, and they will now issue a check to the university directly through the CBN. There's some students.
Ọlá ta ló jẹ́ ṣọ́ọ̀bù lórí platform yìí gbogbo ọ̀nà ló ṣàn all at enigmatic. Ta ló jẹ́ enigmatic náà bí? Who be enigmatic on this platform?
You are the enigmatic na kí ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀.
Kílẹ̀ ń fà lọ́wọ́.
Wọ́n kàn sọ fún mi pé ọmọ kan jẹ́ who be chairman for here sef?
Chairman here now is one of the moderators now. So so that is it, and then so some students
now the question now is this: if they have those systems in place, who are the one defrauding the system? Are they mostly the students or the personnel?
No, it's the school. It's the school. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them, after receiving this check from the university, they go and lodge the money.
Enigmatic. Yeah, thanks.
So they go and lodge the money in their commercial bank to generate interest. That is one. And then two, the stipend they're supposed to pay the student that asks for it. The student are asking for processing fee from the student before they disburse. They give them this 20,000 every month. And thirdly, some of these students that the NEFON that paid their school fees, the university pretended because they have lodged the money in their own institution bank account, they now continue to waylay them that they have not paid it. So that is what is going on.
Now, okay, if they have all those things in place, let's assume that the federal government even they made terrible mistake because head or tail it's not supposed to be this bad, to be honest, because
it's not bad.
Yeah, when you set up a process, there will be some kind of shortcomings, but it should not be the risk should not be too high.
It's the human interaction of the money. That's the problem now.
Yeah, that human interaction of that money too. There's a way to set this aside. Okay, now what are the consequences so far now? Because let me tell you something. I once find an idea of where some people were defrauding insurance policy of a company. You understand? Even Nigerians, unfortunately, Nigerians were involved. So they've done this in for 3-4 years. But like the day they made thorough investigation, I think about 40 people that were involved. Even the company didn't even care what was going to happen. They fire all of them immediately, instantly. Now, when you have things like this that happens, the consequences is supposed to be one thing that the government should be discussing, not because one thing is to plug the loophole, and another thing is to have instant consequence. Now, what are the consequences? Now, if you are able to trace it to school, and school are holding on to that money, who are those people within that school? I think they need to be relieved of their job with immediate effect or forced retirement, because it's even good because people are looking for jobs. As some people, they still lack content. They still struggle. They still don't believe that they are privileged or fortunate among the rest to still keep their job. I think one of those first things to be done is to have max purging. You purge those people, because these are civil servants, or let me say public people that work in the public sector. If you are going to handle this type of situation, we shouldn't be talking. Since you have digital footprints, since you know that school mismanaged, whether is the bursar for those schools, whether is the VC or rector or whosoever they are in those schools, I think by now they should all be regretting that kind of, because to me, I see this thing as tracing. I see this thing as something like economic sabotage. You understand? So those people now, by now, we should be reading about their names as how they'll be fired. You may not be able to prosecute them. I get that, because for now, I won't suggest a prosecution, because how many people are you going to prosecute? Because I want to believe that hundreds will be involved, or let's say 10. So maybe it may be too expensive to prosecute, but it should not be too expensive to say goodbye to those people. See you next time. We don't want you within the system. As long as you keep indulging these people within the system, whatever you want to put, you are encouraging others in other sectors, other in the parallel sectors, or somewhere else, that okay, any time that the government is bringing laudable projects like this, yeah, it is an avenue for us to just to undermine the system and to sabotage. To me, until I start reading that, if I don't read anything like that, then I'm sorry, the government and the minister and those people that are responsible, they are not serious.
But ICPC, sorry, Ola, ICPC have taken over the case, and they have identified those institutions that are committing such infractions. And but some of the institutions, some of them are state-owned, because what we are talking about is not only university. Some of them are polytechnics, some of them are college of education, maybe state-owned or federal-owned. So they have identified them. Some of them quickly go and rush back and started paying and do the necessary thing they're supposed to do. But I think they should, like you said, they need to be punished. Probably, maybe suspended, or maybe especially those ones that work for the federal government, because those ones that work for the state, is the state government that will handle their cases. You can continue.
Yes, like you rightly said, because that's why we have government, because they should be working together, whether state or the federal. So if the state, I don't see why any reasonable executive of any state should be protecting fraudsters and those people that are committing economic treason against a country at this stage. So whether you return the money or you are still keeping it, it doesn't matter. Once digital footprint can say you were involved, goodbye. See you later. You understand? So that's how it's supposed to be. So yeah, even when we say even the ICPC and those people are involved, right, it's good for them to be involved. But honestly, do they really need to get involved? We have NIPS, we have a central clearing system. So by now, even let's assume you really even want to do something thorough. You understand? Engage some kind of a reputable consulting firm, okay, whether PwC, whether KPMG, all those final audits. There's no amount that is too much to put in place to make sure that we clean the country of some rats, of some rats that we always infest the system, all those parasites, all those destroyers. They need to be shown.
Ola, good morning.
Yes, sir. Welcome, Simba.
Yeah, I greet everybody, Remy, Aro, everybody. Man of prestige, I greet you now. Hey, sorry, I want to ask a question. Whenever we want to implement any program in Nigeria, okay, like this one now, do they really have a meeting that most of the university get involved at the same time with this in this kind of a problem, in this kind of corruption? Do they really have a kind of meeting, say, okay, this is what you are going to do? Why is everybody just keying into it and they are doing it at the same time?
No, not all of them. Some
I
of
said
them.
most. I'm not saying I'm not saying all.
You are not getting what Simba is saying. Did they
No, I
plan to
understand him.
defraud
I
the system?
understand.
Did they plan to fraud? No, as you elders will say, Ani fi ono ole omaparo. The guinea fowl. You don't show them. You don't show the generation or the those people from the descendants of guinea fowl how to steal. You understand? This thing is within our system to defraud, to steal, everything to move the country forward. People always see as opportunity to steal.
Exactly.
And to undermine.
And it will be the same people.
Ola, do you know what pains me?
But how do you change the culture? Because this one is a straightforward thing we can do.
Ola, do you know what pains me most about that? If you see the managing director of this NAFO, you know that this is a trained American expert, volunteering instead, probably coming down to Nigeria to help the government to set up this particular fund initiative. I mean, this loan initiative, and no problem. During the digital life, it's when they now pay the check to the institution. That is when those so-called Nigerian people start doing their shenanigans. They knew that the student name had been paid. They have paid their school fees, and they go and lodge the check in the commercial bank. I think most commercial banks should also be heavily sanctioned for doing that. Not only the government.
Why should they? Why should they?
Of course, they should be sanctioned because they will know that from the check.
How would they know when the university comes and say, okay, these are money, help us save this
No,
money? How would they know that this money
mean,
belongs to the student?
No, it's a check. It's a check. From that check, they will know that this check is from fund, scholarship or whatever fund. They will know.
But they will not credit. They will still credit to the account of the institution, not the account of the student.
No, they are not. Look, they are not crediting it to the account of the student. Look, for example, before this initiative, when you pay your school fees, you pay your school fees to the institution bank account they gave to the student. But now this account belongs to the university as a whole, and they pay directly to them through CBN.
The check that you are saying, in which name? Would they write in the name of the student or write in the name of the institution?
They wrote it in the name of the institution.
So the institution can lodge it to any account that belongs to them. So you can't blame the.
No, what I'm trying to say is that the institution lodge into the account and keep it as a special deposit.
I don't have any problem with that. You said that they should sanction the commercial bank. Why should they sanction them?
Okay, so the commercial bank is just a way to use the money also, right? So we shouldn't blame the commercial
No,
bank.
how would they know? Well, the question I'm asking, if they bring a check in the
Because the check we have a net fund, because it's a net fund that issued the check through the CBN. I think there must be something that we should net fund on the check.
So and then they will say,
Let me get what the thing is this. What's the role of the commercial banks here? Right. Their role is just like it's just like a part of the value chain that just yes, is just to handle the logistic of distributing the money. Now, those people that really own the accountability now belong to the school.
this is cool.
Okay.
I agree. I know it's the school that
Now, okay. The thing is, the between the school, the students, and the net fund, is that what we call it? Is it net fund or TED fund?
Net fund.
So you have the process. You understand, for that money to be released.
What
bank does there is just to hold the money and to distribute. Their own job ends there. It's not their business to start knowing that okay, who is going to distribute. No, it's based on the instruction. So what TED fund has done so far, from what I can see, I can change my opinion. There's nothing so bad with their process as of now.
Yes, exactly.
But the only crooks now are the personnel of those schools.
Yes.
I don't care even if they are 10,000, if it's going to cost shortage of staff in those institutions.
The university,
immediately they got them. They don't even need to wait for a very long time.
Ola,
to be fine now.
Ola, let me tell you, I've been saying it on this platform. In Nigerian universities, not only university, all institutions of government, they are just there to steal. If you look at it from the point during the Jonathan regime, when they started the single treasury account, you understand? You know what all of them now went and do? Because they don't want the federal government to know how much they are generating. They went and opened different accounts for different department, different this thing that they have, so that the one that will be going to the government will just be a fraction of what they are making. They now proliferate. You can imagine university having businesses, bakery, water manufacturing company, schools, and all those things. They now put all those people on the payroll of the university. Meanwhile, the money that they are generating from all these businesses, they are not remitting it to the government. Imagine working in a pure water making factory of a university, and meanwhile you're on the payroll of the university as a university staff. And that was how they just finished that single treasury account. The government came with IPPIS.
They refused. They fought.
You understand? The people that are working that IPPIS, you know what they are doing? I remember when I was sitting in the teaching hospital, what they did is that, the way all the agency, MDAs of government, they will have a budget. They will say, okay, this is the number of staff that we used to have, and this is the amount that we are paying as salary. When they wanted to start IPPIS as far back as 2011, 2012, do you know what they now started doing? They now started employing more, because they overbloated the number of people that they said, the number of people that they employees that they have.
Before.
So in order for them now, because they wanted to be paid from the central now, to show them that, okay, they are not getting, to not expose their corruption, they now started employing people and now backdating their employment like 4 years, 5 years back.
Oh my God. That's a huge corruption. They have, and if we say that we should make Nigerian institutions semi-autonomous, the people will not agree. Because now that
that one started. So the institution, that's what they do. So now started employing people, emergency employment. They gave a lot of people. In fact, as at that time, in my own department where we are not used to be more than 20. I mean, I've left the system at that time. But the feedback I was getting was that we are now having like 40, 50 doctors in my own department. That means before, when we are crying that we don't have enough staff, they actually had on the payroll. But they are eating the money.
Yeah. Fictitious name.
You understand? So then, when the thing now gets settled, the IPPIS people now, the people that are now working in that department, they now see it as a cash cow on their own. They will now go to institution that, okay, if any institution want to say, okay, they write to federal government, okay, we need this number of staff that want to employ you. They will now say, okay, how much are you going to give us? For them to be able to enroll those of your staff on IPPIS. Because if you employ, federal government has already approved that, okay, we give you this number of staff. They will now say, okay, for them to be getting salary, you have to pay us. No, tell me, Aula, how do you circumvent that kind of corruption?
Because they're already in sync.
Sorry, can you say that again, Simba?
IPPIS is the integrated payroll system that federal government is using for all their staff, all the federal government employees. You understand? Are you listening?
Simba, I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you.
Okay. Now, let's say you as an institution, you now needed more staff. You understand? So, okay, let's say you want to request for additional 10 staff for the federal government. And then you write, and the federal government has approved that, okay, you can employ this number of staff. The people in IPPIS, by the time you employ those staff, they have to enroll them on their payroll for them to be getting salary. They will not tell you that this staff that you want to take, before we can enroll them on their payroll, you have to pay certain amount of money.
So who is asking that? The agency or the government?
The people working for the IPP and the IPPIS.
Okay. The thing now is this. The thing is this.
Ola, I don't know what anybody can do to Nigeria. Let me tell you, all the people that are crying, it's not as if they are crying for the sake of that country. Anybody in Nigeria crying of corruption is because he's not getting his own. We are all corrupt.
Simba, we can do something. We can do something. Okay, let me tell you this thing. This is what I would do, and it's going to be a very unpopular decision if I were the minister during that period of that IBPS. Because the problem we used to have in that country, just when ministers themselves, where they are not trustworthy, they tend to do anything. What Soludo did in that country, I know that many people many people will not have that ball to do that, because what the like of Soludo did, what the like of El-Rufai did, yes, El-Rufai even in the first time, what the like of Ribadu did, what the like of this woman Dora Kuliyi, what that wonderful woman did, many people will not have been able to do that. You see, the thing is this: during that IPPS, what Nigeria government should have done is, when those lecturers, when they were fighting because they don't want that IBPS gone, I still remain. How can the employees be stronger than the employers? There are so many qualified academics that are looking for a job. Even at that particular point in time, when
Ola, before you go ahead, how about the union? Your labor union. Your labor union.
Guy, it's so funny.
Strike.
Labor union should not be holding the government ransom for the wrong.
But that's what they do. That is what labor union does in Nigeria now. Why are you behaving as if you don't know?
No, you see, okay. You see now,
they are partisan. Let me tell you, what they will do. They will just go, and the gullible Nigerians will not know. Say, our children has been at home, but this government is not good. For 1 year, the students are not going to school. They will not look at what is the problem. What are they even fighting for?
Simba, you attended University of Ilorin, and I hope they've not reverted from what we know them for. University of Ilorin is where someone will go to school, they will say, I
They
don't
are
graduate from
university too.
Ilorin.
They are university too. Forget it too.
Uh-huh.
How many years? In fact, not even 5 years ago, they are university says.
Uh-huh. So what I'm saying in essence is this: at least someone has shown us that this thing is very possible, and that person was just the VC, not even the government. The VC of the school just proved that this thing is possible, and he made sure that all those people that was trying to create destabilize the system that time, he made sure that they all
Ola, let me tell you. Let me ask you a question now. If you have any civilian government and say, okay, because of this, I want to sack the lecturer, do you think Nigerians will reason? They will say, hey, he's authoritarian, he's dictator, he's a military man,
Remember,
he's this.
I just told you that the leaders sometimes they need to
You know,
make
no,
unpopular.
Nigerians, we don't even know what we want. That is the problem.
No,
Nigerians don't even know what they wanted.
Simba, that is why we have leaders. Leaders are supposed to
Ola, let me ask
understand
you. Let
better.
me even ask you. You know, because the reason why I said this, let me ask you. Do you think that at least now in Nigeria we have more private university than the public university? Have you ever heard any private university going on strike? Don't they have their own lecturer? Are they getting paid better than those who are working in public institution? So why are they not giving us?
Don't go far about that. I even made good example from University of Ilorin. It's a public institution when they implemented those things. Whosoever reinstated that reason why they joined, that they are disrupting the academics now, those are the people that Nigeria should be facing. But what I'm telling you is this: if one man, just a VC of school, could show us the template of how to handle those union and to stop all them from and to stop them from destabilizing our academic calendar, if government is serious enough, it should be able to do
Let me
better.
tell you this. If you know what actually went into that of University of Ilorin, you will not see what you are saying. You will not see, for good 2 good years, there was no academic activities in that school. 2 years. And that 2 years is a straight 2 years. And then before that 2 years, there will be like 5 months, 6 months, all those things that they were using to disrupt the system. It was when the government got tired. It was Obasanjo now. He didn't do it on his own. He got the backing of the federal government, and they opened a register and say, okay, anyone that is ready to come and work, come and write your name that you are ready to work. Because all of them, they are saying no, they are not going to work. They now ask them to come and be writing their names, and those who refuse to write their name, they were the one that they sacked. But
I think
at the end of the day, let me even tell you, at the end of the day, they reinstated all of them back.
I think they should make Nigerian universities semi-autonomous, although it might be a little bit expensive, because all this waiting for federal government give us allocation. The reason why they are not going on strike in Nigerian universities for the last 2 years that Tinubu just gave an additional 50 billion naira for all the university lecturers.
No, it's not that one. Let me forget about the 50 billion. It's not that one. Forget about it. It's not the 50 billion that they are just even on their own. They are just tired. What are you saying? Shebi, they just started working after the election in 2023.
Yes.
The whole of 2022, they didn't work now. And they got their salary. They got the salary for that 1 year.
Simba. Let me.
I don't think that kind of thing can happen in abroad. They won't give them CC.
Simba, I still repeat this thing. You understand? When government want to take decisions, you understand, decisions that will have longer impact. The one you mentioned now from University of Ilorin, yeah, people there that time they suffered for 2 years, right? But I before these current people reverse it, you understand? I want to just estimate that close to 300,000 students enjoy the benefit after, right? Now,
no, more than that too, because I think that in didn't have a shoe for. I can't say precisely, but it will be for like more than 15 years.
Do you
more than
know
15 years.
Simba?
Now,
Simba,
how
do
many
you know?
people
Do you
wait
know?
you wait, don't disrupt the let's just have a conversation. Sorry. The thing now is
I'm not
this.
disrupting you. I just want to say
How
something.
many people, how many students will you say University of London produce every year? How many?
They can't be less than 10,000.
Graduated 10,000 every year.
It
So
can't be
that means that let's even be
that would be like 1.5 million.
Okay. Okay. Well, 1.5 million. Okay, the thing now is this, that this is exactly, no, it's not up to, that's 15 years, that's like a 150,000 students, right? Even if it's 10 years, so let's assume. So the thing I'm saying is this.
Sorry.
At that particular point in time, some people suffer for it and some people benefited. And I tell you, that's one of the reasons University of Ilorin still produce some of the best products today. It's a known fact to me. Even if some people don't know, I know that one for sure because we've debated this thing before somewhere. So the thing now is this: when you have opportunity to set a record straight, because this ASU we are talking about, there was a time they strike for like almost 200 days in the early 90s, right? And I think recently
No,
too,
there was no academic this thing now. It was this Abiola thing now, 1984.
So
there was no. In fact, in my own university, there was no matriculation number that bear that 94. They skip it.
So what I'm saying is this ASU that we are petting today, they still have that tendency. Recently, they went on strike for 243 days. That's typically a year. That's like as good as one academic year. So they've been doing all these things. You understand? In 2020, they went on strike for 9 months. You understand? 2013, they went on strike for 6 months. 2003, they went for 6 months. 1999, they went for 5 months. So the question is this: there is no hard steps that government decide to take today that is not good enough for them. If government is ready to end this rubbish, you understand, people should brace up for the consequence.
Ola, let me tell you, you know why government cannot take a boat? Because they also have their own fault. ASU will always find something they can use to get government, and then they can woo the sentiments of the populace. Oh no, you can see, we don't have infrastructure in our university. Government are not giving enough money for development and all those things. People will still say, okay, it's true, their government is not supporting them. If they come out and say, okay, our salary is not enough, they will still get that. You understand what I'm saying? But deep inside them, they are just using all those things.
This is not me being wicked. This is me saying the future generation should not suffer the consequences of irresponsibilities of those people we have in power today. Whether in the academia,
Nigeria is in big trouble. You see the TikTok generation. Do you see how many percentage did not get 200? More than 75% get lesser than 200 in JAM. Just the one last week.
And these lecturers and these teachers we are talking about are still part of the problem. That is why we need it.
But Ola, let me even say this. You know, I belong to a platform where we have all these lecturers, because it was my former, me too, I was a former lecturer. Now, if you now look at it, somebody posted the statistics yesterday, and you now see, maybe because we are all being partisan, you understand, instead of people to now speak to what are the factors that makes the performance to be woeful like that. The only thing that I seen is they started blaming government. I said, yes. If you are blaming government, we should also blame the parents. You also blame the students also. We teach them. We know how the attitude, the kind of attitude they have to learn it. You understand? But anytime we are saying that, they say, you are not good. Why are you saying all these things? Everybody don't want to take their own blame. These are the students, let me tell you, Ola, that when you are doing a word round, you are teaching them. They will go and stay at the back. They will hold their phone. You see that they are chatting? I don't even know what they do on their phone. To the extent that most of the time, you ask them to even submit their phone before you start lecture. When you are lecturing them, they will not even take a note.
Okay.
I think first and foremost, sorry, Ola, I think Nigeria is now high time to regulate this social media. And it's high time we tell parents also that whatever you do, you should control the usage of your words as they use telephone. 3, it's high time that our standard has become so low that even out of 100 people, 75 cannot even get 200. It's a big shame, to be frank. And everybody is putting all the blame on government. That person is deceiving himself. You as a parent, you have also failed. And if things supposed to be in the right perspective, I think they should make a law in Nigeria that if you do not get 200, you are not getting to any state or federal.
Debbie, if you see what they are circulating now, is they have started abusing Oloyede. They said he's the one that is responsible.
You will see. They should blame.
If you ask me, you understand, when you say it's not government, it's not government. It depends on what we understand.
I did not say government have their own blame, but the people themselves, the parents and the person, the person that took the exam, have the biggest blame. No matter what happens.
So maybe we should just use the word leadership. Maybe it's going to sound better if we use the word leadership. Now, universities, they have their own leadership. You understand? The thing is this: for those students that are not serious with their phone or whatever, do you think that even mean that I'm talking here? Do you think sometimes if I'm in your department, if you don't oversee, if you don't supervise me sometimes, do you think I want to work? It's human beings. So sometimes some of us that we are talking there, we find ourselves in an environment we don't want to work. But the system will expose us if we do not.
Ola, even as much as I want to agree with what you are saying, when you are in the university, we all went to, thank God, all of us, we schooled in Nigeria. When we were learning, what was our motivation?
Let me escape from Nigeria before that time. Go to Bamboo.
Are you kidding yourself? Do you know? I also
we study when there was no computer. In fact, in my own university that time, we only have one bank, and it was like a cash center. How many students even have bank accounts? You understand? But you see, people will leave class, and then in the evening, everybody will go back to class to go and study. Nobody is following you to go. The only motivation is that you have that time that you don't want to fail. But the children of nowadays, they don't even have that motivation because they are used to their parents doing everything for them.
You're right. Correct.
They are used to. I said, there was some few days ago, I said, the day I gave up was the day I followed my brother to take his 10-year-old to go and write common entrance as far back as 2002 or so. And they said the question got leaked. Common entrance for primary school students.
Our parents don't matter now.
Ṣé wọ́n tún parí iṣẹ́ fún yẹn náà ni? Wàhálà dé.
common entrance. The way an average parent see children these days, this just see them like a tool or pride. Oh, my 50-year-old son now is not studying engineering university. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. In fact, on the platform that I belong to, this guy, he just opened a platform. He was a former lesson teacher to my daughter, and he had this educational this thing. If you see the rubbish those parents are writing on that platform yesterday, they say the children on nowadays are even more smarter than us, are doing like this.
Okay, they are smarter. They cannot pass the jam easily.
That is the man that is causing the problem.
You know the problem. They thought that
last year when people they were getting like when we used to write jam, you can't even score 300. How can you score 300 in jam? You see that time, because I don't even know where we are going. That time, somebody that scored like 250.
I don't like jam, I want jam to be scrapped.
Just wait now. Jam. During our own time, if you score the highest in jam, probably you'll be scoring like a 260 or 270 or so. There's nobody that will be scoring like 300, and then you now say like 1,000 students is scoring 320 and above. But how will you do it?
Theory. I think the problem is that some of the parents thought that if they call their kid to operate TV or operate computer or operate phone, that means he's smart. No, it's different from you go for an examination.
Remy.
You see parents buying phone for a student, a GSS1 student having a phone.
That is smartphone. That is bad.
Remy, I want us to change our system of education.
To what?
You see, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do when things are emerging. Where we were in like 35 years ago, the world left that place several years ago. So you just have to cope with whatever that is happening now. And like in biology, you say adaptation for survival, if I still remember. So you have to, the thing is, people now, we have to adapt. So my own thing is this: what is happening today provide opportunities for people. So that opportunity should be how to redesign our value system and for people to have appropriate reward. If you ask me, the type of education where we go into all those exams, define electrode, if this thing whole move to this thing, well, no, I think we should change from that. It should be more of Simba as a poultry, and he invested $100,000, and the output is just like 105. Whereas Simba is supposed to be doing 200. Let's have some kind of let's look at the situation and provide a solution where Simba can get $200. That is the kind of education I think we should be, not a defined keyboard. If you plug keyboard to this thing, what will happen? No, all those kind of the archaic system of education is boring. Honestly, me that you are talking to, I will not deny that like I was that is concentrated student, like I was like FICO, like Remy or Simba. I was a proper NFA. But you know what resolved my own problem is just because engineering was the only thing I could do to pass, to be honest. Because if I'd gone for some courses, when I said it the other time that if I've gone for medicine that I wouldn't have graduated here, was it Simba or someone was there? I know it's only like I know myself. Because of mathematics and anything that has to do around mathematics, it was easier for me because my attention span that time wasn't great, to be honest. I love playing, but probably you may want to say, okay, maybe I was a little bit better than average of what you see among the students today, probably. But when you are exposed to the type of education that the reward system, even from that education, you'll be looking at, oh, this is they are teaching me as a student. And why am I saying this? We have many other graduate undergraduate in Nigeria today, online, they are designing web, they are building application, and they are university undergraduates. We find university undergraduate today that they are doing theater, that they are already being the destiny within Hollywood. We have undergraduate today in those drama auditions that are already making their presence known on YouTube, that exactly they are practicing whatever they are doing. So what am I saying is this? It's whatever we should have education in such a way that you will know the reward system from the beginning. Now, when you do that, over time, automatically, some people that are not even supposed to be in the university. You know, I said this thing, it's just my personal opinion that many people in our universities today and polytechnic, they have no business in university and polytechnic. So, meanwhile, that means that naturally over time, those people that are creating noise within the system, they'll be filtered out. They'll be filtered out. Now we'll be left to those people that want to be ambitious. In the world we live today, you know, I've asked that why would some professor as good as they were, why would they even leave all those things they were doing just to come and become a professor? When you could easily make money, let me make an example, as a developer somewhere, and you becoming a professor in the university. I've asked those questions before. Because those people that become professors eventually, that's their passion. They will not undermine the system to become professor. They will learn to actually become professors. But meanwhile, those people that knows that, okay, we will have some crazy university employer in Nigeria that be demanding you to have PhD at the age of 22, that don't want anybody that graduated from Osun State University, that only want people that graduate from University of Lagos. As long as you have all those things, some people will still find a way to undermine the system. That's just my own belief. I think this problem of these university lecturers, ASU, and with the one that is already escalating to all this net fund that they are. I think it is high time we solve this problem. There should be consequences. ICPC should not be investigating.
Ola, what I think Nigeria should do is this. Once you fail all this DS3 exam should be the mighty exam in Nigeria.
Which exam?
DS3 exam to SS3 should be one of the most difficult exams. Once you fail that exam, they just push you to technical vocational school immediately. Government should sponsor you to go for 2 or 3 year vocational school or technical school. By so doing, you will harness a lot of people who will acquire the necessary skills to fit it into maybe industries, or they want to stay on their own. And then government should now make sure that those people, their hourly rate when they want to do something for you is very close to a professional who works in the bank and the rest. That's what they do. That's what they did here in Scandinavia. What they did is that most of their men, you find most of their men outside working, maybe as a craftsman, a carpenter, a plumber, a construction worker, a blah 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 like this. Most men go to vocational for metal tools and whatever like that. It's when you go to most government institutions or teaching or banks, majority of the people you find there are women. But outside, you see most of their guys working outside. That's what they did. And the parity of pay is very similar. Even some of these guys can even have more money than people that works in the bank. So that's how they fashion this system. Yeah, thank you.
Remy, that thing that I don't like in our education is exactly what you just mentioned now. If we make exam tough, to what purpose? Because one thing is for you to go to school. I sent something to Simba because I think I've said that thing here before, about this guy that created this co-founder of Flutter Waves. You see, the type of education we have in Nigeria is still passive. It's still passive. You understand? Although I know that this is not true to some extent, that's why some people will believe that Nigeria's engineers cannot even do anything, because that's the part of the opinion, right? The question, what I'm still telling you is this: what I believe is how the school here now, they just push for it's like we used to make jest of it that okay, it's like they push all those students up to grade 12. where they can decide to do exam. But you know, right from that secondary school here, the high school, we have some high school that are specialized in such a way that even those high school students can learn auto mechanics. Some of them can even learn some other skills. Some of them, they do projects, they do presentation. You understand? And when you now compare them to our system, you find that on average, these guys, when they speak, they seem to understand exactly what they are talking about. The kind of boldness, the type of the training they have. That's why some people, even right from that high school, without they decide, okay, I don't want to go to university, I don't want to go to college. I just want to start working. We've seen many of them have come out of just ordinary high college and they became inventors. You understand? So what I'm saying, to me, let me tell you, right from Nigeria, I hate exam. I hate exam. So it's not today's thing. But you put your, okay, you want to learn how to, you want to make salt. You are telling me that, okay, this when you use chlorine and sodium, you are going to get salt. Why don't we have a controlled environment where we can do that thing and let those students see? Why don't we start doing that type of education? That's why I'm still saying that education in Nigeria is grossly underfunded. That is why when they say education is cheap in Nigeria, I say it's not true. It's not cheap. Because number one, I look at it differently. You know, there are different perspectives. What facility do we even have to even say education is cheap when we have substandard education? The only thing they train us in Nigeria, that our education in Nigeria do for us, that they've trained us in such a way that we can adapt anywhere in the world. Because all of a sudden, you see Nigerians now that they didn't have access to those stuff. They get to this environment, all of a sudden they are leading they are leading their peers, they are leading their faculty. You understand? That's one good credit I will give to Nigeria there. But some other aspect of that our country, they are very lucky. If you find yourself in a medical, you find yourself in a social science like accounting, and you find yourself in some courses, great for us, right? But there are some that we have to look at, that we need to change that system. To me, 6334 was supposed to address our system and mimic what they have in the United States and Canada. What we find out eventually was that maybe someone just created opportunity for his friends and family to make money by publishing books. You know, when they design their curriculum or whatever they call it, suddenly they will change your textbook. All those books you will believe. So it was just like creating opportunity for some people to make money. Now, all of a sudden, recently,
Why did you say that? Just because it was not properly funded? Well, that's why you just made that conclusion now.
No, I know. That's why I'm just saying
it was a good system now. So it wasn't an opportunity. That's the only thing that I can bring out from it. He didn't get the disease. Yes, now how can you say it's just an opportunity?
No, see, but that's exactly
was
what
not
I'm
what
saying.
they have in mind when they started.
No.
This now.
I see. I said it normally, to me, it was a good system, right? Which we didn't implement. So our seriousness now just led me to conclusion. I'm not saying they did that. Okay, maybe some people just wanted to create opportunity for their friends.
The issue is this: when they started it, was it properly thought through? Because if you want to do such a thing, it has to come with a lot of funding. Do we have the fund for it? Because I could remember in my secondary school that time, they started building this introductory technology lab. They brought all these workshop and all those things. But one, we wanted to start a program that you didn't even have enough teacher. You don't have enough equipment to even start with. Why do you start in the first place? And it was during military, not even during the. It was during military. It was not even during this civilian administration. It was during Babangida regime. Now, you understand? Most of these, in fact, most of the little equipment that they brought, all of, I don't know what will have become of them. Maybe most of them will have been stolen. We have, some of them will be outdated and all those things. Now, I think the problem that we have is that anytime we want to implement something, even we were hailing, it wasn't about today from what that time.
He was a person.
You understand? Okay, you came out with this beautiful idea, but there are certain things that you have to put in place first. One, do you have enough manpower to start this program? Do you have enough funding? You can even have money, but the people that will be teaching these students, do you even have them? Do you have enough of them that can circulate the whole schools?
You know, that's why I say maybe I started thinking that maybe they just wanted to create opportunities for the people to make money. Look at Opoimo. Look at Opoimo. Look at the one they did in the state too. They were distributing tablets. When you know you were not going to sustain this thing. What
Ola, have you been to any technical school in Nigeria before? Whether state or federal technical college? Have you been there? If you have ever been to any one of them, you will see a lot of machines, a lot of stuff. The problem we're having then,
not now.
But I think with the era of the 6334, they canceled those technical colleges now.
They shouldn't have cancelled them. They should have pulled a lot of people to
I know.
Simba, they didn't even cancel it. It's meant for that when you get out of GSS3, if you could not continue, then you go to technical school. That's how it was designed. From GS3, instead of going for SS, you're going to technical school.
Ola, if you establish any technical school in Nigeria today, nobody will even want to go. You know why? Because they will still thinking, okay, which certificate? Because we focus more on certificate. Okay,
that's one of the problem.
Understand? That is the problem, because we don't want that skill.
But do you know one thing that can favor Nigeria today, that can change Nigeria today? Now, apart from saying, oh, Unilag Mowa, come happy post, Mowa, the UI, OAU, you understand? Apart from all those things, the digital revolution, the system today is making those people understand that sometimes it's not everybody that is talented to go to the university or tertiary institution. Some DS is just to like that guy that I sent to you. Some is just to learn business from the beginning and to have someone to prove that, to teach them properly. But you have your basic education. The basic education I mean is you from your primary school to secondary school. You understand? When we start embracing those stuff, all those ideas, oh my goodness, I'm sorry to say, but we can't do it. This one is just I don't really mean this seriously. You understand? Ó yẹ kí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn employers in Nigeria ó yẹ kán wà lẹ́wọ̀n, including those people managing the government. They are supposed to be in jail. Why did I say that? Oh, you must have first class. You must not be more than 21. It got to say that when you are 25 in that country, it became a crime, because it was a crime for you to even discover that, okay, maybe at the age of 30, I want to go back.
I know in your industry that time, now, especially it was worse in the banking sector now. They
my
put
goodness.
all those
Asset Bank was one of the worst culprits. They will not even ask for all those stupid things. They will not ask you. They just want people from
They will not even only ask for your grade. They will also say you must attend this social university.
It was that bad. So it simply means that at the age of 40, you can't decide to say, okay, you want to go back to university and specialize if you already committed a crime. So it was bad. But, like I said, the digital environment today is changing a lot of people. That is why you see properly.
Ola, but what I'm saying, let's say one, there are too many problems with the government. But now we have a lot of that. I don't think there's any sector now that is the private sector cannot participate. You understand? Okay, let's take education. Private sector has been in education for long. Now, what have they done differently? What have they done differently? They will take this huge amount of money and they are not still doing things differently from even from the public institutions. They're even worse. The only thing they know is just to maximize how they will just get this money from the students, and they will not even give back in terms of quality of education that they are giving. Even, this your so-called university, private university in your state that you used to praise is, a university that you have that you don't even allow the student to cook. You are the one cooking for them. The money that you are collecting outrageous amount of money for meal, and not even quality meals. Though you don't give them electricity, you don't. So even when they are having lectures, you don't. So what? How can we say we want to? I think it's supposed to be private sector driven. Do something differently so that people will know that, okay, if you go to this kind of institution, this is the quality. This is the people will not even mind how much they pay.
Honestly, that system of controlling adults in the university is awkward. I would say, because all those things that you limit students to not cooking. Anyway, I don't know. It's difficult for me to say, because what will I say? To be honest, what will I say? So the thing is, the way those private universities manage students, that's the only thing I have problem with, because they are not even earning these people as adults. So I think, and I think that's one of those reasons too. We have to go back to the age of even entering university in that country. You understand that we should even stop underage. Maybe underage things has come to our system to the point that we now monitor adults in the university these days. We now dictate what adults should do in the normal thing. There's something that's academic, and another thing that is supposed to be general thing, that human. So the thing that is supposed to be general human thing now, even the university, they control it these days, which to me I think is not fair to that system. You should allow adults to behave as adults. Why you only uphold that principle of academic environment? So will I still prefer private to all these public university? Maybe for now. Why am I saying so? Just because of this problem of our ASU that we are yet to solve. We need to solve that problem. If we solve that problem of ASU, then the next thing you want to solve in that country is the problem of autism.
The only way you can solve the problem of ASU.
Jalan. Now, when you do that too, we need to do something about how our academic staff or faculty members, how they harass students and how they trade money for grades. So all those things need to be solved. And one of the best way to solve it is this: if you just fix this ASU problem, I think most of the other problem will be solved. So thank you. Let me continue.
To me, I think one of the best way to solve is to make most of this university a semi-autonomous university. 25% of their funding from the state or federal government or from their alumni. The rest 75%, let the university fund it itself. If you are paying by yourself, or you are paying a higher fee that you know you are going to pay back, even if the government give you that loan that you are going to pay back, people will sit up. But for now, that how much is the tuition fee? And then if the university are the one controlling their finances, they'll be able to discipline all these lecturers. Some of them might kick them out easily. But the way it goes now, it's like the ASU is even more powerful than the non-academic staff. So that is, and it's not supposed to be. who discipline them? So they don't discipline it. They don't do whatever they want. They can call in strike anytime. Everything is about strike. They don't even, how many times do they even lecture the students? But if they become semi-autonomous with 25% funding from alumni and federal government or state government, and then they look for money by themselves, you will see serious-minded people that will go to that university to be either lecturer or maybe the senior staff and the rest. And those students too will sit up because now whatever happened, they just pass you one way or the other. Just let my people go. If not because of some Nigerians at just the time that really want to make it, and coupled with what is happening in Nigeria today, in the age of this, I'm sorry to say this, I'm not saying all youth are terrible, but most of them, it's nothing to write them about. Only few of them that are creative and they know what they are doing, that are making an edge. The rest is just to do.
No, Remy, that youth, this thing that you're talking about is actually not peculiar to Nigeria.
All over the world, right?
It's all over the world. It's not peculiar.
Yeah, it's global. Yeah.
Yeah, it's global. It's not peculiar.
So, to me, I don't know what Remy means by semi-autonomous. As a matter of fact, university system in Nigeria should be fully autonomous. The thing is this: it is a common thing for our universities in our country to be overcrowded. Our university generally, I would say, they are overcrowded. Now that we have this type of student loan, with time, I know that we start embracing all those student aids, that's the young loan. I think it is time we stopped government funding these institutions. Honestly, if you give University of Ife, I think University of Lagos, I think they are. Honestly, I think if you allow University of Lagos to run on their own today, I want to believe that they will run on their own without any problem. I want to believe that. And I want to believe other universities can run. Since private university, they've shown us that this university, they can run on their own.
Okay. If what is the motive behind say, okay, the university should be autonomous? What is the motive? Just for them to be able to run well, Abi?
Yes.
No,
to take the hand of government.
That was why I brought the example of the private universities. The private universities that are being run privately, are they well run?
It depends. They can't get everything right? But it depends. But some
the
basic
only
thing.
thing that I can say, let me tell you, the only thing that I can say guarantee. That is the only thing that I can say guarantee is, let's say you don't go on strike. That's all.
Okay. Can lecturers miss their lecture and force handout on students? Can they?
Okay, if they are not forcing, let me tell you, because I don't even know what you mean by forcing. In this same private university,
school can force textbook on you.
Wait now. Instead of they doing it on their own, they are now doing it in collaboration with the school authority. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody have their books for their lectures. And a student, you must buy it. You go and buy it in school bookshop. Maybe school will now have certain percentage of this, lecturer will have certain percentage of it. So what is the difference?
No, they do those things here too, right? They do it there that student we have to buy book, right? I know they buy book, but some of us, we are cooks. When it comes to those books, we don't buy. Whatever you want to do, because they won't force us anyway. They won't force us. We follow you. You understand? But when it becomes go and do this thing inside the particular this thing, we can even report you to the program share. So somehow, since those schools are parents, I think parents need to do more. Because if you are sending your children to those schools, there should be a way that schools should have the kind of a repository, their libraries. I mean, when I say libraries, that they should have their own type of book that is just to be school, and they should have a way of parent collaborating in such a way that they won't just be changing tests just the way they like, right? Because even some of those books they are asking you to buy in those schools, Some of them, they are open source. They have open source license somewhere. That probably those some of those lecturers you see, they are stealing those open license and they are using that to reproduce and sell. Those are areas that government needs to. When I say government needs to start taking all those people, holding them to responsibility, is that you talk to the management. If they are not accepting, you run PR on them.
Ola. Do you know that? I don't know now, but during our own time in my own university, it was the university made a law. There's nothing like having an handout. If you as a lecturer, if you can produce a textbook, the student can buy your textbook, but it's not by force. It's not as if you now say, okay, oh, no, everybody must go, and if you don't buy, you will not get this mark. You understand? The ones that can
for
produce
10 marks, 20 marks for handouts. Can you imagine?
So the one that can produce, you on your own, you think that, oh, I needed this book to learn. You go and buy on your own. So, but that handout was prohibited in my university during my own time. I don't know whether they have changed it now, so I can't be talking of. But I know that before I joined, and after some even few years after I joined, I know that they still maintained it. It was a rule.
Shebina University of Ilorin you went to.
Yes.
Is that not what I'm telling you? That man.
It was not the man. No, forget it. It wasn't him. The thing has been there even before he came in.
Okay, then we should give kudos to those people that put that in there. That is why we need to make all these universities autonomous. Like I said, people will say, oh, cost of education will be expensive. Let me tell you one thing. You don't make cost of education to be cheap just for you to go and learn ignorance in the universities. If you want university education to be cheap for 1 million people, and out of those 1 million people, only less than 20,000 can bring something out of it, then that's just a wasted effort. Because you are not even doing justice to those people that went to university to spend 4 to 7 years, probably to 8 years.
You know the problem that we have is that
let me just land this point. Now, because someone that has no business in university, you put the person to university to go and spend 6-7 years. Probably the person will have become millionaire like the like of Bill Gates of this world by having proper basic education from the beginning. But he just went to university so that to just go and raise you that I think you need lag and you do this course. Whereas your skill is like that of that woman, innocent motor. Probably you should be producing your motorcycle and be doing everything. Or someone push you to university in the name of you must go to university to go and waste your time. It shouldn't be like that. Let university be expensive in such a way that you can weed out those that have no business in the university and fight alternative education for these people to be more than useful for themselves. Thank you.
Ola, you know, let me. What I want to say is somehow related to what you just said now. You know, we have gotten it wrong right from time immemorial. You know, there was a time in that our country when you see politicians celebrating graduates. You understand? They will publish in the newspaper. I remember that time my father used to tell me that there is one a newspaper by that Zik was running that time, West African Pilot. That time, that's what they used to do in the 40s, late 30s. They will just put it there that okay, oh, this also person from the Eastern Nigeria also just graduated from become a doctor. You understand? You can see how we now develop this passion that okay, if you are not a graduate, you have not been educated. Do you understand? You know where I'm coming from? And the same thing, the Western Nigerian newspaper also now started promoting the Yorubas. The Western, they have their own newspaper where they used to promote. Oh, yeah, and that is where we have gotten it wrong. You understand? So everybody was just using education like a competition instead of us to focus on basic education. Let me tell you, over 50% of the people that are going to university don't need to go to university.
Yes, that's what we are saying.
You understand? But now, in our own environment, people, if you don't go to university, it's as if you didn't go to school.
Let me make something funny. Let me make something funny. You see one thing, maybe you are talking of people that don't go to school. Even if you go to Polytechnic today now, it's like you don't go to school. You go to College of Education, it's like you've committed a crime. You understand? Now, I used to have one Oga that time. That Oga attended University of Ibadan. In fairness to him, he knew something good at that job. But if that man speak here, as we are talking now, everybody will start questioning. Did this man say he attended University of Ibadan? Because you will see everything about the man mismatching the level of education he was claiming. You understand? And like I said, the man was good at what he was doing. But what was he doing? He didn't need more than technical school. Patapata City engaged to achieve what he was doing. People like that, you just took them, they went to university to waste their time. Haven't you noticed anything since this day? You understand? Someone, like someone that came here to harass me, like sometime last week or thereabout. I don't know. You see people claiming to be software engineers these days. Even some of us that went through engineering sometime, we are now feeling that you understand? It's not because of that they are claiming to be engineers. It's not like that's even not the problem. The thing you can do going to boot camp of 3 to 6 months. Why do you need to go to universities and even get master's degree to do it? Right? You want to know how to start writing software, right? Coding. You want to learn how to code. Honestly, a good student can start coding even just like 3 to 5 days after basics. A well-taught person, 3 to 5 days after training them, you start coding. Yeah, you may there will be gap between someone that has done that for 2 years, 3 years. Yes, but can you code? You can code. You can start doing something. And unfortunately, that's the level you find some graduate today. Someone went to university, you spent 4, 5 years, and we are basically doing what someone that is learning the same thing for 3 months is doing. Just tell me, what's the purpose? I think we need to change a lot of things. And there's something here. I think we need to find a way to stop Nigerians employer to start asking personal questions. That thing is criminal. In this type of environment, it's an offense. You understand? If you went for an interview around this place, if someone is asking you how many kids do you have, you are not supposed to say. Even you can be offended, you can take offense. But even because it's personal, you shouldn't be asking you. Because at the end of the day, if you didn't get that job,
they ask you in Nigeria, Shaman be your question very Nigerian.
Wàá kọ local government of your origin sínú resume, wàá kọ èyí tó jáde ní school.
No. They will not ask you for the age you finish school. No, nobody will ask you for that.
Wait, now say you must not be 25.
You know, like you see people that you are banking job now. If
Torí
it's
ẹ̀ ni
government will not be asking you for all those things now.
government do ask. So ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ lọ ń ṣe báǹkì ni now.
But don't you write your date of birth when you are writing your when you are filling your
So
form?
that
Ní
place
resume ẹ̀ nìyẹn náà, yẹn wà okay.
is your resume now. So you don't write your age in your resume there also.
But don't you okay? I got your point now. The thing I'm still telling you is this: in those banking industry, if you even use wrong gauge, and they went to your school and discovered that you submitted wrong gauge, they can fire you.
And why should you submit wrong gauge in the
Why
first
should you
place?
submit wrong name? Lóòótọ́ náà.
The question is this: why should they make the thing age based?
No. Let me tell you, anybody who want to employ can say, okay, this is criteria I want to use. Why should you be lying? Don't go to that. Don't go that route now.
Simba. Look at it this way: you due to something that wasn't your fault, you graduated at the age of 27.
No, I got your point. Say they should not be discriminating based on age. You understand? So, but
telling you
that
that
does not now mean that you should now, because you wanted the job badly, then you want to go and be falsifying your age. That's what I'm saying.
Baba, because you encourage that fraudulence is supposed to be double. It's a double way thing. You understand? It's a double way thing. It's not supposed to be coming from the employers.
Ola, let me give you this one. If you are even talking about the age, when I finished medical school, I wanted to do a job that time, and so I went to one faith-based medical center. It was a Christian-based. I won't mention their name. Could you believe that? The question. Do you know why the question they were asking me? I should tell them 5 reasons why I'm a Muslim.
You see what I'm saying?
And I was not taking.
You will not be taking. No, you are not a Christian. They won't take you.
Let me tell you one thing. One of those things they need to do in Nigeria is this.
But that's not supposed to be. That's
Hey, do you know, Remy? Let me tell you now. Let me tell you this. And this life is very funny. The guy that was the head of that interview, who happened to be the MD of that center that time, when I now finish as a consultant, we now work in the same place. You understand what I'm saying? We now became a colleague.
I got your point.
So that young man of that day now became a colleague of that old man that was using the religions to discriminate. You understand? And when I now look at them, if we are still on the same platform now, they will be the one that will be talking. Hey, they want to Islamize, they want to do this, they want to do. Yeah, I now look at them and say, who?
He was going to Islamizing, but no.
You.
Hypocrite.
Hypocrisy. That is what we do. We are Nigerians, all of us. That's what we do.
Now, some of us now we came to this country. Like even though they don't put age, it's not as if there's no discrimination. There's a discrimination, but there's a way you still be that discrimination. But they won't descend to the level of asking for your local government of origin, your marital status. When you are filling those forms, it will be when they've taken you and you are enrolling for some benefits. Because that will be HR, and those things will be like confidential. You're already within the system.
Ola, do you think? Me, I just, I give an example of how we encourage that system of say everybody must be a graduate. This one that you are saying, okay, local government of origin. If you still go back, our founding fathers, they are the ones that have already embedded this kind of thing in us. Those guys, they did a lot of harm. You understand? They should have let us go if they know that they cannot work together. All of them, the three main people.
But I know, Simba, I'm not saying something should be changed now.
Let me tell you, Ola, it is difficult to change now.
No, so it's difficult, but we can change.
How?
It's
Just tell
difficult.
me, how is it possible?
No such thing as impossibility. A journey of 1,000 years starts with a step, right? This may be difficult, but it can be changed. Meanwhile, before someone will tell me that indigenization, not be indigenization or whatever, indigenship or whatever we are talking here, I'm just talking for the purpose of employment. Now, I know there are some employment that you need people from your area, especially in the public sector. I don't have problem with the public sector asking for you where you come from. But for a private enterprise, haba. Because why did I say that? Number one, there are some jobs today in Canada. If you are not a citizen, you cannot do that. You understand? You cannot do that. Although they won't ask, did you grow up in Calgary or you grew up in Toronto? No, they won't do that. All the job, you must just be a Canadian. Simple. That's what they want, right? And they recognize your authority. Simba on break, continue. Simba on break.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you now, yeah.
But Michael, you just go sọ̀rọ̀ àbí kò tún lè sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́, ó dẹ̀ wà lórí platform yìí.
Who is Michael?
It's there now.
Hey, Michael, if Michael want to talk, he can talk now. Nobody is preventing him from talking.
Even Prince Daddy, I know because we've not talked from. That's why Prince Daddy is not talking.
So you mean that Prince Daddy will still be supporting Trump with all this problem up to now? He has not changed his mind.
No, one thing about Prince Daddy is always consistent with his own principles. So
so in America now, in America now, they are now queuing for gas. They are queuing for gas in America now.
Is it true? Simba Odenkuromo.
I saw a video. I don't know how far it is true, but I saw it. I saw a video.
Boya video Nigeria now in post is other one. Prince Daddy.
Why you hearing me?
Prince Daddy say something now. It can be AI now. It's Nigeria. I do know Nigeria is the third world country.
I will even say I will send the video. Remy, I will send the video to you also.
Send it to me, please. Prince Daddy, now wake up. That would be funny. Thank you for gas. I thought that Trump said that the price of gas is coming down in America. That's what he said.
The only thing I know is that in Calgary, I saw one video that people were queuing for food. They went to food bank.
Chairman, Chairman also lives in America. Is it, Chairman, you have to say something. Is it true you guys are queuing for gas in America now?
I don't see that as possibility for now. I think that will just be some mysterious people trying to do something.
It might be true. It might be true. I will check it.
Just forget it. America, they are the largest producer of oil and gas now. So what are you talking about?
Ola, you are talking about private sector. You know, you see that you can if you see a company, it's even very common in that your banking sector that time now. You know that okay, the MD of this bank, if it's from this part of the world, this you can see it in the employees that they have.
I've checked the video. Simba is saying the truth. This is American from the video. I've seen some of their stations. Okay, it's there. It's not lying. So Nigeria not really America. Oh God.
Bolo to the video no.
Olawa, multi send this here now.
Even though if I see the video, I will be cautious to believe it anyway. Because there could be some.
Maybe the people that are generated they are the anti-Trump people. But where are we heading to? I even heard that a few days ago we also put tariff on film.
That one
That
is
is
true.
100%
100%
tariff.
on non-American.
You see one thing about this type of video, why I will not believe is this. If this thing happens in America, right, it will be everywhere, including Canadian media, the people in the academia. You will see it on LinkedIn, you will see it on everywhere. People will put analysis to it. But when you don't see the upstream, the mainstream media and the people in academia to be discussing it, you don't see magazine like the Economist, those stuff. Discard it. We are in the era whereby you can learn about video editing just within 1 hour, and the resources online is so those resources are so huge that you can do anything. Now let me tell you one thing. Someone just need to get the picture of Remy or Simba now. Okay, someone know that you're a doctor, and they can produce a picture where you are operating in the theater, where you are performing your surgical procedure. And let's say Remy is into agriculture.
It's a bricklayer.
I know Remy is doing something reputable, but I can't just put face to it. Billionaire and Remy now.
I'm just pulling his leg.
So
I receive it too. I'm a multi-millionaire. I be billionaire. Go more receive it. Clear that. Yeah, me want to receive nǹkan tó dáa ni. Ẹ pè mí billionaire go in receive it. Kí n di Dangote.
I say you are a billionaire. Mi ò sápamọ́ sọ́nà, àmọ́ sọ publicly ni.
Èmi ò kí n tètè tí ni o, kí n tètè di billionaire yẹn gan ni because àwọn ìbéèrè pé ìjọ sún ọ̀gbà.
So
Remy, you don't need to be a millionaire to live a good life. Forget it.
No, I'm okay. Very small. It's fine.
So no, people become billionaire not because some be prepared for it, because they were doing what they enjoy, and that thing escalated. We see some other graduate that they were just playing with the assignment. And someone just say, this assignment we can sell it to, and they posted, and before you know, the thing just went viral, solve a problem. And suddenly it became multi-million dollars solution. Something that was just a school assignment. You started asking yourself, the prof at the academy and the faculty staff that train these people, why were they not doing all these things? So it happens that way. People just do what they enjoy, and the thing just like most of these kids today now, especially those people in high school that learn about small programming, the programming that some people will learn just to be looking for a job. You understand? Those people, they learn how to code game. There's a thing called Scratch. They just learn ordinary Scratch, and before you know, they became a game developer even before finishing the high school. You understand? There was a guy that told me, like, I think sometimes I said that he makes 3,000 every month from his game. Person like that now will now be looking at, okay, how can I create at least 10 games that be giving me 3K? Even assuming that guy now went ahead now to create let's say 10 games that's even giving $100,000 a month. Before you know, people like that, he was doing that not because he wanted to make money to start with, but because of his passion. Because when you do something sometimes because you want to make money, that pressure will not even let you see opportunities. You understand? The pressure that you want to make money. Look at this guy at Simba. You saw the video I sent to you now. That guy, I envy that guy like anything, So it's just doing what we enjoy sometimes. So you can become billionaire just because of your passion, not necessarily because you want to become billionaire. So
No, Allah, that is what is the best now. what you enjoy is supposed to be what will be giving you money. It's not as if you leave your passion and you go and be doing another thing just because you want to survive. It doesn't work well. You understand? That is the way it's supposed to be. Your passion supposed to be what will be giving you money.
I'm telling you. That's why you see people sometimes they
But most
under.
of us, what we do is not our passion. It's not our passion. We are just doing it to survive.
Exactly. That's why
You
I
see,
said not
people
everybody.
that play football, people that do all those things, it's their passion. And you see that the people that are actually making money from their passion, they are the ones that are making big money.
Just imagine, you force those people that are playing football now, you force them to universities. Some of them will just bribe lecturers to pass because already you misplaced them.
You can't
Some
believe
of them.
that. You can't believe
Ola,
that.
is that not what we are getting in our own society, where we always, all of us, we send our children to go to school because even the environment does not allow them to discover their skill,
Exactly.
their passion. You understand? Or because we also, our own focus is also because we have been made to believe that they have to go to university, they have to go to school. So we are not even looking at, this is the talent of this one. How can we develop this? Okay, look at the Williams sisters. When their father, he trained them as a tennis player right from beginning. He didn't say they should go to high school, to go to college, to go to university. Look at them today. But our own is, no, you must go to school. Everybody must go to school.
You see that guy that I forwarded to you now. Nígbà tọmọ ọdún márùn náà bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe business. You understand? Tọmọ ọdún márùn tó náà bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní business. That's it. And look at all those kids that are social influential, they are on social media today. Look at all those kids. Is anybody wondering why what's the name of this guy that people normally rumor that is dating this guy that is doing AI, this woman AI in Nigeria? Is it Javita? What's the name of the other guy? That other guy that they say she is dating that lady. Because that lady already, she's a graduate. But this other guy, maybe this guy is faking that, but this other guy, the way he speaks, sometimes people will be saying that he didn't go to school, right? Now, the point is this. There are many people that even study mass communication in the universities. Many people even studied digital marketing. They don't have the level of subscribers that boy, you understand? They don't have his subscribers. A child like that now, you force that person to go to school, and the guy is already a millionaire, he's already a multimillionaire now as we speak, despite not going to school. But look at our system normally in those days, or even some ignorant people today, they still believe that if you don't wear that academic gown and you laugh, they will still say you are an unfortunate person. If they see you as a mechanic, they will still see you as an unfortunate person.
Let me give you a friend of mine that went to a technical school. This guy is started by manufacturing locally made stabilizer, inverter, and all those things. Now the guy I can even call him a billionaire now. But because of the environment, you understand? He now has to be going to school to acquire more certificate just to, for the optic. But it's not adding anything. Those certificates did not add anything to him. Apart from say, okay, maybe if they now want to go and get government contract, they say you should bring his CV and all those things. So he can also put, okay, I have a bachelor or I have master degree. But does it really matter? You know what he can do. But those are the kind of environment that we have built for ourselves. Some people can say, okay, they will not give him that contract because maybe he didn't have university education. Meanwhile, he probably is even more skillful than those people who have university education. He will do a better job.
Sorry, Seba, what you just said now, you are right. I remember one of my friends came to China, and we came with some technicians and engineers from Disco of Ibadan. So I took them to one company not very far from Shanghai because they bought meter from them. And when we had a meeting with the company staff, although they have one lady that can speak both English and Chinese very well, so I also helped them to translate. I discovered that most of these engineers that came from Nigeria, in fact, it seems that they don't know what they want, or they have not seen it because they took us to the factory where they break it down for them one by one. My friend that also called himself chief engineering consultant, technical consultant to these people, he too does not really know it very well. I come to ask myself, say, kilo shell. And at the end of the day, they bought a lot of meters from those people. Is that prepaid meter? Okay. They bought a lot. So sometimes it's just by certificate alone. It's not by maybe only experience, the practical knowledge itself. They don't have it. That's what I want to say. So your friend taking all those things, if he does not do that, like you said, if he went to government something to get contract, they might not give it to him. They might say, he's not a chief engineer. He does not go to any university. Does not go to anywhere. They won't answer him. So Nigeria is still about
and the reward system in Nigeria too. Like I said, is one of those things because government.
I think we should push more people to vocational school. That's it.
Pushing people to vocational school will not solve that problem that way. The thing is this: when you want to push people to vocational school, you don't just do it, but okay, come and go.
People Let me give you an example of what they did in China that really helped that country. You know what they did? Like if you go to like Ogbomoso, if Ogbomoso is a place that the people there have small factory producing rice or producing gari, the government will now come, give them soft loan, help them build infrastructures like good road, set up a export trading center for them so that they can export their gari. They don't need to take it to you. They just take it to that export trading center that represent all the people in that community, and then they will help them to export the product outside. There is no envy among most of them. And in the last, before you can say Jack, most of these people, they turn to multimillionaires. I will give you an example of a place they call it EU. This EU place, you see a lot of small items like key holder, cap, anything that you can use for like mug, like for accessories, and this is the home of accessories. Everything you want in this that you get it there. Any quantity, even if you like, you want to do 100 million quantity, these people will guarantee you they'll produce it under 2 or 3 weeks, and they will do it. So they leverage cost advantage of every town or every city to what they are doing there. So you don't need to bring in new things. The people there already know this is what they are doing. So when you go to China, you ask them.
Remy, I think what Ola is saying is this. If I go to a technical school and I'm doing my work, and somebody has a university graduate, there's a university certificate,
Yeah, at least they have a pathway. If you want to continue, I think you can.
No, it's not even about pathway. If I can get a reward for that having that technical education, and that thing can sustain my life.
So that is where the government should come out with a big interest.
It's not all these dichotomy.
Industrialization.
If you don't have a university education, you cannot progress beyond this limit.
You know, we are lacking.
Simba is getting it now.
I got it. We are also lacking. We lack enough technical skills.
Wait. Simba is getting it. Why do you think people are not going to polytechnic today? They want to go to university.
I know that. The reason is because of the paper, the certificate. I know.
And I've worked in an environment. You understand? Okay. It was even Walmart. No story of talking. I work the high distribution. We call it high velocity distribution. You understand? Now, it's like warehouse. You understand? It's a warehouse, it's a warehouse, right? The then general manager there, it started from the floor. All those pick all those things, picking things to riding center rider. It grew to the point of becoming the general manager. He was trained across that line. You understand? For someone to build his career around that place, you understand? That's kind of, it was saying that time they were saying you don't have to even come with bachelor degree to become a general manager in that place, right? That's the kind of reward. But you have a system that already uses the bureaucracy to peg you that you cannot go beyond this level. Now, it was worse in Nigeria at a particular point in time that even if you went back to school, they will now be telling you, they won't look at your year experience again, but this is the year you got your bachelor degree. So that means that if you started a job in 1970 and you got your bachelor degree in 1985, so all those your efforts in 1985 will not count. So someone that graduated in 1984, even if he was coming from somewhere else, will still be ahead of you by the virtue of when he finished from school. Terrible. In this country we have, you can have PhD and be reporting to someone that just had ordinary Microsoft certification, will be your manager. You understand? You know, I was joking with someone here that some people go with they just wasted their time doing a doctorate in information technology, and they are now carrying a router. They are still doing this thing, and they will see any less than 100,000. Whereas your Microsoft certification can still earn you like 120K. So why did you go for that? Because if you know you are not going to become a lecturer, a teacher, a professor, why are you going for the doctor? Why are you going for doctorate in information technology? For what purpose? For you to come and see, for you to later come back and be writing a Microsoft certification. For you to be coming back and start writing a Databricks certification. What some people will just write without even wasting 4 or 5 years of their life. That's exactly what I'm saying. Things like now, there sometimes academics can play a role, but academic is not playing a role just because you have it, but just because you have something proper to bring to the business. Nobody is going to hire you as a software developer just because you graduated from university. No. If they give you and someone that didn't attend university some kind of we call it data structural exam. You understand? Lead code. Lead code is what they mostly use sometimes. Lead code, you'll be doing some kind of test to get to big company like all this Amazon and all those companies. I tell you, if you get PhD, if you do not pass all those exams, someone from high school that can pass, that knows exactly what to do, we get to that place and we earn 300K a year. You with your PhD, you earn nothing. You will go back to your 60,000, 65,000 a year. Those are the things. If you want people to go to technical school, you should not use law or policy to limit anything. Okay, let me tell you one thing now. Who is pushing people to Facebook? Who is pushing people to YouTube? Even people that you even know that you actually believe that they won't know anything, you find them making their livings just producing content on social media. What pushed them to that place? Even look at àwọn àgbàlagbà. You will notice this day, àwọn àgbàlagbà kan ló máa ń da àwọn social media ẹrú jù this day, especially àwọn ìyá London, àwọn ìyá Europe yẹn. You understand? Why do you think they are going there? Just because of the reward system. That is why you will see some people, they will now come and be saying rubbish on because that rubbish they are saying is what is giving them their money. People will naturally go to technical school.
Ọlá àwọn fan ṣe bí àwọn ìyá ẹ̀ bí ẹ̀sà bọ́ọ̀dù àbí.
You got it. You understand? You understand?
Ọlá, you watch Barcelona Inter yesterday.
Oh my goodness. My goodness.
In fact, that was the final.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine the semi-final of a Champions League with how many goals that now? That would be like 13 goals. Imagine.
Today they ended I think they ended 4-3 today.
4-3. The first one was 3-3.
Was 3-3. So that's like
13 goals now.
13 goals. That was crazy.
You know, the thing was so dramatic. Inter was leading 2-0 first half. Barcelona came in second half, replied 5-5, and then went ahead 3-2. And they were already in injury time before Inter equalized. No, in fact, no, I really enjoyed that game. It's been long that we have that kind of classic game in football. It's been long. No. It's been long. Let's see what these Ghana people will produce today.
No, if you watch here, Ghana people, I'm a win like
I don't even want to see what they have to lose.
Okay.
They have to lose, Neo. I can't even just imagine it because.
What do you mean they have to lose? They're Chelsea fan. Chelsea no ni Simba no.
Yes, now.
Abajo, má worry. Ọlọ́run agbógo fún wa win.
Ọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run kọ́ lọ eléyìí ẹ̀yin nìkan lẹ lọ́lọ́ ni.
Ó máa ń yà mí lẹ́nu. You think you have monopoly of God?
Torí pé débì kankan kò ń ṣẹjọ́ yín.
See, let me tell you one thing. If it is by prayer of faith in God, right?
No, we are a good team now. We played now. It's 50-50.
If it is by faith in God that we profess, Nigeria is supposed to be in the position of.
I think you are just like Nigerians wishing us bad luck. Only just a quick lose. We are just.
You have to lose. Wish.
We are not going to lose. We are going to win, and nothing you guys are going to do. Nothing you guys.
You know what normally baffles me about all these Arsenal fans, eh? You know, when they win a match, you see they will disturb the whole world with their mouth. They'll be shouting all over. You know that Madrid game that they won. Is what is giving them this kind of belief that they have?
They work on the street too.
Don't worry. By this time
tomorrow, they will imprison all of us.
We will have buried PSG, and you will see.
Bury PS anything can come. Lose Eric. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you something.
Yeah,
we are not winning that. You are not winning that match. Just
you cannot say that.
No, Remy. Okay, tell me reason why you think you can win that match. Just give me.
I will tell you more than 1 million reasons. We play.
Tell me. Just give me.
Okay, we are going to win that match by the grace of God.
Forget about God. Where you
opening statement here now. That's my opening statement. We are going to win that match because we have our Partey is back. We have a solid midfield.
So you think he lost the first leg at home because Partey did not pay?
No. That's not the reason. The reason is because we considered to go earlier, and then PSG their game plan worked very well in the first half. And the second half, listen. In the second half, we came out. We even got a goal, but it was the Salah. They say it's offside. So it's okay. That is match for you sometimes.
How can you call something that is offside a goal? Once it's not a goal, it's not a goal.
You this Chelsea fan, see the way you are talking, eh? You this Chelsea fan, see the way you are talking.
Arsenal is not an elite football club.
What do you mean? Chelsea don't let me talk. It's our day today. I don't want to say anything.
Don't let him run away. We say he should give us reason. He has not given us any reason.
Why did I give you any reason? When you guys are
Forest, Nottingham Forest are more prestigious than Arsenal.
It's a lie.
Nottingham Forest are won Champions League before now.
What do
back to back? They won back to back.
When was that?
Oh, so you don't know?
Emma, we're going. You got to buy 70.
What are you even talking on current form? You know, Arsenal is not better.
But they are prestigious. They are more prestigious than an elite club.
Don't worry. I hope that we win
Why,
today's
why,
match.
why should I be worried about Arsenal? Yeah, it's Arsenal is
Of
for
course,
you.
you are not, because you are wishing us
Abi, why should I be worried?
you are wishing us that we should lose. I think that
I
will make
don't.
it. But tomorrow, both of you, don't
I
call me
I
Sabbath.
cannot
If we
tolerate
win,
two
don't come.
winning
If
Champions
you
League. Oh
come,
my goodness. Let me tell you one thing.
I
If
don't want to hear
Arsenal
anything from Jesse fan. No, I don't want to hear anything from Jesse fan.
if
In fact,
Arsenal
I'm
should
going to
win
work.
Champions
What
League,
I'm,
oh my goodness,
I'm watching Lobisha.
it is time to relocate to the moon because he will not let you.
They don't even know their word. Yesterday they were already even talking about thank God that it's even Inter will be very easy for them to beat in the final. You have not you have not even scared to the semi-final.
Yeah, what can make you mad in here?
You guys see how diluted they are.
Inter Milan, one puru jojo. Chori, any team to buy my project is all fine. See about win, chances were láti gba cup is 40%. Because
how can you have 40% when you have not even qualified for the final?
I'm just saying, if conditional statement. If we win, our chance of getting that cup is 40% because Inter Milan does not play tika football. They play total direct football. It's very difficult to beat such a team. It's like attack every time. Anyway, just go and score goal. It's not our say that we have to build from the back, build about so many passes before we can even create that simple chance to go on. No. So any team that is going to meet them in the final, whether it's going to be Arsenal or PSG.
You remember that you met them at the group stage?
Yes.
What was the outcome?
We beat them now.
Where did you beat them?
What's the scores? Did they beat us?
They beat you at home, and then when they came to Emirates, I think it was a draw.
No, I think we beat them. Okay, whatever. I'm just trying to say because they don't play tika football, they play more direct football. So anybody that's going to meet them in the final, their chances is 40% against this Inter. I think Inter have a better chance to win the Champions League now. From that semi-final.
Let me tell you, Arsenal is not playing anything.
Stop talking about Arsenal. Talk about your Chelsea now. Kilo day.
Arsenal is not
Arsenal every time.
Hold on.
Yeah, Chelsea is not in Champions League. Now, what is your problem?
Even in Chelsea's darkest period, they still stand the chance of.
What do you mean darkest period? That's why we don't want to talk to you guys. Okay, whatever. You guys have a nice day, and by the grace of God, tomorrow I'll be happy to rejoice. Arsenal to win. So tomorrow.
I will make sure that, in fact, let me escape.
Kò lè tolerate bá a ṣe ń bá ṣe yẹn.
Ṣé ó búyàn sínágọ́gù ni? Ó máa bú wọn sínágọ́gù.
Ó máa bú wọn sínágọ́gù. No, tí n bá bú láàrin ìgboro ṣe á sá lọ sínágọ́gù.
Á lọ gbàdúrà ni, á lọ máa gbàdúrà ní sínágọ́gù.
Á lọ sí kìrẹ́ fújì ní sínágọ́gù.
Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Don't release very dark man ni.
Kí ló kàn mí pẹ̀lú very dark man?
Èmi kì í ṣe follow story ẹ̀.
Nigeria,
we make people to be, and it's Nigeria that is making that guy to believe, to be having that kind of grandiose delusion like that.
Grandiose delusion.
We promote
self-importance. Self-importance. Very dark man. See what happen now? They call people. He's calling people.
He's like our president now. He will be giving order. I give you 1 week. I'll give you. And what kind of environment are we?
Because you have social media where you can go and harass people. That's law. That's against the law now. Harassing people.
And that is what he's using to. They said he used to recover debt for people. That's it will come on social media, and now those ones he will actually
I'm sure they'll be giving him court though.
He denied it. There was one person that said they gave him a cut. Now he said no.
Of course, now they will give him cut. He help you to recover your money.
No. You see one thing I expect to see decline about in Nigeria in the next at least during the Donald Trump administration is that social NGO thing. You see, NGO in Nigeria in most cases is to create job for yourself. Is it that really bad? I'm not even too sure. Where I go against the NGO is when you get involved in such kind of NGO that make you blackmail people, make you put stress on people and unnecessary pressure. But if your NGO is to
And you become political. That's bad.
exactly. If your NGO is to go to hospital
partisan.
to help people, education to empower people, to go to inmates to see those people that were
When
expected.
did NGO now
But most of
become
them
a
are partisan.
NGO is not a social media thing now. If you have NGO, it's not mean you will be on social media now.
You'll be relating with people.
Exactly.
So
I think his NGO, whether he has NGO or not, is an afterthought. He just uses his personality, look at his.
No, I know. I think he's working with an NGO. I don't think he owns the NGO directly. No, I don't
He
think
was
he owns
raising money for NGO one time.
Who are those people supporting his NGO? They are bed of the same feathers now.
All
these
I don't think VDM himself as an NGO, but I think it's being sponsored by an NGO. I think that's the situation.
But he raised money now.
The question is, I don't think he has NGO directly. I tried to find information about
But
that.
I'm even wondering, all those boys that are on social media content, are they paying taxes?
Baba, they
should find a way.
I don't know.
They are not paying anything. They are not paying anything.
I don't know. Because until I start creating,
they are making a lot of money, you know. I heard
all
that
this Davido,
that
all this Davido and the rest, that they pay tax.
I don't know.
You know, Patrick, even if they are not paying tax, how can you is that the way, the only way we know how to spend money? We are not. You blame government. You say, okay, government is corrupt, but you have money. How are you now using that money to solve the problem of the country? The only thing people will do every weekend, you go and turn your naira to dollar to go and spray.
And
you be so is that how you want to promote the society? And you are worsening the economy, because every weekend that means the naira has to go. I mean, the dollar has to go up because of the demand. Everybody now is not spraying dollar.
And
then some people will not see anything wrong in that. They say, after all, it's their money.
They say it's dollar that they are spraying. I say, people that pass that law.
Now our government, you know, the other time I was reading here, was it yesterday or 3 days ago, that Africans should say we no longer be using dollars. Just implement and stop talking. This thing is not difficult to implement if you want. Just tell those processors, you understand? Just tell processors to start processing in such a way that people will be spending dollars in Nigeria.
But
start auditing foreign schools.
That we have a law is implementation now. We are all
That's what I'm saying.
Economics in secondary school. You people, you are better than me even when it comes to this. That the only legal tender in Nigeria is naira. Why should you be spending another currency that is not the legal tender? What do you mean by legal tender? They said legal tender.
Let me tell you something, Simba. Okay, when Wigwe of blessed memory, when he founded the school, I learned that school will be taking tuition in dollars, right? Now the thing is this: how were you paying these dollars? Now, if you are paying dollars within the Nigerian system, then who are those people processing that dollars within that Nigerian system? They should be the culprit to be handled. The bank should be sanctioned for that, because if you want to do any transaction within Nigeria, you understand, don't use dollar. Don't go to GT Bank or any bank in Nigeria and go and pay from your domiciliary account. Discourage that. But if you're in Nigeria, in America, overseas, and you are paying from there with dollars, I don't have a problem, because you are bringing in the dollars. You are not buying. You are not taking the dollar. I'm okay with that. So the thing is this: Nigeria, we don't need to talk. Africa, we don't need to talk. Pull the payment system, go after the payment, the processors and the banks to do the right thing. Stop coming to the media and be telling me jargons that they are going to stop it. When you know how to stop it, don't talk. Do it.
But
That's why
Ola,
I like
how will
you.
you stop? How will you stop somebody that will carry his naira and go to one black market to go and source for dollar to go and spray? How will you stop that?
Okay.
That's the way you arrest them.
No, that I get. Right. That I get. You may not necessarily be able to do stuff. But the question is this: how can you stop that? Go after the Bureau exchange. Go after that. If you go after the Bureau exchange, you won't eliminate the
No,
as
Ola, now you can't go after the Bureau de change now. Okay, if I say I needed dollar, they will not say, they will be asking what I want to use it for. I think you go after the people that are spending it. That is it.
See. I got your point. I got your point. Now, there's something bad here if you find a creative way or start asking those people. See, the question is this: don't just go to Bureau de exchange now and go and collect huge transactions. I think Nigeria can do it in such a way that okay, anybody that want to okay, maybe $10,000 is the limit before. Nigeria can decide to have its own special limit that okay, anybody that come to you and do transaction of 2,000, you should be reporting. You should be reporting.
Ola, let me tell you, these people, they have followers. If you even put a peg and say, okay, the maximum that you can take at a time is 2,000, they can gather like 20 people and distribute money for them and say, okay, you go and take this view and return the money back to me.
Even níbẹ̀ yẹn, they will have people don't share. If as a musician you are coming, some musician will bring their dollars. Those people will change it to naira and spend it to the musician. The musician will change the money again for people in that place. One man recycle the same dollar. Come on, yeah. Just like much recycle new notes.
Baba, if government do something at all, they will still reduce the thing. You know, when I say something that we should implement a system, it doesn't mean that system will solve problem 100%. The thing is this, okay, like when
Because all your land, sure, go to my Bible to back up more. Okay, where do you want to spend the money? What my God do you pay on fellow Raja or affection?
Baba,
you
can put a system in place that when you say you want to go and Raja, that government can make it in such a way that okay, anybody that want to spend a particular so amount, you should go and pay directly to those people and they should make the transfer on your behalf. See, a lot of way. Okay, can I just go to the market and say I want to pay school fees now? Just go and gather cash somewhere and take it to school. School will not even take it. How much can you buy from the Bureau exchange? That's the point. How much can you buy? How much can you buy?
That's true.
Okay. So the thing is this, okay. If a king a day, can move $500. So working somebody move law school, give law tuition fees. How come I will show what we need? Nobody will take it from you. Even when you spend $20 here, because once you carry large money like this, don't be surprised when you see police just show from nowhere. So the thing is this: government can come that okay, any to buy 1,000, so first send the overseas. Okay, we have to put a system. The Bureau exchange should have a payment system to transfer on behalf of the person and give you your money. Don't give to individual. We can go to that level. It does their financial services too, right? It doesn't matter. The bank can give them the platform. So that's why when I say payment system, put a payment system in place, you are going to reduce it. It doesn't mean some stupid people will still not do all those stuff, right? So, like here now, kò wọ́ọ̀tẹ̀ kí lọ máa kó $2,000 kí lọ máa kó sábẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀dì náà. The situation mo fi máa ná cash bí $2,000 $3,000 bóyá mo fẹ́ lọ ra mọ́tò ní auction tó dẹ̀ pé individual mo fẹ́ kówó fún. But when you start going to a particular level wọn ò ní gbà. Ìgbà tí mo dé lu yìí tí mo dé lu yìí airport wọn ò fún mi ní statement pé okay pé wọ́n wo in fact bank tí mo ti open account ní báyìí mo ní láti open Nigeria account mi fún wọn kàn wò gbówó yẹn wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọn fẹ́ open account fún mi wọn fẹ́ gbówó yẹn lọ́wọ́ mi o for deposit. Láìka wàá wò pé abo ló ti rówó tó yìí. Despite the fact wọ́n sọ pé okay there must be minimum tí wọ́n máa mú wá. One thing people should really understand about the minimum owó yẹn gbà mí ni pé why coming to Canada you don't even need to come with cash.
You don't need to
cash it. Just show them the proof. It's enough. Àwọn èèyàn máa kó dání gbà wọ́n á ti ṣe owó wọn á ti kó dání sápò wá which was very wrong.
Ní airport wọ́n máa bèèrè wọ́n pé as somebody that wants to land wọ́n máa bèèrè owó ẹ̀dá wọ́n bèèrè fún ẹ̀ náà.
The other time wọ́n tẹ̀ fún mi Nàìjíríà gan tí mo ní
bá tẹ̀lé ìgbà táyì fẹ́ land wọ́n bèèrè owó lọ́wọ́ yìí ni pé èlò lẹ́ni dáwọ́.
Wọ́n kàn béèrè pé kí ni mo ní láàánú kí ni mo kàn sọ fún wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní okay wọ́n tẹ̀ béèrè pé kí ni wọ́n fẹ́ wò.
But in my own case they didn't even ask me pé lò rání lọ́wọ́ they simply said
ṣé bàbá ẹ ti máa fill the form tẹ ti máa declare now.
As somebody that is landing ṣó mọ̀ pé wọ́n tẹ̀ bá fún ẹ lálàwáǹsì.
Ẹ ti gẹ́gẹ́ nǹkan tí mò ń sọ.
Ó mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe fún wa.
Ẹ tó láǹdì láti fún yín ní form tẹ máa fill. Pé ṣe ẹni kẹtẹ fẹ́ declare.
Nǹkan tó ń ṣe fún wa ni pé ṣe a ní nǹkan míì ní Nàìjíríà tó yẹ pé owó mi Nàìjíríà tó yẹ pé asset Nàìjíríà tó yẹ pé a lè tà tá máa kó wọlé later. You understand?
Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tí mi lè declare mo declare so that mi ò fẹ́ kẹ́ anybody kan wá tax mi fún owó tó iṣẹ́ tí mo ṣe.
Exactly. They have assets. No, ìyẹn tó bá sọ fún ọ pé o ti ní asset ti tẹ́lẹ̀ o dẹ̀ ṣe máa kó wọlé later wọn ní tax ẹ̀ fún. So what I did was I gave room for it. Mo estimate mo dẹ̀ even when I knew I was not likely to bring in those assets.
So to me, kini yẹn we can cover it in Nigeria. The only thing is, let me tell you something. Mi ò tiẹ̀ sọ pé ká máa àwọn tó bá fẹ́ náwó mi ò ní ká máa náwó. The only thing is pé can we have a creative way? Èmi ti ń wo mi ò ní sọ èmi wò pé kini yẹn pé opportunity business ni owó spraying yẹn but ṣé mo tẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe gan ni mi ò ṣe so that ká ní pé nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ ṣe ni I won't be saying now like it is now èèyàn lè máa create party money right tó yẹ pé o ní party money.
Wọ́n ṣe èyí Wàsíù ní náà.
Èwo ni party money.
Wàsíù ní bí currency tó mint tó jẹ́ Wàsíù gangan bí currency money.
Tó wà convertible àbí.
Wàá ti lọ san owó yẹn láti gbà lọ́wọ́ Wàsíù.
So I think we can be doing that instead.
Ọkọ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé I don't think àwọn tó pass law yẹn it's not as if pé wọ́n wà really keen about pé owó Nàìjíríà. They just don't want to encourage. Wọ́n fi pé culture yẹn ti ní negative effect lára àwọn èèyàn. That's why I tell pé wọ́n fi tún gbé ẹni tó spray dollar. Ṣé wọ́n pé ẹni tí wọ́n bá sọ tó ń gbé yìí I think was spraying dollar or pounds one of the foreign currencies. So they
come on cancel caution kan fi lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ kó wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
So is the spirit behind the law ni pé we don't want this because kí ni any negative effect actually lára àwọn èèyàn.
Bàbá kò sí nǹkan tí ò ní negative effect.
No negative effect of this one all high. Bàbá what kind of this attitude ni pé ká máa kó ká máa jowó hey big man everybody go dey say this kind thing see the guy dey make money.
Now it's just like
so that is crap now.
Tí mo bá rí owó tí mo fẹ́ fi ra Bentley nísìnyí màá sọ pé torí káwọn èèyàn má bàa wò pé mo pé kíní kí má bàa nípa mi.
No anyway to me if the I think it's the collective wisdom of
Patrick, ó dà
Papa
pé torun bá ti ń kan ọlá àwárí ìsọkúsọ ló máa sọ ó dà pé orun tó
how
ń
can you say it doesn't have negative effect?
Mo ní kò sí nǹkan tí ò ní negative effect. Mi ò sọ pé kò ní mo ní kò
Effect
sí
ẹ̀ là
nǹkan
ń
tí
rí
ò ní
lára
negative
àwọn young
effect.
people wá ń sìn tí wọ́n ń lówó lékúlé tí wọ́n ń ṣe gbogbo nǹkan àwọn èèyàn ń pààyàn fi ń ṣòwò ta ni ò mọ̀ pé tó bá fẹ́ pààyàn ta ni ò mọ̀ pé tó bá pààyàn pé kò lè di owó.
Look at it this way now.
ọlá gbọ́ òwe tí Yorùbá pa á ní ẹni tó bá mú kọ́kọ́rọ́ kanjú àdáni ilẹ̀kùn kí ló máa fi ṣí ilẹ̀kùn àdánù ilẹ̀kùn àdánù ló máa fi that is what is promoting all these covetousness and
exactly.
People don't want to because they see all these guys, they don't even know what they are doing for money.
They just want it. And Simba, you know, human beings naturally.
How many times have you seen people that are really working for their money? Somebody like Dangote spray money.
Come on, spray over. Simba, jẹ́ kí n sọ ọkọ fún ẹ nǹkan tó sọ yìí wà kí sọ́ọ́dì jẹ́ kí n sọ kankan.
Even at local level àwọn èèyàn ṣì ń spray owó ní party level tí wọ́n ṣé tíṣẹ́ ìgbà míì téèyàn bá fẹ́ fowó mọ́yàn lójú ní party tó bá ṣe 1,000 péré ni àwọn èèyàn á lọ ṣe sí bí 100 wàá dẹ̀ mú ìgbà kan wà tó jẹ́ pé 50
kí ni n tó ń sọ ń sìn what way ló justify nǹkan tá à ń sọ.
So what I'm saying is this.
No, Sọlá jẹ́ kí n bring nǹkan up tí Simba sọ mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́. Simba sọ pé ó ń promote covetousness. Àmọ́ fẹ́ kó mọ kankan. Ṣé o mọ̀ pé without that culture, human being we are naturally covetous. Even without any incentive. Now, you cannot imagine with this kind of incentive. Money na water. You know those kind.
No, do you know why you and Simba? Do you know why you and Simba talk this way? I don't know whether you.
Because we are old school.
I'm sure you don't go to club. You don't go to club for sure, Pastor.
No, àbí torí pé àlówó àbí torí pé tálákà ni wá àbí.
No. Just stop that. How will you not get it? It's not even that. It's not even because of money.
Nítorí I get old school.
No. No, it's not because you be old school. It's just because of
course
condition.
now. What's
now, let me tell you one thing. Even write a card agree. There are some people tí wọ́n bá enter a club ní downtown wọ́n á ti máa hail wọn
Nigerian kìíní wa náà ni ṣé olóyìnbó tó ń ṣe yẹn does that make it better or good?
Àní kí ẹ fi ara balẹ̀.
Àní
nílùú òyìnbó sẹ́ tí wọ́n bá rí àwọn spender àwọn big men wọn tó bá àwọn club kan you understand because you are in a club.
Àwọn wo ṣé àwọn òyìnbó ló ń sọ àbáwọn Nigerians there?
Nigerians máa halẹ̀ òyìnbó náà máa halẹ̀ Indians máa halẹ̀.
It doesn't make it a good culture actually whether òyìnbó ń ṣe or
something. Tí gbọ́ mi you are only seeing people can convert just because you are driving your Bentley you are driving car different people ní kò yẹ bóyá ló náwó ẹlòmíì akàn ní bóyá Dr. Simba nísìnyìí ó ń wá the top of the top of the gate of Lincoln. You understand? Want to become like Dr. Simba without knowing what to. I know them are ní bó ṣe wù. Kó ṣe ìgbà tán spray owó nìkan. So the question is this: it should not be the only genuine thing. Nípa àwọn spray owó nísìnyí pé ẹ má bà náírà jẹ́. I understand that.
You know, Ola, you know what make it worse now? Or you know what make it worse now? If you are spraying money in your village before, nobody will see you. Maybe probably the only people around in your village that will see it. But now you have access to millions of people. The video will circulate, the whole country will see it. It makes it worse.
Okay.
That actually have a negative effect on people.
Club in Lagos.
There's no argument for it, Ola.
No. Let me tell you one thing. Gbogbo culture yìí a máa ráwọn òyìnbó yẹn nígbà tó jẹ́ pé Nàìjíríà ti sàn síbẹ̀ sí rìn kó láti káwọn àṣà kan wọ́n bá kọrin wọ́n lè lọ gbé bíi champagne tó jẹ́ pé wọ́ọ̀tì bíi 50,000 akàn rí bóyá fídíò kìíní ni bóyá reality ni wọ́n máa pọ̀pọ̀ ẹni kìíní ẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà ò bá àwọn náà for that.
Àwọn òyìnbó àwọn tó ń rí gbà yẹn gan tó ń gbé gbogbo chain sọ́rùn sí gbogbo ìtọ́rùn náà sóyìnbó ni wọ́n ni.
Ìgbà tí ìbá tẹ̀ wò ìlú òyìnbó ló ṣàṣẹlẹ̀.
Àwọn tó yẹ pé gutter people.
Wọ́n ṣáà lọ bá àwọn. You understand? So the thing is this: anyway, whether we or the now, whether aṣọ lẹlòmíì máa wọ̀ sọ́rùn tó máa jẹ́ kẹ́lòmíì convert, ẹlòmíì á wọ aṣọ sọ́rùn, aṣọ tẹ́lòmíì wọ̀ sọ́rùn, ó lè wọ́ọ̀tì 2 million tó kàn wọ̀ sọ́rùn lásán. So the thing is this, olówó ò ní lè hide from àwọn tálákà àbí àwọn tó máa envy ẹ̀. It doesn't matter.
Àwọn olówó mélòó tó lówó
Let me tell you one
gidi.
thing.
Àwọn olówó gidi mélòó ló ń ṣe nǹkan tó ń tà sọ?
Nàìjíríà kan ló
olówó
ní
gidi wo kí ni àwọn ti ṣe
olówó
to
gidi
help
wò
their
kí làwọn
community?
ní? Àwọn olówó gidi
àwọn
wo ló
olówó
ń ṣe
gidi ò ní ṣe tó ń ṣe báyẹn,
àwọn tó ní
àgbófìfo náà ló
industry,
máa ń rówó.
àwọn tó ní industry tó ní gbogbo ẹ̀ tó owó wọn.
Kí ni Dangote ṣe ní wedding ọmọ ẹ̀ tó yẹ pé inú bí gate tó ṣe yìí topic tó bẹ̀ sí address. Let me tell you something. There's something you cannot change. So you don't make people. The thing is.
No, what do you mean by something you cannot change? Kí ni nǹkan táwọn
No,
lè change?
there are something that is not that good for you to change. That's my opinion.
Why do you think it's not good to change that kind of?
Ola, you choose what you want to change and what you don't want to change. Earlier,
Of
we were
course,
talking about corruption. You say,
no,
it's very easy. You can do it. It's possible. Man, this one is not possible, Abi.
No.
No, what is no? It's like you like it. What I Ola like it.
Oh.
Ola rí nǹkan tó wrong inú ẹ̀. That's the only thing. Ó lè má like it, but
the thing is,
ó lè má like it, but kò rí nǹkan tó wrong inú ẹ̀.
Anyone front to that's what we are saying, Abi.
We said they are.
No. Forget. Look at it this way. Ẹni tó lọ ná owó lójú agbo lẹ́yìn rí, right? Bóyá ẹni tó ṣe $1.
Àwa ìyẹn kọ́ làwa ń sọ. I think you are not getting our point.
Ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀.
No, ó get point wa. Ó ti sọ ti miss quote wa already.
Mo get point yìí báyìí.
It's not pé wọ́n flog owó ni à ń sọ.
Ẹ ní sùúrù, ẹ gbọ́ mi o. Anyone influence àwọn ẹlòmíì, right?
Now,
you are getting it. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe $1 tó ná $2,000 ní agbo owó, right? Èèyàn kan wá lọ club, ó wá lọ ra wáìnì $50,000, ó wá fídíò ẹ̀, ó wá fi ń jó lágbo. Are you going to ban that one too? Now, you now went and buy Bentley of 1.5 million. So are they going to say you should not drive that thing on the road? Come on. See, the thing is, sometimes we use our morality, we take our morality to an excessive state.
You are trying to rationalize it. Let me also join you to rationalize.
Okay, rationalize the person that is buying wine for 50,000.
Now.
Rationalize the person that is using shopper.
You are not to tell me how to argue my case or how to. Let me do it. You say I should rationalize. Don't worry, I won't dúró now. Dúró. Ìwọ kọ́ ló máa sọ fún mi bí mo ṣe máa rationalize. Ìwọ tó bá fi pé kí n rationalize in one way, you can go ahead and do it. Let me rationalize where I want to. What we are trying to say is pé the changes that really our society, we have some very inappropriate changes that really in society as a country. You understand? Especially among our young people, their disposition to life, their disposition to wealth, their disposition to wealth and self-seeking, koda and kojeki society will progress as a people. And this is just one aspect of it. There are so many things that I need to review. For example, the use of social media. I need to review among youth. It's sensitive, hot potato. People don't want to talk about it. We need to see how the time people spend on social media, the time every Nigeria is a content creator. You understand? Why can't we be the one that own the social media and not the user? Why can't we be? You understand? Those are the kind of things I need to look into, because we are a generation of parents now, and what kind of society or Nigeria la fẹ́ feel can take over so that when they pass down more, I don't want to pass across to them in society to help me. Those children will look back and say, oh, our people look by because at the end of the day, if they look at it and say, it was terrible, these must have want to destroy things, let's fix it. These things is not helping us. We know it. My argument have any form. Go help.
See,
Go help.
Patoski,
I will say we should stop it.
Okay, Patoski, I've asked you several questions because you are still not be able to give me concrete answer. All of these things that you are saying now is this, okay? But she spread the way they are encouraging people.
It's not just the spreading of money. I
say
say things
I
generally.
listen to you for 4 minutes, so I listen to you for 4 minutes. Now, the thing now is this: you said as they were spending the money,
No, I'm not limiting it to spreading of money alone.
I'm coming. That's the way I'm
explaining
my own. That's the way I'm explaining my own. Now that is influencing some people, right? Now I gave an example when to champagne 50,000 in the club. So basically influencing. Even
he has the same influence.
Bentley,
no, it's also influencing some people.
Now. Even driving your Bentley, using your shopper on the street too.
Let me tell you, you cannot compare the effect of those one on spraying direct money.
How many people
know? Let me tell you, how many people know the worth of $150,000 Bentley? No, just tell me now. How many people know? But anybody can see money.
$10,000, 20,000.
Yes, everybody can see that.
So about 10,000. So about 10,000, 10 million.
Now, Patoski just said something this day now that because social media is taking people's time, is doing all these things. See, every problem creates opportunities for people to solve. If you really want to solve the problem of children staying on social media, instead of asking government to be using one kind of draconian laws to stop people, there are tools you can invest in to monitor your children. There are automated that to the point that at a particular point in time, you stop internet. Even this social media we are talking about, they have some rules. Once you have internet within your house or you are getting food for your children, there's a way you can regulate.
I don't think that the limiting the time people spend on social media, that cannot be government based. It depends on individual.
Parents, yeah.
Exactly.
His parents, yeah. His parents.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that like Patoski is shifting the thing that we should see. If you regulate,
I'm just trying to tell you that social media also has negative effect, and as a people, we need to find something to do about it. You understand?
Nigerian
youth who are productive more now. Nigerian youth who are productive more. Now they have more opportunities than us. They can produce better, but they are not. Look at us, Ola. Simba.
It depends on what the productive
is. Simba says of mo sure kò ti máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ẹ rí Simba ṣó ti fojú pa kàwé rí.
No.
Mo ti fojú pa kàwé rí o.
O dẹ̀ rí ìrọ̀ ń bẹ̀.
Òṣùpá tó máa fún yẹn of course na òṣùpá tó máa fún yẹn.
Ìgbà tí ò sí ná ká dẹ̀ máa kàwé tí ò sí ná kì í ṣe ọjọ́ kan.
That was what I was telling Ola earlier when we were talking about our education, that because we talk about the JAMB result and I said people are blaming government. What about the parents and even the students themselves? They don't have any motivation. They go to school as if it's just their responsibility. They want to just fulfill for their parents. They think that what they are going to school because of you, not because it's for them. You understand? They don't realize that it's for their own good. Not children these days, they do all those things just to say, okay, our parents said you should do it and we're just doing it. They don't know the reason why they should do it. And that time, the Patoki that you are talking about, what was our own motivation? Because there was not even no amenities to even say we enjoy now.
Simba, Ọlá, ṣé o rántí gbà yẹn tó bá ní rechargeable lamp ẹyọ kan tó gbé wá sí class, almost 20 people go surround.
Ayé ti lajú nígbà rechargeable lamp now.
It should be even the privileged one that had rechargeable lamp. When I was in university, we used candle. You go and buy candle.
Oh no, the machine so ayé ti lajú nígbà
rechargeable lamp ẹyọ kan wá sí class. Tó bá gbé rechargeable lamp ẹyọ kan wá sí class, àwọn èèyàn ní àkó hang sókè. kó hàn gẹ̀ sókè. Rechargeable lamp ti dé láti bóyá bíi
you see the research that
1991 now.
people
1990.
the research
89.
rechargeable lamp ò common ní 1989 o bàbá.
No, ó ti dé ni mo sọ fún ẹ, ó ti dé ńgbà yẹn.
Ní rechargeable lamp bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí popular is towards is in 2000s, not 1990.
I know Ola ironi. Rechargeable lamp there pay when I resume university, it was one of those things I even bought as part of my loan.
Ní rechargeable lamp bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí common is in 2000s.
Èmi nǹkan tí mo sọ fẹ́ nìyẹn pé mi náà ní rechargeable lamp ẹyọ kan.
Kìtì ló ń gbé.
Ẹ máa bú mi.
Sórí nígbà yẹn mo ní rechargeable lamp kan tí ìyàwó ẹ̀gbọ́n mi rà fún mi. Tí bá gbé lọ sí class by àwọn èèyàn ní kí n hàn jẹ sókè.
Rechargeable lamp àbí lamp tó ń lo battery, two different things.
Rechargeable lamp ni.
Okay o.
Rechargeable lamp ni sẹ́.
Bóyá wọ́n ti bá ń gbé wá láti ìlú òyìnbó ń gbà yẹn.
So wọ́n máa so sísá àwọn èèyàn ní pé kí n ní school ní gbogbo class ó lè jẹ́ mi nìkan mo ní. Wọ́n á ní kí n so okùn mọ́ kí n hàn gẹ̀ sókè. Kí n hàn gẹ̀ sókè so that gbogbo àwọn tó wà class yẹn lè máa lò. Àwọn èèyàn máa wá class sí lamp wà ká lamp wà mẹ́rin àwọn èèyàn máa rally round people reading pé battery ẹ̀ ṣì máa last for the next 4 hours ẹ̀ ká filẹ̀ ẹni tó bá ní àní àwọn ń lọ ilé òun lọ class òun lọ sínú hostel òun.
Patoski, what we experience, if we put it on social media today, we say it's a lie.
Wọ́n ní believe.
Tell us no, Nigeria was good that time.
Ṣé ẹ̀yin ti fi torchlight ṣe lecture rí?
Ìyẹn òun ṣe big deal náà.
Tó yẹ pé kò sí iná everybody dey torchlight sí blackboard lecturer dẹ̀ ń kọ́ yín.
Patoski, ṣé ọkàn tó wà níbi kìíní ni pé sometimes some of our statements actually are fallacious because when we talk about parents too, our parents will be talking that they got to go better. Their own parents too will be telling you that you got to go better. So from generation to generation, one man compare by it bàjẹ́. Even for the current gen we are talking about, lọ́jọ́ wájú náà, àwọn náà máa complain náà pé ayé ti bàjẹ́ pé ìgbà tiwọn. So the thing is this: some of those things are mainly fallacious, especially when you don't have the right research and data to back this thing up. Now, when you say social media are not making people to be productive, I get it. You are not lying. It's a fact. But the question is this: within a space, as we have positive use for anything, so we have negative use. Ayé ìgbà tiwa yẹn náà tá à ń sọ yẹn. Báwọn kan ṣe serious làwọn kò serious. You understand? Báwọn kan ṣe concentrate làwọn kan náà ṣe wà distracted. So it has always been both sides. Kò sígbà kan rí tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ the good side of it. We want to talk of social media today now. It's a serious issue. Remember, this way you can't take phone to school. When you take phone to school now, you have to switch it off. But back in so yeah, our machine take your phone to school. You understand? We know. So the same computer to get pay our content misuse yẹn. O la mo kékèké kan tán to 20 years since that video multi-million in Nigeria. The same computer.
Ola, let me ask you. Àwọn tó ń sọ pé wọ́n di multi-millionaire kí náà ń ṣe ń bẹ̀? Creating content, àbí? What does that one contribute to the society? Is that form of productivity that I want to be promoting?
Whether they are productive or the other question is this: you can always control all those stuff without using draconian law. That's what I'm telling you. Now look at this from this angle.
No, Ola, if in the real sense of it, if you are in government, is that kind of productivity that you want to encourage? No, just answer my question, yes or no.
I'm still saying it that I don't support draconian regulation. I will still insist.
Oh, answer a question. I'm not talking about draconian.
No, wait now. You parents, you are supposed to be part of the social ecosystem. You can find a way. Okay, must government only be the person to teach ọmọ pé ẹ má jalè o? Kí ni ó fò lè ṣe láyé tí mo wá? You understand? It's the duty of the parent to let the children know the consequences of their actions. It's still the duty of the parent today too to still regulate how the children stay on social media. You understand? The social media themselves, they come with tools. When they are doing registration, for example, now they will say, oh, okay, tó bá pé 18. Now, if you want to go a step ahead, so that's okay, you must show your ID before social media platform can allow you. Or you that you get internet at home, you start talking to your internet provider, please, I want you to help me configure this thing within my system to block some sites so that my children cannot access sites. You can work with telecommunication organization that, okay, when you are giving phone to people of a certain age, they should not. That's what I'm saying. The same social media you are talking about, àwọn ọmọ kan fi ṣe mathematics, àwọn kan fi ṣe science, all those stuff. So we should not just, when we talk about these things, don't let us concentrate on the negative aspect of it only. Because when we concentrate on too many negative aspects of it, we forget about the good things. You understand? You can't get everything good. In fact, if everything is good in this life, the life will be boring. That is why it has to be. If everything is good in this life, then there won't be any problem to solve. So go and solve the problem by
Ola,
making
I
sure.
think I saw, I don't know whether it is Japan or one of these European countries, that they said that they want to ban the use of computer. They want to start using that copy. I think I read it somewhere.
They won't start using what?
Hard copies.
Eh?
Yes, they want to return to use of hard copies, not computer in their schools.
Baba, nǹkan tí mo bá kà lórí kọ̀ǹpútà, I no go lie to you. Mi ò assimilate lórí bí nǹkan tí bá gbé lórí pépà. Tí bá ṣe ń kà lórí kọ̀ǹpútà báyìí, bó bá ṣe ń gba ọ̀tún wọlé ló ń gbòsì jáde. You understand? It got to a stage. I don't like ìgbà kan àti mo fi pé bóyá video. Although when I was when I did my graduate program at a particular point in time, that thing was useful. But later, when I started using video content to learn, oh my goodness, that's the worst. That's the worst I can. So I've gone back to my pen and paper. I only stay because I write code and I do some things. But kí n lọ sọ pé mo fẹ́ lẹ́ǹkì sọ pé orí social media máa orí kíní gbà mí kò wọ́ fún mi. Ó máa wọ́ fún àwọn tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń bọ̀. But àwa tó jẹ́ pé even on the age we have now, our brain is not the same thing as those of kids again. Yeah, I don't know. Bí ọmọ tó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí brain ìlú wa at a particular stage. You know? Because this day I struggle to even I struggle with creativity. I struggle with quietness. So to me, ecosystem thing about the barra, you're not a survive. But like I came from a country like Nigeria and I know how the youth are surviving. Àwọn àgbàlagbà yẹn gan ló ń ba social media jẹ́, àwọn ló ń ṣe kájàkábọ́lẹ̀, àwọn ló ń dalé onílérú, àwọn kánsílò àwọn married councillor àpapà lódò gbogbo. I know those things are there, but will I say because of that you should cancel that? No. We should be more creative in how we handle our family. That's the only thing. Baba Feti, you can talk free from me.
Hola Baba, how far now?
I did when una put me I gentle. Now Simba and Patos won't me this evening.
I think one day you don't talk finish now. You know, one day when you talk, say you get small injury, say you can go Bobby. And I can
yes.
This one, yeah, you don't talk finish now. So I just wanted to address one small something after I left the other time. Because the only reason I actually wanted to address it because personally I don't like misrepresentation. So anything that feels like a misrepresentation of somebody, also I like to correct it, you know. So the last time I came, I said Emefiele. Actually, my word for word, I said this Naira abuse. I said either law was passed, was drafted or passed or whatever. So I don't know. I didn't say Emefiele was in the National Assembly. So I don't know what Simba was talking about. That it's not Emefiele. And he said people that come on the internet. Some people come on the internet. They say something. There was some derogatory remark like that. You know, I can do all that as well. Just I don't want to be doing that again. But I don't really want to care about that. I want to Well, brother, do you have access to? Can you bring up something from the internet? I want to see CBN press release about naira abuse in
Okay.
2022.
Okay, if you forward it to me, I can post it online. I can share it on the screen.
Yeah, how can I? How can I? How can
Post
I
it
do
in the
that?
comment section. Post it in the
Private chat.
in our chat, our private chat
Because
in this.
it's PDF. That's the issue.
Yeah, if you
It's
can send the
PDF.
link, if you can send the link, or just
No, you
maybe
can.
can I
Can you
Google
put it in Google? You can Google it. Yeah, CBN press release 2022.
it? Okay.
CBN press release, or just in Google CBN press release about naira abuse.
Okay.
CBN press about naira abuse. So as you're doing, I'll just be talking. So he was saying, oh, the law, something was passed in 2007. Okay, I'm not talking about any 2007. My context of conversation is that it is Emefiele that enabled arresting people over CBN. Soludo, I think even today there was something Soludo was talking. So Soludo was whether
Sorry, what year? What year? 2022 or 2002?
2022, either 2022
Okay.
or 2023.
Okay.
Well, if you say Emefiele Naira abuse CBN press release, it will bring Naira abuse CBN press release. It will bring it up.
Please continue. Continue.
So they passed this Naira abuse. They amended. Okay, the 2007 one was an amendment to CBN Act. So the CBN Act was always there was talking about coins. So it was what they did in that 2007 was to include notes and put some. I think also this person Ike came on and said there was a list or something. So this list, this whatever is what was included. The list is just talking general, it's not even comprehensive because there is no way to be comprehensive to include everything that you could classify as currency abuse or naira abuse. So and this or this and this and this, but it doesn't include everything. So I stand by everything I said.
Can you see it now? Can you see it?
So if you go in this law, the governor Emefiele has directed deposit banks to commence. Where is that? If you go paragraph after there is a paragraph started with, for the avoidance of doubt, section 21(3) of the Central Bank Act 2007 as amended stipulated that spraying of naira, dancing or marching on the naira, whatever, by the bank during social occasion or otherwise, however, cause abuse and defacing of naira or such notes and shall be punishable. Now, he said all that. Now, if you but the most important thing, the next paragraph says similarly, blah blah blah. Then the next one said accordingly, the Central Bank of Nigeria is this is the point I'm referring to, is collaborating with the Nigerian Police, Federal Inland Revenue, the FIRS, the Economic and Financial Commission, EFCC, and the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit to address the unpatriotic practice. So it is Emefiele. This Emefiele, there were so this thing. Soludo was CBN governor. So after Soludo, there was also Sanusi. They know it is when Emefiele came that he coordinated. You understand? Arresting people for naira abuse. So everything I say stands as I said it. Now here is the problem that Simba doesn't understand. You cannot arrest ordinary citizens with Central Bank Act. Central Bank Act is meant for regulating banks and financial institutions. It's not for ordinary people. So that time that Emefiele was coordinating, they must have passed an enabling law. They must have transferred this whatever section in the CBN Act into the criminal code. So I don't care how. That's why I said either law or draft or whatever. So I am talking is not every single syllable I will be saying in my talking. But whatever it is, whatever I said already covered whatever they did at that time. So I don't know what he was talking, that some people don't know what they are talking about. I don't think he wants to do that. If he's talking, I also come to be I come to be saying whatever he's saying is right or wrong. I don't think he will enjoy it, by the way. I think he probably knows he will not enjoy. I'm not a doctor, but I can guarantee you it will be very easy for me. So don't be besmirching my whatever. If you want to ask a question, if you want to make a comment, but all those side things, I don't like it at all. And I don't like misrepresentation of me. Okay. So exactly as I said, it was Emefiele that coordinated the organs of government to start arresting people for naira abuse. This, according to the CBN release, a press release. So it was even at that time, I just started even following properly all these Nigerian things. And I saw it at that time. I saw a lot of Nigerian lawyers also arguing around. But the problem is you cannot be arresting ordinary citizens only using Central Bank Act. If all they are relying on is Central Bank Act, the EFCC is actually carrying out illegal arrest. So it means even Bobrisky's arrest was illegal. You can't be arrested ordinary citizens based only on CBN Act. So in order for them, after the coordination, for them to be arresting people, they have to put it in the criminal code or EFCC code or police code or whatever code they have. You can't be arresting people based on only on CBN Act. This is what they don't know. So whatever they did 2007, I don't care. What is important is when was it coordinated? It was Emefiele. So what is the problem?
Simba has run away now. Simba, please come back home and defend yourself.
What is the problem? I thought the other I was talking. Everything I'm saying is trying to, those days like this. Okay, if you want to ask a question, ask a question. I know how to do all those things also, but I want to move away from whatever all those kind of things in my life. Is a time past in my life. I don't know, like I am assuming. But if all of these things is not going to stop by some people, orí tí èèyàn fi wọ́n ní pé orí tágbàlagbà fi ṣèwé òkúrò ń bẹ ó sì wà ń bẹ o òkúrò ń bẹ ó sì wà ń bẹ ó sì wà ń bẹ everything that day I got tired of it. I just left. It's like I was talking like even they don't like people is so he's the only Nigerian. If you don't like people or in government, you are not a Nigerian. That all his argument, that is where everything, that's where it ends. So I saw it immediately. I said, okay, I'm not ready for this kind of a thing. You criticize the government, you are not a Nigerian, you don't like somebody. Somebody cannot talk again, and they will not, if somebody talks, he's not a Nigerian. So we have only one Nigerian. Okay, so I stand by every damn thing I said, I stand by it. Okay, I don't know how to correct that, and so that is what I'm referring to. I'm referring to, and by the way, you said it that day that is in medicine. He's in medicine. You have to be humble. It doesn't mean you can even know things in other people's field, but you have to be. It's not you come to other people's field and you be talking. You Google something. So if you Google something, Google tells you that CBN Act was passed in 2007. Okay, but you don't know everything that surrounds it. CBN Act, whenever they passed it, doesn't regulate ordinary citizens. It regulates banks and whatever financial institution is included in the act. Even this CBN Act they are talking about, if I will tell you. So so all of these things they took it from their colonizers, all these So the British people, when they formed the whatever, when they were still, Nigeria was still under their colony and whatever they did, they knew that Nigerians were spraying and were spraying. It was already in the culture. It's not some brand new that's okay. Emefiele now, gave us a new philosophy on naira abuse or whatever it is. Everybody already knew. So the note was not included. It was only coins. The damage to coins. Now here is what Emefiele didn't know. Okay, Emefiele doesn't know that when currency is destroyed, it's a part, is the one tool, not the biggest tool, but also is the one tool of mopping money from the system. Because if you remember back then, people, when their money, maybe when your money, if it's not totally that, I'm saying, if the number is still there, you take your either is dirty or something, you take it to the bank and they will extend and give you back new notes. That money, that is mopping money from the system. So they have tremendous inflation problems, and these people are arresting people for whatever they call naira abuse. That thing you are calling naira abuse is an economic way to also take money out of the system, because any money that is damaged, you can take it out of the system. So you have too much money in the system, and you are preventing money from spreading around. And you think you know economics. This is your central bank. Spraying money, look, I'm from Ijebu. When we did Lagos, from Ijebu,
I always support spraying money, no matter what. We can
brother, let me even say this. When we did Ijebu, and when we did Nigeria time, or Lagos, if you come, you don't want to miss one weekend, go Ayepe. If you don't go like that, there is no weekend they are not doing party in Ayepe. There's always one party. That money, that party money, whether in form of spray or whatever, is another way to, because you go to Jebu to do a party. People in the village get money from the people it's not every time you go to the village that you'll be handing people money. You don't know. Many of all this money spreads around even to the rural areas through party. It's not only morality that runs the society. And even this morality you are talking about, even what you are saying is more immoral than what you think you are correcting. Because it's not only you think you are moral by not doing something in party. All these are they are saying Owambe is also an economic, even you could call it an industry of its own. People enjoying their life, now in the world you pass, other than thinking about how to restore value to the currency. It's a way. Look, people.
Even where we are,
money
even
is
where we
transferred
are in
from
Canada, here they still spray money. Now, because that's why I ask people, I ask whether people go out. They still spray money.
They do. I mean, a lot of people travel abroad. They are in their room. They don't know. Brother, people spray.
Patoski, she won't lie you.
brother.
Yeah.
It's a form. This Owambe thing. If you look at it really, sometimes it's a form of money transfer from the cities, from the urban areas to the people in the village.
It's economic activities now. I know.
It's economic activity. It's economic activity. You want to close down all economic activities, and you say your economy is going down. What it concern
you know, my argument against that they influence people. That's why I'm just saying this thing that I don't necessarily believe in.
What is even influence? What are they influencing? What are they influencing? Wasn't always like that? Wasn't always like that when the naira was strong. Now when the naira is devalued, now you now see it now looks so bad. When the naira was valuable, I remember when I was young.
No, hold on. Nobody is saying that the reason why naira lost value is because it's pre-money. No.
I didn't say that. So don't attribute that to me.
No, wait.
I
said
people say
wait now.
Brother, I understand. Before we continue, brother, I don't want to be allowing it again. I don't want to be allowing people. No, it's not about continue. I don't want to be allowing any more people misrepresentation of what I say. So I didn't say what you say. I said
you didn't allow me to now.
No, I already heard what you said. Now you want to
land. So how did you know what?
No. What is the land? Your
okay, I agree with you. Don't worry.
It's not what I said. It doesn't matter you agree with or not. I'm only saying what you wanted to start build on is not what I didn't say. What you wanted to start building on. So why should I accept what I didn't say? You want to build up upon what I didn't say. You created a scenario has nothing to do with me. You now want to argue against me. So I didn't say what you said. So if you say what I said, no problem. But just say what I just. So I don't want to. What I said is people were spraying naira even before, when the naira was valuable, and nobody was saying arrest people. So now when the value is going down, they are saying arrest people. So that's what I said. So no, now I can listen.
Can I say something?
If Patosi want to speak first, maybe Patosi want to speak first, or you want to go. Okay. Okay, go ahead. I'll get it back.
I agree with you all. I was here earlier on, but I think I kind of nodded off. So I think we should first say that there's no bad time to correct an anomaly. I think the way we spray money, it's something that came into we can't say it's tradition, because it's something that came into became commonplace sometimes after the Civil War. So to the best of my knowledge, Baba Pato, not even by Baba Pato, obviously he's the so they will know, but I was told it's something that became commonplace sometimes between 1967 and 1970. So it's not particularly traditional, or there's nothing particularly cultural about it.
Okay.
So there's no bad time to correct an anomaly, because I think it's getting a bit out of hand. I think we misconceive. The issue is not about Owambe or partying. The issue is about productivity. And I think what has happened is that we are not productive. And while we are not becoming any more productive, we are becoming a lot more rancorous and joyous for no good reason. So I think what we need to do as a society is to look at other societies that are developing and growing. We are being left behind. It's very dangerous. Being left behind is very dangerous, not just because, but just for existence and just for survival as a people, as a race of people. We are being left behind. So it's up to us there to really increase our I'm just saying, just keep a general. It is not as a rebuttal. It's not a rebuttal to anything you said in particular. But I'm just saying there's not a bad time to correct an anomaly in the society, which is reckless spraying of money. And I think we should address the fact that we as a people are not, we need to be a lot more productive and stop wasting our time with parties and all these things. We are far too joyous of people, and far too rancorous of people for the amount of productivity that we put into the system. So that's what I have to say.
Okay. I'll give it back. I will ask you.
Brother, can I just say
yeah,
this?
Go ahead.
Well, anomaly is very subjective. So according to you, it's an anomaly. Okay, so I don't think some people who enjoy it, I don't think they consider anomaly. So I don't know who wants to define an anomaly here. Okay, you say, first of all, I'm not sure. Actually, also as he admitted, he's not really an history scholar to how it came into being or whatever it is. All I'm saying is that so them born me, I see him. You understand? Even after them born me, gone when we did small. Can I finish? So when I was small, about when we do party, that birthday party like that, when they do play Fuji garbage, about Fuji garbage, I think you buy. I gonna buy. Oh man, for 1 naira, 5 naira buy. I gonna go gone. No man, no now that I gonna. And the spray give us. That's what I'm saying. Now, whether it's anomaly or it's not anomaly, actually, from my own standpoint, I don't even think Emefiele is a better definer of that anomaly. I don't think he's such a great philosopher to define for us that what we met as a culture. He is the greatest philosopher to tell us. By the way, it's not even personal criticism of Emefiele, understand? Because actually I don't agree with his long detention. So maybe I'm speaking against Emefiele. I'm just speaking, my argument is very specific. If they don't know what to charge him with, I don't believe in detaining people if you don't know what to charge them with. If you don't know what to charge them with, it's their lucky day. It's your problem as a government if you don't know what to charge somebody with. I think in the beginning they were saying they didn't know what to charge him with. I don't know if they have found what to charge him with. I don't know. But it seems to me like a very, very long detention. But it's up to them. No, it's not. I'm sure also he's rich boy. He can get some lawyers, whatever. But let me not digress. So I don't even think he is particularly big enough to determine that society's culture. Okay. And if he is determining society culture on something that makes no economic sense, so you're saying productivity. So it is, I don't know what I don't really know what it has to do with productivity. Okay, I didn't know where that was going. Okay, I don't know whether spraying of naira. I don't know whether spraying of naira.
No. That is why I said I made a general statement. I made it very clear that it wasn't a particular rebuttal to what you said. I made a general statement, and I premised the productivity statement by saying that we are far too rancorous and we are far too generous of people for the level of productivity that we manage to achieve. Of course, yes, it is. That's why I said that's why I said I did say that I made a general statement. I mean, I've actually indicted myself as well by saying I made a general statement. Am I not?
My own way I'm landing on is that even if somebody want to change society, want to correct what they think is an anomaly in the society, where is the issue? What I said before stands. Okay, at least that thing has to have justice. Has to have justice, and if it's a CBN, at least has to have some economic explanation. I don't think productivity is that economic explanation. And I'm also made the point that economic explanation of it is, number one, not only just economic, as your job as central bank, it is your job to mop money from the society. It was under Emefiele went to destroy the economy, pouring ink onto a paper, because he said there's too much money in the currency. There's too much money in the currency. Yes, you are blocking one of the ways that money is mopped out of the society. That is, even lately, from my surface understanding, I think I've heard it before or something, that people cannot even go to if you have a dirty note, you take it to the bank. That even when you go to the bank give you dirty notes. Okay, usually all of these things, the banks, now waiting we grew up to know be that. We will carry dirty money, take it to the bank. They will take it, give us new note. That money, they will send it to central bank and destroy it. Every money that is not good enough to be in the. So when you're destroying those money, you are mopping money out of society. So some of these things that you're calling abuse, some of them, I don't say all of them, some of these things you are calling abuse is an economic way to mop money out of the system and have a little bit of control on your inflation. You have extreme inflationary problems. You're not focusing on that. You are focusing on something that has no economic understanding. Even beyond that is the justice. How do you determine comprehensively what is naira abuse? Practically, you can't. When I even say practical, I mean even conceptually. What is the concept of naira abuse? Somebody is spraying naira. Somebody even spraying naira is taking care of that naira better than somebody folding the naira and tying, like I even said at Mama in the market. Somebody spraying the naira is even taking care of that naira better than some of those mama doing the market. Are you going to arrest all of those mama doing the market? Because if somebody is maltreating the naira with the way they fold it, where they put it, even as a kangaroo brother Thomas was saying. So even some of that is worse treatment of the naira than somebody spraying it. If you don't like it, okay, it's not everything that you like. You don't like it. You don't like, but even if you don't like it, there has to be a transfer of this code from the CBN Act into the criminal code. So if they didn't when Emefiele was coordinating the government, if there was no transfer of this thing he's saying from the Central Bank Act into the criminal code, then the Efcc is acting illegally. And I beat my chest. I challenge all their Nigerian lawyers, always jumping on television. If it's not in the, I heard a man of prestige, I think it was yesterday, saying that a lawyer was saying something that it's that they have some law they may in the whether in the criminal code or in the constitution. I pray to God when Emefiele, because the only thing Emefiele was talking about and all of them is talking about is the CBN Act. Because I remember very well, the CBN Act, you cannot be arresting people solely based only on the CBN Act. If it's not in the criminal code, you can't be arresting people. Even if you want say you want to correct anomaly, if you want to correct anomaly, you have to correct it lawfully.
I believe the matter of spraying of money and the abuse of the naira is not just exclusive to the CBN Act. I think it's actually within the code actually, because I think it has to do with sovereign with sovereign authority. So I guess that's what it is.
There's no sovereign authority. Everything has to be in the law.
I'm not being concise. Obviously, I can't regurgitate the exact statements of the law where it makes it inappropriate and illegal. But I have a notion, I have an idea that what it has to do is with sovereign authority of the nation and the image of the nation and what is considered to be indignant when you do so. For me, the main thing is this. Okay.
But who are these people? I'm just saying, who are these people defining for us what is culture?
It's always been defined. You see, the problem in Nigeria is this, okay? The lack of justice, okay? And when I say the lack of justice, the application of law, okay, and order for every infraction, or as many infractions without any fear of favor, is the reason that we make complaints when someone tries to apply the law. Because then they're trying to apply the law subjectively and they're trying to apply the law, I think where the law is applied universally, this is the law. We all understand this is the law. It's in the Constitution.
But here is my argument. Even as I say, even the last time, it's not even the people you are. Is this point you're making? I made the point, like, you cannot arrest everybody. Sometimes you don't. The intention is not even to arrest everybody. Just arrest some iconic people that send message. All that every law is like that. Traffic laws, you don't arrest everybody. You arrest some people. They send the message. But that is when the law has a concept. By conceptually, it is there is justice at the end of it. I'm saying conceptually, you cannot define what is naira abuse. What you're calling naira abuse, actually, I can give a very easy argument that it is not naira abuse. In other words, you are only being dictatorial to be insisting that what you consider as naira abuse is what is naira abuse. Because conceptually, what you are thinking is naira abuse is the argument that is not, that actually it adds economic value. And I just said, when people go to party, even the spraying of the naira, when you go to the party or this Owambe party, when you're spraying, because at Ijebu, we like party for Ijebu. When you are spraying, it's not only even the musician you are spraying, you are even spraying the people. You are spraying your cousins in the village, you are spraying everybody. Money is being transferred from the city to the rural areas. What is the problem to the if you go that time? I remember when we go to sometimes, because for Ayekwe, the roundabout, the way the garage is like in the center of the town, So sometimes we don't want to, when we enter to go this, we don't want to stop in the last bus stop, because as we enter like this, many people everywhere know you go down for area, go down they greet you. You don't know that everybody go give money, so you go stop from far away bus stop. So that you go pass from backyard, enter out. Nobody sees so you don't date them. Because that is where money is transferred from the cities to the rural area. When you go home, you give people money. When many of these things, even you are not able to give personally people money. A lot of people you give money in the party. You appreciate either the way they dance, komole or whatever. You spread the money. It's the culture. Who are these people who make them the definer of our culture?
What I don't know is this: why do you want to make Nigerian space boring? Because
I understand you.
Because I see, because like I was saying it the other time here that people say, oh, it's encourage people. Nobody should tell me that and people think that our people, they don't know what is happening. Let me tell you one thing. If Oraisa, if you put a wristwatch now, they know. Don't believe people that you don't, they know value of things. They know. When you put on shoes, they know the worth of your shoes. You think those people don't know? The question is this. The thing we want to say, this thing is encourage people. To me, it's a flimsy excuse. That was why I was making an example that someone that goes to party and you bought champagne of 50,000 and you are pouring. Even the type of noise, the type of statement they be making there, they will go and say, okay, let me move sign for this thing. They will know.
Ola,
So the
Ola,
thing is
make
this.
I shock you. Ola, make I shock you.
Yeah.
I never become multimillionaire. If I don't become multimillionaire, man, no one. Tibati lowo lowo bitamo ayinla man no fala no man to ma arrest ma pogon. I to ma arrest ma pogon.
I've said it. Nobody will say I should not spray.
Man no fala ni Naija. Tibati lowo dada. Kolon dara ni. They are not going to decide.
Mr. Oriola, you're the one speaking, yes?
No, this is not
when I
Ola,
work for my money. When I work for my money. I earn my money. Some EFCC is not the owner of what I work for. Okay, you are just printing paper. The value is what is important, and I am the owner of the value of what I work for. I can fulfill that fantasy.
They spray money in America. They spray money in Canada, and the police here are not after. So I don't just understand.
And they know they are looking for foreign currency. So if I spray dollar now you print dollar. Are you the printer of dollar?
So
now you print dollar.
We just want to go to a
I work to fulfill my fantasy. I work to fulfill my fantasy. So I'm the owner of what I earn. The owner of what I earn. The owner.
So to me,
Oga Pato, I'm sorry. I think Oga Pato was going to speak before I came in. Sorry for.
No, Patoski may be doing something. See, Baba go already buying. So the thing is this: sometimes our own moral justification. Sometimes we don't even know that we are being dictatorial in the way we see things. There's nothing immoral. There's nothing immoral in spending money, and I pinch my teeth, and I don't really care. Torí pé mi ò ní owó yẹn lọ́wọ́ láti spray. It doesn't mean, yeah, bóyá kí n máa tẹ náírà mọ́lẹ̀. Okay, I can agree with that. Then what stop you from giving money like ẹni tó bá fẹ́ fún? Wàá lè gbé trailer kan fowó lẹ̀ náà. Mo lè fowó mọ́ ẹ lójú kó dẹ̀ mọ owó ẹ̀ kó dẹ̀ jù sápò.
Brother,
so what are we talking about?
Your eye, you carry pound sterling, we get value. You carry dollar, we get value. You go just throw am for ground the merchant. Some things in life are adult judgments. Okay, and there is no sensible adult who will just be abusing money that has great value. Like I said, if I can take one note, send it to Japan, and they send me one brand new Toyota car. So now me go call so I see na Jesus Christ, I be because they spray like that.
I don't know.
Mr. Oriola, but you need to understand that some individuals actually enjoy what these individuals claim is the abuse of currency, especially currency that's only gotten, because they believe that if they treat imagine someone that takes $100 and just spraying it, without much care or caution. There's a bit of flair to that. Oh, you know what I mean? So I think that's one of the tendencies in Nigeria now, and that I think now I don't, like you said, there's no reason for me to be a judge, okay, a morality judge.
All those things are excuses, and I'll tell you why it's excuses. See, okay. Now look at it this way. Now I've used car to do example. The thing is this: whether a can 100 or the same way ni aku ni tálákà ṣe máa bínú olówó. If you ride your Hummer here now, I sọ pé àgùnmọ̀ bó ṣe rí bóyá ṣoògùn owó ni.
Ṣáwọn èèyàn kan ní bínú ni.
Wàá bínú. Ìwọ oògùn owó tá à ń sọ yìí, ó ti dé lé ayé ní ayé àwọn bàbá wa ni, kò ń ṣe pé ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé ni. Now tell me, ìgbà tí owó kaorí wà, àwọn tó sì ń náwó kaorí, I read this story that the thing became popular after independence. Like seriously, ẹni tó bá lọ ka ìwé olówó láyé mọ̀. There's one Yoruba in Yoruba literature, olówó láyé mọ̀. kọ́ lọ kà àbí tó bá yé mo ti gbàgbé tí ẹni tó mention ìwé olówó láyé mọ̀ tó bá lè sọ pé wọ́n ná owó nínú ìwé olówó láyé mọ̀. I think that book was published in 1957 or 1958. As someone was saying here, impossible war ní kankan bẹ́ẹ̀ sí popular. See, a lot of people will have their own version, the way they want to do things. As far as I'm concerned, even if it started 90 post war, at the needs that won't be missing any, they could whatever that is our culture. Because there's something I've seen about our people where it is. Anything in our culture, we find a way to say, okay, let us suspend it. See, even if everything started 1980, the question is this: if we have value in those things, and if we want to refine, we can refine. But say you want to stop that culture entirely, I don't, because nobody can still justify the harm that this spending money in the parties. I think someone can still not justify it for me.
Brother,
Others
you know
say,
even what
influence our way. How did you know? Where are the data?
Ola, you know, even if you want to influence culture, okay, it's not by being a dictator. Okay, you can go and preach. All those one is preaching, sermon. You can, if you anybody that wants to preach, should go to church or should go to wasi, if the culture embraces it, it will change. Go and be preaching to people. Go and set up society organizations to preach to people that this culture is not a good culture. But you can't use because you are in go, you have power. Okay, it's oppression. It's oppression. If something does not have no conceptual, no economic through and through explanation, just because you have power.
But when people start telling me, okay, just because they spend money, that's why people are staying. Like seriously,
yeah,
just because
you have guns, just because you have guns does not mean I start to do.
No,
what the heck is going on? It's oppression.
I keep saying something. Nigeria will lead in those type of fraud, all those cybercrime. The problem is that because we allow is one thing. Now, the question is this. Now, you tell me, people should tell me now, why are those Asian countries involved in cybercrime? What is influencing them? Spraying of money? So the thing is this.
No, crime is crime now. I mean, it's crime is crime, and criminals are found everywhere.
People are saying
criminals are found everywhere. I mean, and there's money to be made.
The thing is,
if there's money to be made, criminals are going to take advantage. I spray money. I mean, I don't do it recklessly, and I don't. But I can't say I've not sprayed money before. But I don't do it recklessly, and I tend to be very measured in it. But for me to now say, "Oh, spraying is our culture," no, spraying is not our culture. It is what we have come to. How did you know? There's nothing. Okay, what is spraying is not our culture. No. Don't let us confuse.
How does culture evolve? How does culture evolve?
Okay, if the argument is that it has evolved into a culture, okay, I can take that from you. But it is not something that is I wouldn't choose to, because when we speak of culture, we speak of something that's been ingrained into the norms of the people over an extended period. In the history of most of our people, this tendency to spray is relatively very new.
See. Relatively very new, and you were born into it. That's not correct, because the thing I keep saying.
And because I'm a new person, in the history of our people, I'm a very new person.
Ola, it is not our culture. It is not our culture because it did not start from the time of Adam and Eve. That is why it is not our culture.
Because I mean, that's what I just want to explain. See, let me tell you one thing.
Everything that starts is not culture. It's not everything that started from Adam and Eve.
see how culture evolved. But this is how culture evolved. We can define something that can become predominant culture tomorrow right from here now, because sometimes especially for those with due respect to those people that are into change management here, you see, one thing is this. That's what when you want to change organization's culture, you look at what is there before, you unfrozen it, You now look at what you want to take away, you take away, and you put some new element there, and you keep pushing all those things. You keep authenticating. You understand? Or you make it you authenticate it.
Ola,
when you
Ola,
yes,
why
sir.
would an organization want to change its culture? Why?
That's not the point. I know that I've
No,
given
I'm
you a
just
point now to
asking
talk about.
why. Why would an organization want to change its culture?
No,
I'm
see,
trying to listen, and I'm trying to. Why do you think an organization will want to change?
Organizations do change culture when they seem that those culture are no longer guiding that organization to grow to where they want it to grow. Right. So
Exactly. Or when they
uh,
think that the culture is not achieving the result that it's expected to achieve, or maybe it's
yes,
achieving the opposite result. Okay.
yes. Now, but the thing now is that they will have empirical formula to back it up. Okay, you look at it this way. Maybe you are two companies. You see your competitor all of a sudden, maybe through like disruptive innovation, they just surpass you. You now look at it, what are they doing differently? What are we doing wrongly that these people are moving forward? Okay. You now look at your culture. You look at your culture. Okay, this is what we are doing wrongly. Okay, we need to change. You now look at elements of what we promote that, and you now embed it within the system. I promote it until the thing becomes the way of life of that organization. Right. But meanwhile, I've told you something. There, someone came through disruptive innovation and just overtake. So you can see evidence, you can see why you want to. You are not just speculating. But when we are talking of how currency is influencing some people now, it's just a speculation. Because okay, now what Arugidigba was talking about now, the other time was that okay, the thing came to us post independence, right? The question is this: ṣé àwọn èèyàn ti máa ṣe oògùn owó kó tó dìgbà tí Nàìjíríà gba independence? So it means that àwọn tó ń ṣoògùn owó kò ń ṣe pé wọ́n spray owó kò ń ṣe pé wọ́n spray owó bì kan ló influence wọn. It's just because out of they need something because they want to be self-sufficient, they need more thing. Ni wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe. That's why I say that ẹni tó wọ gold tó wọ lace lásán. Some people will say, why can't we wear this gold and lace too? You run for that. You are on your street, you see someone using a car that is worth $2 million. You say, oh my goodness, one day I become that kind of person. So in the world already, we are exposed to external influences already. And external influences, they are in fact, they are numerous, they are uncountable. We can't just go down and say, okay, this is what is causing it. Now, when you say spraying is what is causing this thing, I want empirical facts, not just a statement. Because what we've done so far is Naira spraying is influencing people, but you are not able to tell me how. You are not able to tell me that fact. How is all those Naira affecting people? To help pay ẹni tó lọ kọ́lé alájà mẹ́wàá sí street kan. That people are not looking at that. That people are not saying, okay, but how, no matter what, tí bọ̀bọ̀ yìí ṣe tó fi lówó, tó bá jẹ́ pé ògùn owó gan ló fi ṣe tó fi kọ́ alájà mẹ́wàá, èmi náà fẹ́ ṣe ògùn owó. Tell me how Bentley, someone driving Bentley among the poor cannot push some people to go and do ritual. Tell me how some other materialistic people see.
Of course it does. Of course it does. I mean, but then
Eh,
again,
so why
no. I'm just saying, from the beginning of time, we've had people that are not patient, and we also have people who are willing to, wait their time. I mean, that's cash which means that anyone that it's possible that in the future you will, you might pay the price for it. So that has been from the beginning of time. I think it is nothing.
Let us flip it this way. While looking at that stream of money, are not looking at governors that are investing all those necessary funds that are supposed to be produced.
It is equally despicable. I think what we should do as a society is to look at how can we improve ourselves. For me, the fear that I have and the worry that I really have is that we are very much behind, and that while the others are marching further ahead, while others are marching further ahead, that we are being left behind still. And the danger of it is this. We live in a world right now where the resources are getting a lot more scarce because at the rate of which we are consuming it, it's finite. And the reality of it is that in the future, there will be another contestation. And if we do not put ourselves in a position where we can defend our interests, as we have been abused now, we risk being abused without anybody, because there's still a bit of morality, Someone is just going to come along and say, yeah, why not? Take them.
Okay,
We have the might, we have the power. Take them. The real fear is that we are the people are not focusing on. We are too happy. We are too happy. We are too rancorous, and we are being left behind.
I want you to understand this thing. Okay, if you don't know, you
come on, Tilo. Okay,
it does not matter, right? The thing is this: you can use your money the way you want, as long as you are not stealing. That should be the focus. The question is this: do you know one thing we do in that country? We Nigerians, anything that affects the masses is what we like to promote. Sometimes speaking from our, is it they call it moral us, when we sit high on our us from the moral angle. But the thing that is creating the problem, we don't really face it. Now, one of those things that are creating problem for us that we don't face is the governments that you have, your rep, your chairman, your governors that are not managing your resources very well. Now,
Mr. Ola, why are they not managing resources very well? I ask you.
Wait now. Where are they not? You tell me. Because I mean,
what motivates corruption, Mr. Ola?
So is it because they go to party to spray money?
No. But what motivates corruption? Greed, and also the desire using manipulative and using corruption and using the pilfering of the Commonwealth. So
let me tell you one thing.
Because I don't even get okay. Look at the lot of young people these days. Because the younger people coming behind are even worse. There's a lot of them contesting now. Of a chairman, of a House of Rep, of a Shele. It's not because of anything. It's because they too want to have money. Because they too want to count on running. That's all. And they understand if they can't get it legitimately. Well, we go into politics, and when we get into politics, we get into government. We'll take our own share of the national cake.
Okay. Just hold on there now. You that do not know that. Sorry, let me just so that it won't be echoing. Now, you that do not knowing that that's the solution. Why do you concentrate on that minor?
I'm not. No, Mr. Ola, you are confusing it. I'm not concentrated on spraying of the money. I said it earlier when I spoke. My statement earlier is not a rebuttal about why I contribute. I'm just saying that I find it. I spray the money. I spray money, but I don't do it recklessly. I don't throw money in the air. I don't do all that. Come call it me. No. But the only thing about it is this. I think it's gotten to a level where people are very carry me, can't support me. I just feel it's a bit taste. It's poor taste sometimes the way people do it. It's
not okay.
It's a poor taste. I think. I really think it's a poor taste.
You decide to buy Toyota. You decide to buy Toyota. Me, I decide to buy. I decide to buy the Royce.
Carry me. If you marry, fine wife, you go do and do carry me. So I don't know how spraying money is only an argument for carry me or greed. I don't know. Anyway, okay.
No. My statement about greed has nothing to do with spraying money.
I am not arguing about people. I'm not arguing about people's greed, about what people, about whether people go to play football or they go to play ping pong, table tennis. Okay, I'm just saying the argument is about money spraying. All of this argument, I don't know how they relate to money spraying, whether greed or productivity. So I don't know what is the productivity. How does it? How it means productivity? People want to run for
Okay,
office because of greed.
Mr. Oriola, I think I must apologize. I must apologize.
What
I think you are
what does that have to do with what
Fatai
we
ló
did?
sọ̀rọ̀ o, ó ń ṣe orí
Oh,
ọlá
okay,
o.
Fatai. Okay, Fatai Losoro. Oh, there's kind of they have the same tendencies actually. I think maybe that. Sorry, Mr. Fatai. Mr. Fatai, let me say, I think I must apologize. I think I made several statements, and I failed to maybe pre-qualify them by saying that they are not particularly connected. And like I also said earlier on that I'm making general statements. My statement about spraying money has nothing to do really with it's not directly connected is what I want to say with greed and corruption and all these things. But I'm just saying, what I'm just trying to say is that when it comes to greed, okay, and corruption, the acquisition of material things and the desire to acquire material things, because in a society it has become quite fashionable to acquire material things and to display them ostentatiously. The desire among the young people is leading them to take actions that are ethically and morally inappropriate.
ẹ̀yin èèyàn mi mo ti fẹ́ sá lọ o. But you
Okay,
can continue with
let me just make my concluding before we go. So the point I'm making is, no, I appreciate that it doesn't have to do with the argument about the naira abuse. A lot of things in life lead to greed. Showing off and being ostentatious, it comes from different mindset. Some people go to marry Agbani Larego because they want to show off to their friends. Say they marry Miss World, Miss Nigeria. So a lot of things, people show up with a lot of things. Some people even go and get degrees to show off. You know, some people don't even have the degree and they show off by saying that they have it. So a lot of things make people show up in different ways. So that does not particularly support the argument about spraying money or whatever it is they define as naira abuse. And my point is this: so these people don't know what even from the time of Emefiele that could not pour ink on a paper successfully is now the one that took up the challenge to change the culture of the society on something that it cannot even define. This CBN Act just have lists. The list does not cover everything you could imagine as naira abuse. There's so many ways. There's so many easy ways of some of things even listed. Okay, if you look at it really, they are not naira abuse. Spraying money, if you look at it really, is a form of transferring wealth from the urban cities, from the urban areas to the rural areas. Because these people in the village, some of the time they get money is when people go and do one day party. Some of them, you even avoid some of them when you go. But when you don't reach party now, everybody where they dance, they spare. So it's a form of transfer. This thing they are talking about makes better, this thing they are calling abuse even makes better economic sense than what they are talking about. What they are talking about has no economic sense. And I also said, this naira that is bad money is a way of mopping money out of the system. So this man thinks that the only way to mop money out of the system, because that was all his campaign. There's too much money in circulation, but he is printing so much money. So the bigger problem of the country is creating. He created the bigger.
It didn't even print enough to match what the demand was in the end.
Yeah. He printed so much money, printed so much inflation. One of the tools that can even help you, even if it's a small way, to mop money out of society, you criminalized it. You went to organize the organs of government to turn into to criminalize it. Okay, that shows how much he doesn't know anything about. Emefiele does not know economics. He's a banker. He's a commercial banker. He turned the central bank into commercial bank. That's all he was doing. So that is not somebody that is going to change the culture that I met. I met it. I personally don't think he understands my culture. If that's how he thinks, the economics that is supposed to be focused on, he didn't even display an understanding of the economics itself. And even if they want to be arresting people, the CBN Act, that even that is even the biggest disgrace. So a whole country, the central bank of a whole country, thinks that arresting people on CBN, thinks is arresting people on CBN Act. This is what they put in their press release. CBN Act. CBN Act, excuse me, whoever it is, Mr. Emefiele, Mr. CBN, Mr. EFCC, you don't arrest ordinary citizens based on CBN Act. CBN Act.
Okay, but Emefiele is no more the CBN.
Yeah, he was.
But we can't blame Emefiele for what's happening in 2025 May now.
No, he started it. The reason I come in is Simba was saying he thought he was doing a derogation. You know, people say what they don't know. I don't know. You don't know. You don't know. What I said is perfect, 100% perfect. It's Emefiele that organized the organs of government. There were other CBN governors before Emefiele. They did not organize the organs of government to be arresting people for naira abuse. And if you're going to organize the organs of government to be arresting people, criminalizing people, you have to transfer that line in the CBN Act into the criminal code. So for that thing to stand, for EFCC to be arresting people, they must have transferred it into the criminal code or EFCC code. If they didn't do that, then they are doing illegal arresting. EFCC is arresting people for spraying illegally. If it's not in the criminal code or EFCC code or whatever code, police code, whatever it's code.
Wait, Mr. Fatai, can I ask you a question? The CBN Act, okay? You call it an act, but really it's a law because it was deliberated. It was deliberated by the legislative and was signed into law by the executive. So saying that some statements have to be explicitly in the criminal code, I think limits, because the fact of the matter is this: it's the law. And